Buongiorno ragazzi! Hello everybody and welcome to the Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023. It is going to be a very interesting Friday of racing here at the fantastic Cremona circuit at Angelo Bergamonte, named after the fabulous MV Augusta motorcycle racer of the early 1970s. This place is very passionate indeed about its motor racing. Behind us there are bikes on the car course. Today, there are karts on the karting course, and it's going to be a tough one for the OK and OK Junior drivers as they quest for more Champions of the Future Euro Series glory. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Anthony Jordan, and things have definitely changed a little bit early this morning after a rain shower has thrown everything up in the works.
It certainly has. Good morning everyone and welcome to the broadcast here and for the racing today. Very much looking forward to it, and yeah, you are absolutely correct. The rain came falling this morning, the track now damp, but a dry line has formed out on circuit. That will mean the choice of tyre is going to be very, very interesting for the drivers. Here's a look then at the kart circuit, brief look, 1,224 metres in total, around 14, 15 corners around here. Very technical, very tight, very twisty. And yesterday, in the first qualifying heats that were not televised, it was certainly a very interesting day. There are pinch points around this circuit where, well, concertina effect kicks in, and we saw quite a few incidents yesterday with several retirements. With the conditions like they are right now, I suspect it might go tenfold of what we saw yesterday. Hopefully not, though. But certainly it shall make it very interesting. Over the course of the day, we will have 18 heats in total over the course of today. There were 12 yesterday, and certainly, what I was saying, very, very interesting in the heats. I reckon today, though, could be a little bit different, but certainly it is going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend of racing. There's only one more round to go after this one, Jake. We're round 4 of 5, and the season has disappeared very, very quickly, hasn't it?
Certainly has. We're now getting ourselves ready. As you can see, the drivers are starting to go for slick tyres by the look of it. Certainly through the warm-ups, it was wet tyres all the way, but there are going to be damp patches around the course, so definitely worth keeping an eye on. Let's hear from the driver who set the fastest time in his group yesterday. He may not be starting from pole position because that goes the way of Dries van Langendonk after a dramatic qualifying session which saw the driver who set the fastest time, Joël Pocula, have his time deleted. But we can still hear from him after a fabulous run yesterday.
Well, off the circuit, qualifying practice group 1, and Dries van Langendonk, fastest in group. Solid time for you, very close out on circuit. Tell us, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really good, really confident into the races. We've been fast all weekend. Yeah, speed is amazing, can't complain. We've been fast throughout this track, testing everywhere. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
This track certainly looks like a tricky one. It's tight, it's twisty, but it's very fast as well. How have you been finding the circuit?
Yeah, the track is not the easiest. It's very grippy as well. And there's really tight, twisty sections, but also fast and flowing corners out there. So yeah, it's a very good track.
During the sessions, have you found if there's any opportunities to get good overtakes on, or do you feel like it's a bit of a single file track?
Yeah, definitely. Some turns like sector 1, there's a really good overtaking opportunity, especially sector 2, heading into the hairpin right here, and then also last 2 hairpins, really good overtaking spots.
Well, certainly it's going to be very interesting. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck in the qualifying heats. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
So we actually hear from Dries van Langendonk, of course, who set the pace yesterday. Joël Pocula being excluded from qualifying after the team were found to be working on the kart during the build-up to qualifying. There is Lewis Werrell, the man who leads the point standings coming into this 4th round of the Euro Series. It'll be an interesting one for him because he's not been able to qualify perfectly, but he is still there on the front row of the starting grid on the outside line. We've just had a note from race director Martin Bean to tell us that while there are drivers who are going for slick tyres and while there is a dry line, the wet boards are still up around the circuit. So this is definitely going to be one of those kinds of races where if you've gone for slicks and it works, you're a genius. If you haven't, you're going to end up looking a little foolish.
Well, yeah, offline is very, very wet, but the sun is now broken out from the clouds and it is beaming down on the circuit, and I suspect this track will be dry within probably half of this next qualifying race, and that race is coming up now. It's OK Junior, it's qualifying heat B and F.
So it's an all Forza Racing front row in their expert chassis. Dries van Langendonk of Belgium is alongside Lewis Werrell of Great Britain on the front row. On the second row, it is the KR Motorsport twins of Jacopo Martinese and Noah Montero. Then Scott Lindblom and Filippo Sala from Alex Chartier and Kit Belowski, Luca Horton and Maria Nito. Davide Bozzaro and Alfie Slater from Arthur Braun and Lev Krutilov, Cara Fearhand and Jensen Burnett from Marcus Chocunias and Maya Lemarchand, Elliot Kaczynski and Gerasim Skudanov from Vivek Kanthan and Jacob Mikhailov, then Zhang Hujai and Travis Teo, Henry Domain and Apo Timonen, Javier Herrera and Gritesh Chiriopa, Ty Fisher, Victor Rad, Luis Castellini, Vanessa Chocuniate and Joel Pocula at the back of the grid. I do notice, though, that one driver is missing from the fray, and that is the Mexican Javier Herrera in the CRG, who was caught up in an incident yesterday. So I'm not entirely sure whether he's had to sit out, certainly this first race of the weekend.
Well, hopefully he is all right, and we do see him out there a little later today. But, like you say, should make it very interesting. Carts making their way out, and crucially, if you are watching very closely, a lot of them are sticking to that dry racing line. No one using the wet part of the track, and I'm not sure who at the moment is on wets or slicks out there. I think the majority have gone for the slick tyres only because I think they feel like the track is going to dry very, very quickly throughout this race. But we just don't know. Drivers are making their way round into the final sector now. Very tight, twisty moment here. This is the turns through turns 12, 13, 14, and so on. But very much looking forward to this one as they make their way into the final corner. The first race of the day about to get underway.
So is this going to be a clean start straight from the hilt? I have a feeling it might not be because it's been quite late for the field to form up. So we may go round again for another formation lap, which might be a good opportunity. But no, we are going to go racing straight away. So Dries van Langendonk to the first corner. They managed to form up in the end. And there's already problems. This is exactly what we thought could happen. So many drivers caught up in that in the first corner. As you just get a little bit dippy on that first corner, there's no standing grip at all. And the first race of the day sees at least a dozen drivers caught up in the melee.
Yeah, that was just going to happen from the word go. I mean, the inside line there will have been on the wet part of the track with slick tyres, and they just went straight off the circuit. There are so many. It starts from around 10th place down. Davide Bottaro's there, Alfie Slater, Arthur Braun is there, Cara Fearhand is there as well, Marcus Chocunias, Lemarchand is there as well. It's half the grid, Jake. It's half the grid.
Yeah, we've lost, as you say, Bottaro, Slater, Braun, Fearhand, Chocunias has gone, Lemarchand.
Slow flags are out.
Yeah, the slow flags are indeed out. Yellow flags, no question at all about that one. Kaczynski, Skulanov, also Jacob Mikhailov, Henry Domain, Arpo Timonen and Joel Pocula all involved. So once again, the field has to go through. And this is what we're talking about. If you go onto slick tyres, then that's fine if you're on the dry line. But if you're not on the dry line, there's absolutely no chance. I wonder if we can get a replay of that, because you can really start to see essentially where the first couple of drivers ended up missing out on that one. Alfie Slater is one of the only drivers caught up in that manages to get going again. So he has formed up at the back of the grid in 21st. Quite smart from Alfie Slater, because you never know what's going to happen in a race like this. So actually to get himself going again and rejoin at the back of the field, he's in 21st for the moment, but he might be able to pick up several places as the race continues to develop. But for the moment, it's Van Langendonk who leads from Lindblom, Martinez, Sala, Krutilov, Montero and Lewis Werrell, who, despite tripping off onto the grass, was able to get back on quite quickly. Vivek Kanthan is up in 8th position as a result in all of that, managing to dodge it all, has come through to 8th position. Gritesh Chiriopa has also had a bit of a fortuitous moment there in 9th. And the Malaysian Travis Teo, who midway through the week wasn't even sure if he was going to be racing because he was on the first of the shortlist waiting list to get into the race, is now in 10th place.
Yeah, again, this is certainly going to be a good thing for the drivers who started this one at the back, because they will have seen the impending doom happening in front of them. And this is the replay. Everyone on that inside line watched them. They tried to go to the inside, and it just starts there. Again, everyone sliding off.
Yeah, I think it was just the initial tag between the Forza and the Kart Republic that went through. So that was, I think, initial contact essentially between Montero and the Forza racing machine that dropped right to the back of the field of Luca Horton. They just banged wheels, and then there was just nowhere for anybody to go. Nobody at fault. Very, very easily done when you've got a damp circuit in front of you and everybody's trying to get through the first few corners in as smart a position as possible. You can't really lay the blame on any one driver for that.
No. Crucially, this time around, though, will be a single file restart, and I can imagine everyone will be starting on that dry line this time around. No one will try and stick that one on the wet part of the track, unless they've got the wet tyres, of course. But it looks like Green Flag could be getting ready this time, Jake.
I think pretty much everybody decided to go slicks, because they clearly felt that after looking at the warm-up times this morning on the dry line, you could get 54s out of the circuit. When they were on wets, they were in the 103s, 105s. So the fact that they could lose that much time, they felt, well, this is definitely slick tyres. However, it's still variable. Here we go into the first corner. Yellow flags are still being held. The drivers thought they were restarting, but they're not.
Yeah, I thought that too. Yellow flags are still out. I think the drivers think they are going,
The
though.
slow boards are still out on the circuit. So what on earth the drivers think they're doing? They're battling for position, and they shouldn't be.
Yeah, no, green flag, I think, was supposed to come out. I mean, the digiboard's cleared. I mean, the graphics still say it's yellow. The marshal's still saying yellow.
Yeah, there we go. We are slow board again.
Yeah, oh, and it's absolute pandemonium
A lack
now.
of communication there between the drivers. So not entirely sure what that means, but essentially the drivers now have to form up again, because the problem was there was a yellow flag on the main straight. And I think the drivers felt they were going racing again, but a very interesting one. Fortunately, they're able to form up without incident. So we can now go racing again this time, I do believe. And there is a green flag on the start-finish straight ready to be waved. So this time we will go racing. What's going to be tricky, though, off the restart is that drivers are going to want to start making overtaking moves, and they're going to need to come off the racing line, which is damp, to do that. So overtaking moves are going to be tricky in the first flying lap. So out of the final turn they come. Looks like Van Langendonk's dropped the hammer. Here we go. Now we're going to go racing. Green, 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 green. And up to the first turn. That's more like it. So Dries Van Langendonk into the lead from Lindblom and Jacopo Martinez. Lindblom a little bit drifty. Could be a chance for Martinez to cut in the Car Republic, and there's a little bit of banging of wheels. Martinez does get through. Lindblom is going to try and take him back again. This is perfect for Van Langendonk, who drifts away out front.
Yeah, this is a nice design of a circuit to allow that sort of overtakes to happen. Yes, you can send it down the inside of turn 3, but then I'll immediately get it back at turn 4. And again, Martinez all over that rear bumper.
Oh!
And again, he dives it down the inside. Werrell takes both of them through the inside. There's another kart off of the hairpit. There's several karts off. The grass is absolutely soaking, and the slick tyre that's just not working for them, pirouetting into the barriers.
Belofsky and Montero have both gone off there on the entrance to the hairpin at the pit lane entry. And unfortunately, it looked to me as though we saw Martinez and Lindblom drifting wide as they came through that corner as well. And that's what we've noticed. Yes, dry tyres on the racing line, but the second you step off the racing line, even by an inch, you've got very little grip. And up the inside, you can see there, Martinez getting the move on Krutelov to get back into third position, but really running the gauntlet when you make the overtake. And that's very unfortunate for Belofsky and Montero, as both drivers drop out of the race now. And that is a wrong wide from Martinez, really struggling to hold it on the racing line. But then you've got several drivers in the midfield who are going wheel to wheel, and it's still very greasy offline. Not everybody is going to find this race easy to complete.
No, this is certainly a challenge for the drivers here, and I suspect the senior category are watching on now thinking, we're next in this, and certainly it looks like it's going to be quite a challenge even for them. Side by side here as Lev Krutelov is battling away with Werrell. Lindblom goes down the inside of both of them. 3 wide on the exit as they go in towards turn number 4, but Lev Krutelov will have the inside line as they go back onto the start-finish line, and Lev Krutelov is up into second place now, 12 positions gained.
Nice moves from Krutelov as they all 3 drivers battle away on the far side of the course. Van Langendonk has a perfect advantage out in front. Werrell having worked his way back into third position, having dropped back initially, but he seems to have the confidence of pace in the Forza Racing Expert to get himself back into currently third position. Krutelov drifting wide, that holds up Werrell. Lindblom comes through, and now Canthan and Horton are going to get their bids to come through as well. So Canthan through into 4th position, Horton through into 5th place, and look, you can still see how greasy it is down on the inside line as drivers try to cut their way through. Montero gets a warning flag for his part in the incident, but incredibly, we only have 19 drivers left of the 33 that should have started it.
Yeah, certainly half the grid has left this race, but keep an eye on Canthan here. He's up 16 positions. He is flying through this order at the moment, up into P4 now, and he is certainly a driver on the move. He's third in this group. Remember, your race leader, Dries Van Langendonk, is miles down the road, so there he goes in to try and go for second, but Krutelov fights it back. Now Werrell and Lindblom go through, and it's just 3 wide here as everyone just tries to find a way through. Martinez in the fray as well.
So diving at the inside, Werrell manages to cut in on Canthan. Here comes Filippo Sala in the Sodi car. Martinez, Horton and Jang are in the middle of this one as well. Big dive up the inside. I think Horton just tagged in there with one of his opponents. There was a little bit of paint traded. As they continue on down on the inside, there goes Horton, there goes Sala, there goes Jang. And up the inside, that's the 24 of Travis Teo. The Malaysian has come through as well. So Travis Teo really working hard here as he finds himself tucked up behind Filippo Sala in the Sodi car. This is what staying on the road on the first lap gives you. It gives you an amazing reward with 2 to go. And it's Van Langendonk in front of Lindblom, Kritelov, Werrell, Canthan, Martinez, Horton, Sala and Teo.
I suspect this race won't be over until the nose cones have been checked, because there has been some battling away in this field. Certainly very interesting as down the inside the Falcon goes for the move. Nice little run there and gets it down the inside. So a very tricky sort of situation here for the drivers, because again, that racing line is ever growing. The dry line is getting wider and wider, but there is still that inside line and the outside line that is just absolutely soaking wet.
Brilliant run from Travis Teo, though, to get himself now into 8th position, and he's not done yet. He's got Luca Horton just in front of him, and in front of him, you've got Martinez. Horton goes for it. Teo's going to get both of them. Absolutely brilliant from the Malaysian. Travis Teo is going to dive up the inside, try and finish the move on Horton, who runs wide, but Teo has had to bail off the throttle a little, and so Sala's going to get through on the inside line. We go into the final lap. Horton has somehow held on to it, 3 wide through turn 1, and somehow they all make it through. That's Alfie Slater. Alfie Slater, who was in dead last at the restart, now finds himself in the top 10. That's an incredible comeback from Slater.
Yeah, nice little drive there. He has certainly found his way through this field, and again, just shows pure skill there as he sends it down the inside there of Travis Teo and gets it done. Moves up another position. Teo now under pressure from Zhang there as well, who is moving up the order also. But again, the top 3 now have certainly separated. Van Langendonk here at the end of this race has just left the rest of the field, has dominated these conditions, and he will exit out of the final corner. There he is on your screens to the checkered flag. Dries Van Langendonk then starts the day well with a race win. He'll be happy with that one. Van Langendonk did take a race win yesterday in a second, so that's 2 wins now and a P2 for Van Langendonk from Scott Lindblom. Lev Kritelov finishes in 3rd place after gaining 11 positions from Lewis Werrell. Vivek Canthan, 16 positions, finishing in P5 from Filippo Sala, from Jacopo Martinez, from Luca Horton, Alfie Slater, and Jean Jose finishing in 10th place. 13 positions gained.
Wow, what an amazing race. I mean, Dries Van Langendonk looks over his shoulder at the finish line. Where is everybody? There's nobody there. And it's a fabulous, fabulous battle to start the day off with. But obviously the OK drivers, having had a little bit more experience than the juniors, they'll be able to come into a race like this with a little bit more foresight. But they could well get caught out themselves here by some of the damp patches around the course. But yeah, 19 drivers finish a race that 32 drivers started. And now the clean-up job begins. This could be quite the delay.
Oh, well, yes. Yeah, they've only got the 1 trailer here, and it can only take 3 carts.
We've got 10 drivers at the first corner on their own. 9 drivers. So a big one. So Dries Van Langendonk takes the win in the first race of the day then from Scott Lindblom. Lev Kritelov in a brilliant 3rd in front of Lewis Werrell, and Vivek Canthan, 16 places made up. Filippo Sala in front of Jacopo Martinez, Luca Horton and Alfie Slater. Zhang Hojai and Travis Teo both make up 13. Alex Chartier in 12th in front of Marianito. Luis Castellini, who made up the most, 17 places gained. Victor Rad made up 15 in 15th position. Jensen Burnett has to hold on for 16th in the end, in front of Grites Giriupa, Vanessa Shilkunyait and Ty Fisher. Kibalowski and Noah Montero were out on the 5th lap, but then on the very first lap we lost, get ready, Davide Botaro, Arthur Braun, Kara Firhan, Marcus Shakunyas, Marla Marchand, Elliot Kaczynski, Gerasim Skudinov, Jacob Mikulev, Henry Domain, Arpo Timonen and Joel Pocula. Javier Herrera didn't start the race, so there were 12 drivers gone before we'd even completed half a lap.
Yeah, that is certainly not the way these drivers wanted to start the day, but with those conditions, some would say it would have really expected with those slick tyres on the wet part of the track, just absolutely sending it in towards turn 1. The track, however, now is much, much drier. Here's a look then at that start once again, and it just kicked off the inside line and absolutely nothing they could do. Everyone just understeering into the corner. They couldn't get the traction, and unfortunately they piled into the drivers who were on the outside line, and that just unfortunately meant the entire one half of the grid just disappeared in turn 1.
Stereotypical racing chain reaction, and then you've got 10 drivers sat on the sidelines wondering what on earth they're supposed to do. Here's the second conflagration. Big accident there as Montero and Belovsky go flying off the road. Montero tried to get going again, couldn't manage it. Then we had the battles once we get really into the flow of things. Martinez dueling away with Krutilov. Very impressed with the Ukrainian Lev Krutilov. Managed to put himself into a lot of decent positions out there. Filippo Sala rolling his sleeves up and going to battle with Jacopo Martinez. There's only one driver who really took advantage of the situation he was given. Travis Teo, the Malaysian, really managed to step in and take a move. Vivek Kanthan won't be terribly happy with the way that Krutilov managed to slice himself back into position there, but manages to fight his corner. How about this for a 3-wide battle? That was pretty hectic, as Werrell was able to pick up several positions there on the inside and took the position from Vivek Kanthan. But you still have these moments. Look, as drivers just drift off the wet line onto the dry part of the circuit, still a little bit of pushing and shoving as drivers are trying to cut their way through. But Travis Teo, he was one of the stars of the race for me. Once he had that opportunity, he absolutely grabbed it.
Oh, he certainly did. And like I said earlier on, though, I don't think this race is going to be over until they all go through the nose cone watch part of this proceedings. But you got to give it to Travis Teo there. He was certainly trying to fight his way through that field, wasn't he?
You certainly need to in these circumstances as well. You never know when you're going to get another opportunity to. Alfie Slater, fantastic comeback, considering that he was one of the drivers off in the first turn. He managed to push start the car. That's a big achievement. And then to come back and get into the top 10, that's an even bigger achievement. However, it is a fabulous performance out in the front end of the field from Dries van Langendonk, the only driver who really had a flawless run. So he starts in perfect form. And obviously we have more races to come from the Belgian, but he starts in the best possible fashion.
He does indeed, yes. Another solid 50 intermediate classification points will be added to his tally. And like we were saying, certainly a very nice way to start the day. Those drivers make their way back into Parc Fermé. The cleanup job still underway. Some of the karts able to get restarted, some not, and they will have to be recovered. So there will be a slight delay to the next race. The next race will be the OK group, qualifying heat B and F. They'll be coming up next. So they also themselves had a very interesting day. Martin Molnar, who will be starting that one on the front row yesterday, 5th and a 2nd, but it's where we look further down in the top sections. That's where it gets a little bit interesting. There is Martin Molnar. Further down, Javier Avramendez, who started this one in 3rd place yesterday, had a 19th and a 12th penalty in the second one. But Martin Molnar, who was fastest in group, he was 2nd overall in qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I'm here with Martin Molnar at the end of qualifying Group 1 for the OK category at round 4 here. And, well, Martin, what a fantastic final lap that was from you. It certainly pipped pole and fastest in the group. Well done.
Thank you. It was a nice quali. I made a good outlap, so I had the space to do the whole quali without traffic. So I was allowed to make a good last lap. Tires are the best there, so it was good.
So what you're saying there is a clear track is certainly the way forward in this one. Does that mean then starting at the front, you will be able to just drive away from the rest of the field? Do you reckon you'll be confident enough to do that?
We'll see. The race is a bit far still. I don't know what times the other groups will do. This was the first group. We'll see the other groups, and hopefully we can make it like that.
But you're enjoying the circuit here, though, at Cremona?
Yeah, it's a nice track. There's a lot of grip, and there's not so much straight. Quite a technical track, but it's good.
Well, perfect. Well done. We'll see you out there later on. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very pleasant to see Martin Molnar making that kind of jump forward. He was taken aback by it as much as everybody else was, but then the Energy Course kart has definitely had its peaks and troughs. On a circuit like Cremona, it would tend to go quite well. So Martin Molnar very much able to maximize it over the course of qualifying. This man has a point or two to prove. The Belgian Thomas Strauven will be lining up on the front row of the starting grid alongside Martin Molnar. I've got a feeling that this could be the opportunity for him to really take some names out there on the course. He's had his moments and had a sensational battle to come from them. You've also got to keep an eye on Javier Avramidis and Alex Powell. Of course, Alex Powell is the leader of the Euro Series coming into this weekend. So from his point of view, he really needs to stay out of the kind of trouble that could well happen when they get to the first corner.
Well, yes. And I mean, so far in this weekend, Powell has done just that. Yesterday, 7th and a 4th. So went down slightly in his first heat, but maintained his starting position in his second. So certainly keeping his nose clean, just trying to get the kart to the end of these races. Certainly a very tricky thing to do, but so far he is doing just that. Strauven, like you were saying, he's had a very good day yesterday. 2nd and a third. So again, he's just been keeping that card exactly where it needs to be, not really pushing too far forward, but just keeping it in the nice safe spot that he's had. I mean, it has been a challenge, though, for a lot of these drivers. Yesterday in the racing that we saw, it was certainly, I don't want to say procession for the drivers, but it was a very challenging to overtake in the complete dry conditions because the track is so fast, tight and technical that it is a tricky one to overtake on, but there are places to overtake. There's a look at the schedule for the rest of the day, or the first half of the day. Again, we'll be interlocking between the junior and OK categories throughout the course of the day. Plenty happening. We've got Group C and E coming up next, A and D, B and E, so forth. The lunch break today taking part at the end of Groups B and E, and then we'll be back racing for Groups D and F at 2:05 local time here in Italy. Certainly, it is going to be an action-packed day, 18 heats in total, but luckily for the drivers, the start-finish line at least looks near on completely dry now.
And that will definitely make things easier on the outside line heading to turn 1, which is, of course, where things can really make a little bit more of an impression on the day's activities. You can finally see the last of the carts being escorted back to the pits. This is where the marshals really earn their euros. It's going to be an interesting run for the rest of the day now, but it does look as though the offline damp patches are pretty much deteriorating. Yeah. We should point out that when the sun comes out here at Cremona, it does its best work. Let's put it that way.
It gets hot. I think it's a good way of describing it. 23 degrees is the current air temperature. That was cooled down by the rain that we saw earlier. And that rain cloud is still looming. It has gone past us now, but it has gone away. And right now, all I can see is just some misty blue sky or some forth. Next race is coming up, though. It is qualifying Heat B and F as they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Martin Molnar and Thomas Strauven start this one from the front row. Javier Ramirez, who has not had a good day so far yesterday, he certainly wants to improve. He starts on that second row alongside Alex Pal. Dante Vinci and Alexander Bogunovic go from row 3 with Vin McLaughlin and Teresa Bambic-Koza, who has also had a bad weekend, constantly getting those nose cone penalties, which is a big shame, going from row 4. Anatoly Kavalkin and David Walter then go from row 5, from Mark Kastelich and Gustav Vinevsky, Alex Sawyer and Enna Frey. Gabriel Gomez, Matilda Pats go from row 8 with Guillaume Bouzard and Marty Rittinen. Mateus Morgato and Michael Adair go from row 10, and the top 20, Zoe Florescu and Adrian Benito round out row 11. Ronnie Stefani and Ryan Vincent round out the 24 karts that will be starting this one. All 24 karts have left the pit lane or the dummy grid, and hopefully this time around it'll be a much cleaner start to this race.
Yeah, I think it's going to be bone dry all the way around this time, so don't think we'll get quite so many greasy moments down into the braking zones. A notice to the paddock, so attention paddock, and we have the mechanic and driver companion of number 6. That is Marcos Cunhas. Please wait their way to the medical center. Thank you very much. That is the companion, a mechanic of number 6. That is Marcos Cunhas. Please make your way to the medical center for standard checks. Thank you. So, into the race we will go. Qualifying Heat B versus F. The OK senior drivers will have 13 laps of the course rather than 10. And it looks as though Molnar and Strauven have got this one neat and tidy, but not neat and tidy enough. We are going to go round again.
Yes, we are. False start declared on that one, so they will go round once more. If anything, that just gives them a little bit more time to get everything up to temperature, because I suspect the track, after that rain that we had this morning, will be a little bit green out there. So that certainly gives them a little bit more time to get some rubber down on the circuit. There is a clear, defined rubber line out there, but I suspect it might be still that little bit greasy and slippery for them. Long day ahead for these drivers. Remember, these tyres so far have already done qualifying and 2 race heats. They've got several more over the course of the day, and of course the super finals tomorrow on Saturday, with the finals later, but they'll be on a fresh set of tyres. And again, tyre management over the course of this weekend is a vital one. And with this track being so tight and twisty, they are using these tyres quite some bit, aren't they?
They are indeed, and they'll certainly burn them up to their most intense advantage. We'll have to see how it all plays out once we actually get under starters' orders again. Drivers coming through out of the final turn and lining themselves up once again. This is where we could get a little bit of speed up. Here we go. Up to the first corner, and it's actually Molnar going with Alex Powell around the outside that has held on through the first couple of corners. So Molnar and Powell have got the best starts. Strauven slots into third position. Avramidis is there or thereabouts. Looks as though everybody's got through without incident in the first few corners. So definitely those damp patches have dissipated as everybody now on slick tyres, and it's all fine and dandy as the drivers now head their way to the pits turn. But Alex Powell has already got a little bit of breathing space. Martin Molnar going a bit defensive as he holds on to the lead and skating to the pit lane entry. That is Gabriel Gomez.
It was, wasn't it? And I think that was brake failure. He comes back onto the track. It just did not stop. So he's carried on with the race. But what happened there? It looked like he locked up somewhat, but it just did not stop, did it?
It was one of those moments where there is still a little bit of a damp patch on the circuit, no doubt. So Gabriel Gomez catching it at exactly the wrong moment, and that puts him down at the back. This is heaven sent for Alex Powell, his championship rival, who is in second position, having a great run, just tucked up behind Martin Molnar. Doesn't have to rush the overtaking move, but he finds it nicely into turn 3 on the second lap. So Alex Powell hits the front.
Yeah, Powell looking much stronger today. Remember, it was a 7th and a 4th place he had yesterday. Right now leads this group, but he's got a lot of pressure here. He's got Strauven, Avramidis, and Molnar still behind. There is lots of work yet to happen in this race, but it looks like he's already started to open gap here. Molnar is holding up the 2 Kart Republic drivers just behind of Strauven and Avramidis. So keep a very close eye on this battle, because I suspect it might kick off very, very soon with Strauven there all over that rear bumper of Molnar as they exit out of the final corner. I suspect we could see an overtake here in towards turn 1.
So here comes the chance move from Strauven. He's actually trying to work with Avramidis to close up on Molnar a little bit more decisively. Up to turn 3. They hook their way through 4. And now up to the turn 4 corner. This is the move. And it's beautifully done by both Kart Republic drivers. So Strauven and Avramidis both make their way past the energy course, up into 2nd and 3rd now. Bogunovic in 5th place from Volta. Wisniewski, Tadej Babachkova in the 2nd Forza. Anatoly Kivalkin is there in 9th place. And then McLaughlin, Morgato, Buzar, Vinci, Ider and Kastelic. Already, Gabriel Gomez has got past his teammate Ronnie Stefani to move up into 23rd, and he'll be cutting his way through the field like paper. In fact, he's now got through 3 of them. He's got through Adrian Ferrer and Enea Frey as well.
Yeah, certainly some nice drives there. Biggest mover so far in this race. Michael Adair, 6 positions gained. Ryan Vincent also 6 positions gained. So plenty of moves happening there. But I'm impressed with Powell in this one. He started this one on the 2nd row, and how he even got into 2nd place and up into the front within the first lap is quite incredible.
He was very clever, because obviously the original pole sitter, Martin Molnar, had decided to go for the outside line to cut through to the racing line. And Alex Powell was allowed to go with him, of course, because they were on opposing sides originally. But with Molnar taking that outside line, Powell was able to go with him to the first corner. So he was able to cut through quite neat and tidy. And that's really helped Alex Powell to move his way further forward. So certainly going in the right direction for the time being. Up in the first part of the race, it has been very tricky for David Walter to stretch away. He's managed to get through past Martin Molnar now, though. So up into 4th place goes the Dane. Bogunovic is there in 6th position. Watch for the 2 Forza teammates, Wisniewski and Babachkova. So Wisniewski is there in 7th at the moment, trying to cut his way through past Alex Bogunovic in the Tony car, looking for the move on the inside. Bogunovic just keeping it nice and tidy for the time being, not really over-exerting the kart at this point. They go through the S's and onto the back straight. This is where there's still a few damp patches around, but Wisniewski is going to size up the opportunity, gets the move done on Bogunovic very nicely indeed there. Bogunovic is going to have to work hard on the exit, though, and he absolutely returns the favour on Gustav Wisniewski. Both drivers losing out ground there to the drivers in front, and Teresa Babachkova is moving in for the kill.
Yep, that gap closing in ever much so. You can just see her in the background there, out of the final corner, now into the start-finish line. Slipstream will kick in. She checks over the shoulder there just to see what is going on behind. You can see there Anatoly Kivalkin just closing in as well, so you're going to have to be careful here. Remember, these races 13 laps, relatively long, 1,224 metres, as Mateusz Morgato, warning flag for him in the 2:04, so he'll have to be careful here.
Yeah, the reigning world champion, he had made up about 8 places at one point, and then he got himself into an incident, which I assume is why he's been given the warning flag, because he's now all the way back down to 16th position again. He was in as high as 11th at one stage, so definitely positions gained and then dropped again for Mateusz Morgato. Lots of midway battles continuing as Gabriel Gomez has now worked his way up to 19th place past the German Matilda Patz as the drivers come through. It's Powell, Straubing, Avramidis, Walter, Molnar, Babičkova, Bogunovic and Wisniewski. So Teresa Babičkova has worked her way forward now into P6. She really has settled into the Forza Racing team very quickly indeed. She seems to like their manner and their methodology. It's definitely bringing out the best of her.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the performance that they showed at Cremona in the Czech Republic, both in the FIA Europeans in OK and in Champions of the Future. A nice dive down the inside there through the turn 8 hairpin.
That was Wisniewski.
And yeah, I think that's what really shone out for a lot of people. Solid performance from the team. They certainly knew what they were doing, especially around these tight, twisty layouts. And we're seeing that again this weekend. Dries van Langendonk is a perfect example of that when he's already taken several wins.
Well, this is the key difference between a team like Forza and a team like Tony Kart. I mean, you've got the manufacturers, your Tony Karts, your Kart Republics, your Energy Courses, your Paralins, your CRGs. They are very much of the ethos of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. It's very much about keeping the business flowing and letting everybody know what you're doing. The teams like Forza, like Prema, like Ricky Flynn, these are the teams that are absolutely addicted to winning. Their only interest is to win races. They are so focused. It's not a business for them, it's a passion. And as far as they're concerned, they want to extract the most out of the drivers, the most out of the material, and they really want to push forward. That's not to say that the manufacturers don't want to, of course they do, but at the same time, there's a slightly different methodology in the way that the satellites go racing compared to the manufacturers, and it's always fascinating when the two types of team mix in with each other. And then, of course, you've got the privateers who are basically throwing everything they possibly can at the wall, hoping that some decent setup sticks. It's a fascinating dynamic as the three different types of team continue to quest on the same bit of race circuit. So Straubing, Powell, Walter, Avramidis, Molnar and Babičkova. I'm very impressed with Thomas Straubing. Having worked his way through past Alex Powell, he has now started to really bolt away, and he has actually gained half a second on the Jamaican.
Yeah, it certainly is driving away on this one. Last lap was the fastest lap of the race, 48.643. That was very close to the qualifying times that we were seeing yesterday. So, again, just showing that the track now is back to an optimal condition and optimal layout. So I think the drivers will all be happy now with continuing for the rest of the day on those slick tyres. Back over the start-finish straight they go. Big look over the shoulder there for Straubing, and all is well for him. It's close here, though, just behind us. Martin Molnar has latched onto the back of Avramidis as they continue to battle their way for fifth and fourth place. And right now, Molnar, who led this one from the word go, started it on that front row in P1, decided to go for that switch. And do you think from himself that was that the smartest thing to do, to switch? Yes, okay, you're on the normal racing line, but you then released Alex Powell to go in front, and then that's where it all went wrong for Molnar, wasn't it? Because then he was able to get the move, and then everyone just kind of started overtaking. If he'd stuck with his same original spot, he would have Javier Ramirez just behind. Nothing against Javier Ramirez. He's had a good start all the way throughout this weekend. It's just the results have just not been there for him.
I tell you what, the benefit of hindsight is a wonderful thing, isn't it? I mean, you can obviously look at that and kind of go, yes, well, we're in the right position for turn one. And they were in the right position for turn one. Unfortunately, they weren't in the right position for the remaining 12 and a bit laps. So a difficult situation for the Energy Course crew to find themselves in there. So here's David Walter. Now he's attacking Alex Powell. So the Koski driver might get an opportunity here down on the inside, and he's going to take it. Very decisive from the Dane. So David Walter gets himself in a second position, and there's more argy-bargy down into the pit turn. There's a couple of drivers getting caught out there through the end of the second sector. I think we may have seen Alexander Bogunovic lose out quite a few positions there.
Oh, and there's a cart-off, sorry.
There is a cart-off. It is Bogunovic. It is Bogunovic, so he drifted off the road initially, and now he's really drifted off the road. So I'm afraid Bogunovic, who ran as high as fourth position at one stage, has now plummeted all the way to the back.
Now, that wasn't on your screens. That was out the commentary box window. Unfortunately, it's very difficult not to look out the commentary box window here at Cremona because the walls are made of glass.
Yes, indeed. There's so much going on around this course as well. It's easy to get drawn in by the television pictures you can see, but then for us, it's also very addictive to see what's going on elsewhere around the circuit at the same time.
It also means that we can't get away with anything in the commentary box.
No, indeed, yeah. We are not allowed to miss anything.
No, exactly.
Straubing, Walter and Powell. This is a very addictive battle now because Powell, having got away initially, is actually falling into the clutches of Molnar again.
Yeah, Molnar certainly has come back now. He just set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well, 48.206. So certainly has found some waft in that kart as he makes his way back over the finish line. Last lap board is now out. for Thomas Strauven. David Walter still there in second place. And this battle here for third, Martin Molnar looking very, very quick now, got to say. Powell taking a slightly tighter line there. Powell's best result so far this weekend has been fourth place, so finishing in third would certainly be a nice little booster for him. Back with the front runners there, and Strauven still breaking away, still got about half a second lead here from David Walter. But Walter has looked certainly very, very quick here over the course of this weekend. David Walter come through from 10th place at the start of this one. So he's had an absolutely dominant race, but another beautiful run here for Thomas Strauven, his first win of the weekend. It was the second and third yesterday, and he starts the day with a race win across the line from David Walter. Alex Powell gets his best result of the weekend as well, finishing in third from Martin Molnar and Javier Ferramidis. Teresa Babichkova finishes in P6 from Wisniewski. McLaughlin rounds out the top 8 from Kowalkin, and Kashelich the top 10.
Strauven looks particularly worn out after that one. I thought I saw him clutching his ribs as he came through. But this is a brutal sport at this level in karting, and sometimes you can even do yourself a mischief without even hitting anything. So it is a very physical discipline of motor racing. There is Alex Bogunovic, who ends his race on the sidelines out of the final corner. So very disappointing indeed for Alex Bogunovic, who has really not had the best of weekends, it has to be said so far. He's had great pace in the Tony Kart Factory team, but it just has all come unstuck for the Slovenian. So very unfortunate indeed, and that's a very miserable end to what promised to be a very decent start to the day for him in the OK Senior category. Obviously, in OK Senior, you are 14 years and over, or you are going to turn 14 in that first year of competition. So Bogunovic, having stepped up from the juniors last year, definitely learning about it the hard way. Thomas Strauven, though, taking the victory for Kart Republic. David Walter in second for Koski, and Alex Powell, the Jamaican, in third position for the Prema team. Then Martin Molnar and Xavier Avramidis from Teresa Babichkova, Gustav Wisniewski and Finn McLaughlin. Then Anatoly Kowalkin and Mark Kastelic, Michael Adair, Guillaume Bouzard, Dante Vinci, the reigning world champion Matthias Mogato, and well done to Gabriel Gomez for bouncing back to 15th, having been off the road on the very first lap of the race. Matilda Pats in 16th place, where she started. Alex Sawyer, the young man from Vietnam, in 17th position in front of Adrian Ferrer. Zoe Florescu in front of Ryan Vincent, Enea Frey, Ronnie Stephanie, and then, of course, the two retirements, Alex Bogunovic on the final lap, and Martti Rittinen in his Birolart, ending up dropping out of the fray a little earlier than that. Some decent highlights in that one, and particularly right from the start, Martin Molnar and Alex Powell stretching away and not able to get into first position by the checkered flag. So that went the way of the Belgian Thomas Strauven, with David Walter bouncing back into form.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replays in a moment, but Martin Molnar's decision there to switch to the racing line at the start, the outside line going in towards turn one, was certainly a bold choice. Again, they have that run into it. The conditions there certainly favourable. Here's a look at some of the replays here. Now, the first start obviously was a false start, but the rest of them did get away well. Certainly, though, a very interesting race. It was a bit more of a procession, though, in some spots, but I think when the race got on, we still saw some fabulous overtakes, and I think that's really turned it up a little bit going into this one.
Yeah, this is the incident where Gabriel Gomez, look, he actually caught the wheel on the grass there, so there was no contact from anybody. He just caught the wheel on the grass, and that was all it took to basically overshoot and then drop to the back of the field. That's a big moment in this Euro Series, of course, because Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian driver, fighting for the championship. Up the inside, Alex Powell, who is the series leader, he took the lead initially from Martin Molnar, managed to get through in fine style, but after that point, he was not able to sustain it. He definitely had a lot of hard work to do to get the race won, and unfortunately, there were several drivers who were able to make it happen in a much stronger form. So you can see Molnar, and then, of course, the likes of Strauven and Avramidis all in the mix. The man who isn't even on the scene by this point in the early part of the race, David Walter, would be the one to storm his way through past everybody. So very exciting stuff so far from the contenders. There's the move from Avramidis, which is then immediately, from Strauven, which is immediately repeated by Avramidis, I should say. So there were some very bold moves as the drivers cut their way through. But you got to see some amazing performances from the drivers. That's Wisniewski getting his run on Bogunovic, and that's what brought his teammate Teresa Babichkova into the mix a few laps later. But you can see there's still some damp patches around the course, even in this early part of the day. It's, I think, this race onwards where we're going to see the normal service resumed from the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte at Cremona, as we gear ourselves up ready for the next race of the day, which is back to the OK Juniors, the ages 11 to 14. And obviously, it is the most subscribed grid of all of the grids we have so far this weekend, the juniors. There is Thomas Strauben taking the victory in this heat. Right, back to form in the OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E, as the formation lap is about to begin, and we see one of the most heartwarming stories in karting in the last 5-6 years. Alexander Bondarev, the Phoenix, they call him. And the man from Ukraine, who had a very nasty accident midway through last year, he's bounced back in form and is now leading the European Championship and also fighting for supremacy in the Euro Series. Tibor Ramakas alongside him on the front row of the grid. Jack Eilif and Christian Costoya from Tiziano Monza and Noah Wolf, then Oliver Kinmark and Jindro Peschel, Ethan Lennon and Matt Corby from Marius Barryberg and Alp Hassan Aksoy, Zhao Yushun and Georgi Zazov from Bennett Gaspar and Jared Clark, Hugo Marti and Oscar Repetto, Matthias Orjuela and Efim Deronov, Vasily Apostolidis and Andy Consani, Lisa Biard and Chiara Batig, Gabriel Kunikan and Simon Mayer from Sebastian Minz and Murado Doroca, Marie Barryberg, Enzo Ruggiero, Natizo Mabunda and Radek Vavra. And I noticed that there are 2 drivers missing, and that is Simon Mayer for the Tyrillian squad and Radek Vavra in the Samarco IBK. I have a feeling that both of them are absent due to some of the incidents that cropped up yesterday. So hopefully they're all right. But Alexander Bondarev versus Tibor Ramakas. This has been a little rivalry that's been brewing in OK Junior right from the word go.
It really has, and well, as well, if you look at the top 4 in this one, 3 of them have all had heat wins so far this weekend. Yesterday, Bondarev with 2, Ramakas with 1, and Costoya with 1 as well. Jack Eilif, yesterday, who starts in 3rd place in this one, didn't go well in race 1, retired from the race, but race 2 certainly was an improvement. He finished P2 as well, so again, the top 4 drivers in this one certainly showing that they have been all battling for that top spot. This time around, we're going to see them battle against each other, and it is going to be quite an interesting one, I imagine. Bondarev sticking with that inside line, not switching to the outside. He does not want Costoya to follow him along. This time he'll have Eilif. Into the tram lines we go. And are we going to be going first time of asking? It looks good. Green lights go out, and a great start from Bondarev. And actually the top 3, Eilif and Tiziano Monza, follow as well. All 3 of them switching to the outside and go 1, 2, 3 as they dive down in towards turn number 2 now. And watch that inside line there. You don't want to be on the outside because it can very easily go wrong for you. But everyone gets away well.
Eilif had a real look at Bondarev there through turn 5, decided to bail out of it, and that has really given everybody else the chance to move up. Ramakas is getting some support from Monza down into the hairpin. Monza is the one who cuts through and up into 3rd position. Great run from Tizi Monza, who has now got himself into 3rd position at the expense of the 51 of Christian Costoya. He gets bailed out there, and unfortunately down to 5th position as there's a little bit of nudging going on as they work their way through the S's, but Bondarev still leads the way. Eilif in 2nd place. 3rd now is Tiziano Monza, who managed to help Tibor Ramakas down the back straight and then turned rogue on him to get into 3rd position. Great recovery and very decent vision indeed from Monza. He is absolutely on it this weekend.
Yeah, he went with them at the start of the race. It was Bondarev, Eilif and Monza who got the good getaway from the start-finish line, so it was in 3rd place before they even got to turn 1, so it was a solid little attempt at driving there.
Ramakas got the move, sorry. Ramakas into 3rd place, and a couple of drivers kicking up the dust through the S's. Got to be careful. Down onto the back straight, we've got 3 or 4 karts wide, and is that the move on Ramakas again from Monza? I think it is. So Monza's actually got through, and so too has Costoya. So Monza's back to 3rd, Costoya's through to 4th at the expense of the Belgian Tibor Ramakas, and Marius Barryberg is right up there in P6. His confidence has skyrocketed since his Academy Trophy win at Trinech earlier this year.
Yeah, it certainly has. We did say that's going to be a confidence booster for him, and it certainly has worked out just like that. There he is in P6.
Costoya coming for 3rd.
Yep, down the inside, gets that one done. In towards turn 1, very tricky sort of overtaking spot there, but keep an eye because, well, you've got Tibor Ramakas right there in that fray. He has not had a good start here from the front row.
Now he's got back into 4th position, though. He's managed to make the move on Monza. Marius Barryberg decides to be a little bit patient. That was a little bit of a late-breaking moment from Barryberg. Monza, the innocent victim in that one, just got a little bit rubbed up. And now they come down to the braking zone. Monza defends valiantly from the Norwegian, who tries to cut in around the outside. And Monza has to concede as Marius Barryberg gets through into 5th position in the DPK.
Yeah, now that's a heavy dent he's got in that front nose now. He's going to have to be careful that that hasn't dropped. It is looking just that fraction wobbly, but it looks okay there. Back over the start-finish line they will go round the final corner. And again, slipstream effect will kick in here, but I don't think they're going to have the momentum down in towards turn one this time around. It's actually a relatively short start-finish straight here at Cremona, isn't it? It's a tight, compact circuit. There's a lot going on in such a small space.
Yeah, it's a very busy race circuit is the best way to describe it. Bondarev out in front of Eilif and Kastoya. Then it is Ramakers, Barryberg and Monza. Matt Corby, the Swiss driver, doing well in 7th place in front of the British driver Noah Wolf. Then it is Zhao Yushun from China in front of Sweden's Oliver Kinmark. Then Matthias Ortweiler of Colombia from Jindro Peschel of the Czech Republic. Very good racing going on in the mid-pack of the drivers charging their way through. Well, some good moves from Matthias Ortweiler, the Colombian up 8 places. Andy Consani, the Frenchman, up 7, so doing a fair job. Andy Consani, of course, the son of the GT racer Robert Consani, who did a fantastic job earlier this season, both at Monza and Paul Ricard, and that's a big drift wide from the VDK of the 82, the 92, I should say, sorry, of Matt Corby. So Corby losing it out of the final turn, and that has really impeded him. Another driver on the move, by the way, is another of the DPK racers from Switzerland, and that is Chiara Batig. She has worked her way to 18th position as Kastoya has caught and passed his teammate Jack Eilif.
Yep, changes happening all the way throughout the field this time around, but the biggest mover out there...
Oh, we've had an incident. Sorry, 2 cards have come off there at the S's. So just out of our commentary box window, you could just about see that on the pictures as well. But it looks like one of the Formula K carts has gone off the road. So that is Peschel, and with Matt Corby. So 2 big names, Matt Corby and Jindro Peschel, unfortunately have crashed out in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, big shame for that one, but eyes on the battle here for 3rd place. Still kicking off, Ramika's still there in P4, wanting to get the move done here on Eilif. Eilif not getting the opportunity really to let him through, but now he does, and through goes Ramika's. And moves up now into P3. That was just before the yellows that they come through in this section here. It's just off the end of this corner here behind those barriers. Green flag conditions back out now. And Ramikers will have the opportunity to close down on Christian Costoy now, but he is running out of time. Half race distance now is complete of this race. Certainly the battle for 2nd place is far from over.
Yeah, Matt Corby was determined to try and get going again, and that sort of delayed the recovery of his kart. He only gets 1 chance to push start it, but the kart was embedded so heavily in the grass, he couldn't actually get it going again. So, Kastoya in 2nd, being reined in now by Tibor Ramikers. Jack Eilif still in the mix. There's Tiziano Monza. He's worked his way back into P5 in front of Barryberg and Noah Wolf. So Noah Wolf is going to work his heart out here to try and get into the top 6. The Leclerc by Lennox driver, still in his first full season in Europe. Here he goes. Big move from Noah Wolf. Excellently done there on the inside of the Norwegian. Watch out in the background, because Oliver Kinmark is going to try and make his impression as he tries to cut through and do a fine job as on the back straight. A big move. Oh, that's Marius Barryberg getting 2 wheels on the grass, and that's really caught him out as Oliver Kinmark has managed to get through into 7th.
So, changes still happening all the way throughout. Consani's up 10 places as well. He's up to P12 now. Is Andy Consani. Keep an eye on him. There is your man there, Matt Corby. And he has not had a good run on this one. Ran wide out of the final corner as well, didn't he? So maybe there was a problem with the kart that maybe even forced that incident to happen at the chicane.
So Tibor Ramikers really starting to hassle Christian Kastoya. 3 drivers in the top 3 that have all won races so far this week. Bondarev twice, Kastoya and Ramikers 1 apiece yesterday. So now somebody has got to break the deadlock, and certainly at the moment Bondarev in the form of his life. Here comes Ramikers diving through on the inside of Christian Kastoya. Can he shut it down on the exit of the apex? No problems at all for the Belgian as he continues to run in fine form, but Kastoya is already trying to seek a way to come back at him, but he had to bail out of the left-hander. He's already opened up about 2 car lengths.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing all right on this one. I mean, he's fastest lap on that last one, 49.456. Certainly is showing that he's got some pace here, and look at the gap that he's opened up already across the start-finish line. There is a couple of laps left in this one. Last lap board is not out yet. That will come out at the end of this one. Has Ramika's got enough to close in on Bondarev here? I think it's too much to ask for. It's 9/10 is the gap, but he is running around 5/10 faster than Bondarev.
He definitely has the potential. Now that Bondarev knows he's there, he'll probably step up the attack a little bit more to counteract. But Bondarev doing a fair job out in front of Ramikers, then Kastoya, Eilif, Wolf, Monza, Kinmark and Zhao Yu. And then Andy Consani is absolutely storming Andy Consani up to 9th place now. That's 13 places gained for the Frenchman. So Andy Consani doing a fair job as Matthias Ortweiler got caught out there by Barryberg, Clark and Aksoy. As into the final lap goes Bondarev. And look at Ramakers. He is doing everything he possibly can to chip away at this lead.
He really is. I mean, look at that. Now 7/10 of a second. Final lap board is out. I've got to say, if he pushes that a little bit too hard, he might scupper his tyres more than he'll like. But certainly, he's proving a point here.
Yeah, it's a very good point. You can't afford to push your tyres too hard just to win one heat, because obviously the drivers keep these tyres. They bolt them onto the kart at the start of qualifying, and you keep them on the kart all the way through to the end of the superheat at the end of Saturday morning. And then you get a fresh set for the final. So you've got to be cautious as much as you have aggressive. Mind you, Ramakers hasn't read that script. He's doing everything he possibly can to close up on Bondarev and give him a nasty scare at the end of the race. However, Bondarev is going to hold on and make it 150 points out of 150 points. 3 wins out of 3. Ramakers and Castoya in his wake. Eilif in 4th position in front of the very talented Noah Wolf, ahead of Kinmark and Tiziano Monza. Great battles from those two as well. Shin Zhao Yu, Adi Ghonsani, and Jarrett Clark. Where did he come from on the final couple of laps? Jarrett Clark managing to get himself into the top 10 there in fine style in front of Aksoy. And another big charge, Chiara Batig, the Swiss lady, all the way up to 12th position. Good work from the driver who is part of the Alpine Race Her program and was at the British Grand Prix last week, clearly getting divine intervention.
Yeah, exactly. That is a nice, solid run from the entire grid. Still retirements, though, in this one. Marius Barryberg, Matt Corby, and Jindřich Peschel. Peschel has not had a good weekend, or definitely a good second half. He was 10th place yesterday, disqualified in his second heat, and now a retirement in his third. So Jindřich Peschel not liking this weekend so far. But for the rest of the grid, certainly a very good one. Like we were saying there, Bondarev and Ramakers. Solid race between the two of them, but Ramakers pushing so hard on those last few laps there. Certainly found the WAF. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Bondarev from Ramakers, Castoya from Eilif, Wolf from Kinmark, Monza, Sun Zhao Yu, and Ghonsani. Jarrett Clark rounds out the top 10 after gaining 6 positions. Alpak Soy from Chiara Batig finishing in P12. 12 positions gained there for Chiara. Certainly a good run. Mateusz Ojuela finishing in 13th place from Efrem Duronov. Hugo Marti and Vasilis Apostolidis finishing in 16th place. 5 positions gained from Uriel de Roches. 11 positions gained finishing in P17. From Oscar Repito finishing in P18. Marie Barryberg, I should say, from Lisa Billard. Round out the top 20 from Sebastian Mins, Ruggiero, Koeniken, Gasper, Lennon, Meyer, Mabunda, and Zazov, rounding out the 28 karts that finished that race. Certainly an interesting one. Again, another little clean-up job happening, and hopefully that should be a quick one. Here's a look then at some of the highlights, and again, good start then from that inside row. Bondarev, Eilif and Monza actually got the jump on the rest of the field before they even made it to turn 1. Ramakers certainly caught sleeping at the line. He would then end up in P4 at the start of that one. It was Noah Wolf who was on the outside going in towards turn number 2 on the first lap. Certainly not where you want to be, but he did make that work. He then finished this race in P5 after gaining 1 position. This was the moment then that the two Paralins went to work on each other, Castoya and Eilif, fighting their way through. Castoya would get the move done. And then Marius Barryberg here, unfortunately, with those little comings together, would lose out a lot of that front bumper, and he would drop down the order just that little bit, so not the result he will have wanted. But still, the rest of the race went pretty solid. And for this man here, Timo Ramakers certainly found his way forward at the end of that race, getting overtake left, right and centre, with Wolf getting that move done at the end of the race, getting past Oliver Kinmark as well as Tiziano Monza. But for Matt Corby, his race ended prematurely, running wide out of the final corner, and then are coming together as well at the chicane. But checker flag would go out, and well, for Bondarev, it was all he needed. Another race win, 150 intermediate classification points. Certainly a very good weekend for him.
Yeah, I don't think Timo Ramakers is done here. He's in there in 2nd position, chasing down Alexander Bondarev, and you can see the clean-up job going on down at the end of the pit lane. But I just got a feeling that Timo Ramakers is only just getting dialed in for the event here. There's still a lot more to come from the Belgian. So don't be too surprised if he starts to take some names out there on the course. Right, as the cleanup job continues and finishes up in the OK Juniors, back to the OK Seniors, and the man on pole position could well be a bit of a headliner by the end of this year. The Dutchman on pole position What is it about the famous sons of great racing drivers from the Netherlands? You wait ages for somebody to follow on the dynasty and get into Formula One and have great success, and it looks like we could have a couple of them, because not only does Tom Coronel's son Rocco do a great job in the world of karting, but so too does Le Mans and F1 driver Jan Lammers' son. René Lammers is the man on the form here in the OK senior category at the moment, and he took a fabulous pole position yesterday. There he is, getting himself ready in the Paralin Motorsport team. He actually carries the Racing for Nederland colours that his father graced in Le Mans in the late 90s and early 2000s. So great to see that spirit of competition continues in the Paralin Motorsport awning. And for René Lammers, he's doing a great job so far. We caught up with him after qualifying.
Well, the last qualifying session for the senior category is done, and René Lammers goes fastest in group. Well, René, solid time for you. The sunshine is beating down on us. It's very hot out here, but what a time you've set there.
Yeah, pace looking strong for the heats was a bit scary because the CRT broke down right in front of me on my lap. But thankfully that didn't hurt me much and still managed to get P1.
Now let's talk a little bit about the circuit. We've been talking to a lot of drivers saying that it's a bit tricky out there, not much rest time you get. It's very tight, very technical. How are you finding it?
Yeah, on this track there's a lot of grip, so not many straights, so the tires definitely get the wear and the heat. But yeah, so far I think we've been handling it pretty well.
Game plan for this one, obviously a little lower down in the championship of the standing, but certainly fastest out on track. Are you planning just to stay there in that top spot, not have to worry about anything really?
Yeah, we're going to try and save the tires in the heats, obviously, and yeah, try and get the best preparation for the final, and we'll see how that goes.
Well, we'll let you get some rest, but congratulations, well done. We'll see you out on track a little bit later on.
Yeah, thanks.
He's definitely one to watch this weekend, isn't he? When he gets his dander up, he is a proper fighter.
He really is. But a crucial thing that what he mentioned in there is that it is a fast circuit, but it is demanding, and there's not a lot of rest time, meaning tyres are crucial. The driver who starts alongside him, though, Enzo Tarvanechko, yesterday also had a good day. Took a race win in his first and a second place in his second race. He starts this one on the front row. Certainly another driver who has got some serious potential this weekend.
Yeah, let's not forget he is the junior world champion. He got picked up by the Red Bull program at the end of last year and has very much embedded himself into the mode of the Junior Academy. He is the youngest member of the Red Bull Academy at this moment, as far as I'm aware, and certainly doing a sensational job this weekend. It's kind of taken him 6 months to really bed himself into the OK category. Of course, a lot of the F1 juniors find themselves racing in the Prema Racing awning. That seems to be where they've kind of congregated in 2023. And it has taken a bit of time for him to get up to speed and stay consistent in the OK senior category. However, Cremona, he certainly seems to have clicked with it pretty quickly and is right there on pace. Another driver that karting aficionados will want to keep an eye on in particular is the man starting in third position. His first weekend in the senior category at this level in OK, and starting from third position on the grid, the CRG driver, Luis Iglesias, who of course many people will know Louis from in and around the paddock because his father, Jeremy, is a former world champion in the gearbox category, one of the legends of our sport. And Luis Iglesias is absolutely turning out to be a chip off the old block.
Yeah, I caught up with Jeremy Iglesias at Sarno last weekend. It certainly was very hot there, but his lad here certainly has been doing a very good job. Third and a second over the course of yesterday, so certainly a very dominant performance. I am curious to see how he will do over the course of the rest of the day and tomorrow as well.
I mean, if he could come in from behind everybody and manage to steal some silverware when he's literally coming here for the first time in the Euro Series, that would rub a few noses out of joint, but it would certainly prove what the Frenchman can do. He's literally only been focusing on French competition and regional variants of karting up to this point, but throwing himself right into the deep end in the senior category as well. He's not just come at this in junior, he's gone straight in at senior and tried to see what he can do. And look at the drivers he's in front of the grid. Just from this group of drivers in time qualifying, he's in front of Lucas Fluscher, he's in front of Samalisto, he's in front of Kian Nakamura-Berta, he's in front of Nathan Tai. These are big names, and he has come straight in and shown his flair. There is Kirill Kutskov, second row of the grid for the DPK team. These are, of course, the DPK Racing colours that carry the brand of the FA kart, which is, of course, Fernando Alonso, and the fabulous racing colours of the region of Oviedo in Spain. So very much part of Fernando Alonso's young talent awning. This is definitely where Fernando is going to be focusing his attention in years to come, isn't he? He's still got a big burning passion for karting. And over the last decade or so, he's really built a bit of an empire in Spanish karting.
He has indeed. We'll certainly see how he does. But again, a man like him still racing in the world of Formula One certainly is a very interesting one.
Does he ever have a day off, do you think?
Oh, I suspect he does. I suspect he does. Starting, though, just behind them, you've got Emanuele Oliveri and Guy Albag, another one of the junior drivers who has stepped it up into the senior category. This is his first weekend in it. And, well, qualifying went his way. He was P6, or he's P6 in this grid. Certainly, qualifying went his way. Races, however, have been a bit of a struggle, and that can be understanding. You know, there is lots to learn. It is not just a case of, oh, it's a bigger engine, let's go a little bit faster. There is so much more to it than just that, isn't there? And he has been thrusted into it like a deer in the headlights.
Certainly has, and it's a lot tougher a task for Guy Albag to switch categories mid-season.
Mid-season,
That's the tough thing. You know, a lot of drivers, they start the year off moving their way up, but Albag has had to do it halfway through the year, or elected to do it, I should say, halfway through the year. They decided, well, what the hey, let's give it a go. And it's turning out to be all right. René Lammers and Enzo Tarvanichko, front row of the grid. Louis Iglesias and Kirill Kutskov from Emanuele Olivieri and Guy Albag. Livoet Sambudler and Jan Pestrovsky from Nathan Ty and Maciej Gladish. Matej Kolnagi and Lucas Flusha from Nasha Tunion and Lucas Samalisto. Len Nice and Kian Nakamura Berta. Dmitro Muravchik and Francisco Macedo. Then William Goh and Ian Eichmans. Preston Lambert and Marcus Saiter from Keenan Sinai. And at the back of the grid is the gold medal winner from the Motorsport Games last year, Ellie Goldstein, in his first appearance in OK in the Euro Series of Champions of the Future. Now, this is actually a big moment for Ellie Goldstein. He has spent pretty much the majority of his career in X30 racing and has won pretty much everything there is to win. He's won the Euro Series, he's been on the podium in the IMA World Finals, he's done a fantastic job, and last year, of course, he got the call up to represent Belgium in the FIA Motorsport Games, and he took the gold medal on his first ever OK weekend. So that really shows you the kind of caliber of driver that Ellie Goldstein is. To come in this weekend, they didn't get it right in qualifying, but the TV kart driver is absolutely the most intense and insane fighter that you're ever going to see in a kart race at this level. If you give Ellie Goldstein even the slightest irritation, that will poke the wound a little bit and he will really go for it. So the kind of driver that has that fiery tenacity. I actually made a passing comment a few weeks ago at one of his races that maybe the motivation was lacking a little bit. And he came and found me afterwards and said, I didn't like what you said about me then, my friend. I'm going to prove you wrong. And I love his fighting spirit. It's one of the most exciting things about watching Goldstein behind the wheel. So, out of the final turn, along the tram lines, Lammers and Tarvanichko, off we go to the first corner. Good start from Lammers. Tarvanichko actually fractionally in front of him as they went to the first corner. Had to bail out of it round the outside as everybody tries to get out of dodge, but there's 2 or 3 carts off the road there at the back. Looks like one of the Claire by Lennox's and one of the Ward Racing Team drivers that have drifted off the road there. I think that might have been Ian Eichmans and Marcus Saiter, as Goldstein has already made up 3 or 4 places towards the back. But René Lammers and Enzo Tarvanichko are as they were, but certainly Tarvanichko up for the fight.
Yep, that was a relatively decent start then from the front runners and a good start then from the front row. Lammers and Tarvanichko now absolutely line astern and battling away to the lead. Down the inside there goes Emanuele Oliveri, gets it up into 3rd place now. A good little overtake and just pushing the CRG driver of Louis Iglesias just down 1 position there. Iglesias fighting back fierce though, across the line they go, and it will be Tarvanichko who leads the way. Now, where did that move happen? I didn't see that one. I think I missed that while I was looking at Oliveri's move.
Yeah, Tarvanichko kind of caught us out there, didn't he? So René Lammers down to 2nd position. I wonder if we can catch that one again. But certainly Enzo Tarvanichko managing to find the lead on the first lap. He was looking threatening right from the outset. He was actually fractionally in front of the Dutchman as they went through turn 1. But then he had to bail out of it as Ellie Goldstein finds himself down at the back again. So I'm not quite sure what's happened to the Belgian. He made a magnificent set of moves on the opening lap. And then for some reason, he has drifted away again. So Tarvanichko, Lammers, Olivieri, Iglesias, Albag doing a great job in 5th. But now he's lost ground as Albag has now lost out to Kutskov and to Nathan Ty, the captain of the Sodi kart ship.
Yep, indeed. So back across the start-finish line they go. Look how close that top 4 is here as, well, once again, Lammers has taken the lead again. Did we miss that one as well?
We did indeed.
Can we stop missing these lead changes, please? Here we go. Lammers still leading then from Tarvanichko. Oliveri has closed right in now and tried to get the move done. It gets squeezed onto the outside. That's going to allow Iglesias to get the move done. And Iglesias moves back up into 3rd place now. And now the rest of them have closed in. Kutskov has closed in and Nathan Ty.
feisty and decisive from Luis Iglesias, really showing his credence there. A big battle coming through the final bend of that sector as Kiya Nakamura-Berta is trying to fight his way forward. The reigning European champion trying to show his cards as Jan Piotrowski has been given a warning flag for his part in that little melee. So he's got to be very careful from here on out. But it's Lammers, Tarvanichkul, Iglesias, Kutskov, Tai and Olivieri. In the background, here comes the cavalry. Piotrowski with Kiya Nakamura-Berta in tow, and then you have Guy Albag in front of his teammate, in front of his rival Mattia Kulnagi in the CRG, and then Liverway Sam Budler of South Africa is in there, Maciej Gladish of Poland is there, and so too is the Spaniard Nacho Tuño.
Big movers all the way throughout, and the biggest will have to go to Kiya Nakamura-Berta. He is in 8th place at the moment, 8 positions gained. The Premier Racing driver certainly looking very, very quick here. Lammers, though, looking even quicker. Fastest lap of the race, 48.795. He is now driving away from Tarvanichkul, who is not able to match the pace here. And I've got to say, is Iglesias and Kutskov starting to close in here? I reckon the battle for second might get a little bit interesting here, as Tarvanichkul is just struggling a little bit with the pace here.
He was determined on the opening lap to get into the lead, and then Lammers found his way back through. But ever since then, he's kind of been on the back foot. Luis Iglesias now having the chance to reel him in. This is such an impressive debut for Luis Iglesias, the Frenchman, who has only been focusing on national competition prior to this, and then to come straight in at OK Senior in Champions of the Future Euro Series, one of the most competitive karting series and motorsport series on the planet. And to come straight in and go into the top 3, that is monstrous from Luis Iglesias. Now, Guy Albag has got himself into the hot water again.
Well, the last qualifying session for the senior category.
Not entirely sure what happened there. But Lammers in front of Tarvanichkul, Iglesias, Kutskov, Tai, Olivieri, and Nakamura-Berta. So Nakamura-Berta back up into P7. Watch out for him in the background in the Premier. You can just see him in the back of your picture. But certainly for the moment, Tarvanichkul trying to chip away. And that is Goldstein.
It is. Heli Goldstein out of the race, so something must have been up with the kart then. You know, he made several positions in the opening lap, and then he dropped right down to the back of the grid. Maybe then technical problems for the Belgian driver, but he is out of this race. He has not had a good one because he retired earlier on as well in the weekend with a collision earlier on.
Well, he's won everything there is to win in X30, so for this year he decided to make the switch to the TB kart team and help them to develop the chassis on international and regional competition. He's been doing that very admirably in the X30 paddock, but then obviously to step up mid-season to come into Champions of the Future, there are going to be some headaches along the way. He knows that, and that was obviously one of those. So hopefully by the time they come back in the Champions of the Future Euro Series in Franciacorta at round 5, there won't be quite so many headaches to deal with. Right, Lammers is only 0.4 of a second now in front of Enzo Tarvanichkul. Iglesias in 3rd position in front of Kutskov and Tai. Let's have a replay of the start. Now look at Tarvanichkul. He's actually fractionally in front, and then he has to bail on the throttle. He was very clever there to be able to hold it around the outside, but then you've got several other moments as the drivers come through. You can see how clustered it gets, and there are the 2 drivers going off. That is Saiter going off the road there with Ian Eichmanns. Now, incredibly, both of them have managed to work their way back forward. They're 13th and 14th again now. So that shows you just how competitive and ultra tight it is in karting as Nathan Tai gets his move on the inside of Kirill Kutskov, and Emanuele Olivieri is sizing up the same move down the home straight.
Indeed, warning flag going out to Eichmanns as well now in the 241. So he won't like that as they continue on their battle here. And, well, I was saying earlier that Tarvanichkul was struggling with the pace. I've got to say, I was completely wrong there, because he has certainly found some now, and he has closed right back in. The gap's now under 0.4 of a second, and it looks even closer now. And, well, I've got to say, Luis Iglesias has followed.
René Lammers has got a technical flag. The race leader.
Oh, well, he has.
The race leader, René Lammers, has been given the technical flag.
Nice.
Oh, my goodness. Now, this will change the entire weekend. His rear bumper is loose.
Oh, no.
I can't believe it. So René Lammers, the race leader who dominated both of his heats yesterday, and he's dominating this one up to this point, the back bumper has come loose, and René Lammers is being called in to retire.
What's his reaction going to be when he sees it? Well, it's nothing really. I can imagine he's just stunned.
What do you say to that? There's nothing he's done wrong at any point in this race. Whatever it is, the bolt has just worked loose on the back of his paralin. I didn't see him make contact with anybody at any point in the race at all. And René Lammers is going to drift into the pits to retire in despair and destitution. He will peel straight. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even see it. I don't think he's even registered that it's him.
No, I don't think he has either. And, well, he's going to go back across the start-finish line. He will see it again. Remember, if he doesn't come in and if he doesn't spot it, remember, that gets upgraded to a black flag. He's got to be careful here. He needs to pit at the end of this lap. Hopefully, he sees it this time around. But, of course, when he's driving around, he can't see his rear bumper. He probably won't even feel that. It's not anything mechanical.
Now.
Has he seen it?
Yeah, he's looking now. He can't believe it. René Lammers, the race leader and the dominant force of the weekend so far, is about to have his third qualifying heat win of the weekend stripped from him.
Well, what a disaster for René Lammers. And, I mean, it's not even closing in there. There's a look then at that rear bumper. Yeah, it's just one of the bolts has failed at the back.
And he's not the only one to retire. Kinan Sanai in the Beyond Racing team has pulled into the pits. And there goes into the pit lane René Lammers, the race leader, the dominant force of this race. There he is, pulled off. He can't believe it. He has been absolutely perfect in this race. No issues at all for him. And that hands the lead to Enzo Tarvanichkil in front of Louis Iglesias. Now, if Louis Iglesias can get one over on Enzo Tarvanichkil and take a heat win on his debut, my goodness, French karting will have found a new sensation.
They will indeed. And there he is, right on that rear bumper. No dramas there whatsoever. Back
what
in
do
Parc
you say
Ferme.
to this?
I mean, whatever the words that René Lammers is saying, it's not broadcastable. So I can imagine it's lucky we don't have a microphone down there, to be fair.
Yeah.
But absolutely devastating for him. Absolutely devastating for him.
He hasn't put a wheel wrong all weekend, René Lammers, and all of a sudden, it just falls apart, literally, as the back bolt on the right rear bumper comes loose and it drops. And unfortunately, that is a technical flag in any man's language. Well, Tarvanichkil versus Iglesias is now the battle for victory. And look at Louis Iglesias. He is fired up. He knows I could win on debut here. I'm going to go for it.
Well, he's tucked right into that slipstream. Didn't go for the move this time around, but he has certainly closed in on Tarvanichkil. Tarvanichkil here certainly running very, very well. 48.4 was that last lap. It was a 48.2 from Louis Iglesias. Louis Iglesias was 2/10 faster on that last lap alone. Look how much he has closed in. He has certainly got his dander up, like you were saying earlier.
Well, this is tricky because you want to go for the win, but you also want to make sure you've got tyres that will last to the end of Saturday's Superheat, as a warning flag goes the way of the 300 of Dmitro Murashchik. So he's got a problem now as well, the young man from Ukraine. Tarvanichkil certainly has solid pace. He doesn't have to push too hard here. But Louis Iglesias would love to take a heat win and the 50 points that go with it. In the background, you've got Nathan Tai just waiting in the wings in case something kicks off between these two. And Kian Nakamura-Berta is now in P5 behind Kirill Kutskov. What a comeback from the reigning European champion. And that is going to be interesting to see if he can get into fourth position. He makes the dive, actually, just out of sight of the camera into fourth position. So Nakamura-Berta has made it happen. And do you know what? I think Louis Iglesias has actually taken the mature route. He's had to think about it and gone, do you know what? Lammers has taken 50 points deficit there. I could go for Tarvanichkil. I could go for a big risk, and it could go horribly, horribly wrong. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow in behind the tie. I'm going to make it happen. And this is going to be a victory that he can be very proud of indeed, Enzo Tarvanichkil, with Louis Iglesias in second place. Out of the final turn, drama here at Cremona as Tarvanichkil takes the win in front of Louis Iglesias, Nathan Tai in third from Nakamura-Berta and Kirill Kutskov as René Lammers loses a win to a faulty rear bumper. Shocking.
Yeah, absolutely disastrous there for René Lammers, but he will come back fighting later on in the weekend. He still sits fifth in the intermediate classifications in the qualifying heat. That would put Tarvanichkil to the top of those as well now with that race win from Strauven. But Louis Iglesias sits third in the intermediate classifications in his first weekend appearance in the OK category. Well, certainly a very good run for him. Second, he matches his best result that he received from yesterday. Also a third and a second place from him. Nathan Tai, solid result from him. 6 positions gained. He finishes in P3. From Kian Nakamura-Berta, 12 positions gained. He finishes in the top 4. From Kirill Kutskov, Emanuele Oliveri from Jan Petrosky. Matej Kolnagi gaining 3 positions from Loveaway Sam Budler, then Nice rounding out the top 10. 5 positions gained for the Belgian driver.
So excellent racing then in qualifying heat C versus E. Not exactly for René Lammers though. He loses a race win as Enzo Tarvanichkil takes it in front of Louis Iglesias and Nathan Tai. Then Kian Nakamura-Berta in fourth from Kirill Kutskov and Emanuele Olivieri. Jan Peszrowski and Mattia Kolnagi from Liverway Sembudla and Lendage. Lucas Fluscher in 11th place in front of Francisco Macedo. Maciej Gladish in front of Marcus Sater and Ian Eichmans. 16th place going the way of the Spaniard Nacho Tunion. Gael Bag, very disappointed, I'm sure, with 17th place, but at least he's learning about OK Senior Racecraft the hard way. 18th for Preston Lambert of the United States. Lucas Samalisto in 19th in front of William Go of the Philippines and Dmytro Murashchik of Ukraine. Big retirements, though. René Lammers, while leading, having a problem with the rear bumper and being asked to report to the pits. Kenan Sanai out of the race in the Beyond Racing kart, and Ellie Goldstein, the gold medal winner at last year's Motorsport Games, having to retire in the TB kart. So, some big scalps, but the big news in that one is René Lammers dropping from 150 points predicted to 115. That changes the whole weekend.
It really does, something he will not like at all. And his start was solid as well. There was no contact at the start, and he kind of drove away. Now, there were changes as the contact in the background there saw a couple of the drivers going off. Ian Ekman's one of them. Certainly not the way you want to start the race. Now, we missed the first initial overtake. There was Emanuele going for the overtake there. Now, where was the race lead overtake? It already happened at that point. So
yeah, I think it was the corner following on from that.
I think it was as well. That was Tavarnichel and Emanuele Oliveira just getting squeezed there, and Luis Iglesias just sending it down the inside, taking full advantage of that situation. That was the moment Ellie Goldstein's car just came to a stop. That was out of the final corner. And again, there is an escape road there, but it's not the pit entrance.
No, indeed, and that's when we finally spotted that there was something amiss with René Lammers' rear bumper. There it is, you can see it at that point, and it's so unfortunate because as a driver, René Lammers has not done anything wrong that we can see. And as a result, it's Enzo Tavarnichel that comes through to take the victory in the end in front of Luis Iglesias and Nathan Ty. So that's definitely changed things as far as the race weekend is concerned. And Tavarnichel is now on 144 out of a possible 150. It's suddenly looking very rosy indeed for the Red Bull Young Gun. Back to OK Junior, and it's the Austrian Mouse who we get to hear from next. Niklas Schaufler, who put it on pole position, not just in group, but also overall. A fabulous run from the Austrian, who is really starting to make big headlines in 2023 in the OK Junior category, and we got to hear from him after his pole position run.
Well, Niklas Schaufler, new fastest time in qualifying for the OK Junior category. Well, solid time, very close though. How was the track for you?
The track was good because it started to rain a bit, and so the track was a bit more fresh. I had to take a bit of risk with the place, but in the end it was worth it.
Certainly was worth it, and now you start on that front row. You've got lots of work ahead of you with the qualifying heats. Do you feel confident going into this round? You happy with the setup?
I'm really happy with the setup, so a big thanks to DPK, and let's see how the heats will be, and a big thanks to everybody.
Well, congratulations, well done. We'll see you out on track this weekend.
Thank you, see ya.
A positive start then for Niklas Schaufler, and a very positive front row of the grid for Kart Republic in general there, because Niklas Schaufler finds himself joined on the front row of the grid with this man, the German Arjen Kreling. And I have to say, he's becoming a bit of a regular runner at the front end of the field. Certainly in time qualifying, he seems to have found his form.
Yeah, second overall at the moment, so he puts himself on that front row. And yesterday he was third and fourth in his qualifying heats. Certainly has been a thorn in the side for a lot of the drivers in the junior category, but certainly showing that he deserves to be there. Yeah, he starts on that outside row, and as well as just behind as well, you've got Mies Huben and Tame Soleil. Tame Soleil has been pretty good this weekend. 2 second places for him. Mies Huben's had a fifth and a fourth. Schaufler with a win and a third. And again, so the top runners here have certainly been interesting. It's only when you get to the row behind where it starts to get a little bit more interesting. Ludovico Busso yesterday, despite the fact that he's qualified fifth overall and starts fifth in this one, 9th and a 7th yesterday. And Lewis Francis, a 30th place in his first race, 6th overall as well on that one. There is Mies Huben, a quick look there for the Ward Racing team. But Mies Huben has certainly been one to watch this weekend as well. Very good in qualifying and has been okay in those heats as well.
Yeah, last year Mies Huben had a bit of a reputation for being a bit of a firecracker with a racing helmet on. He had a few moments of valiance, but There were a lot of incidents last year. He represented the Netherlands in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and I think he, by his own admission, would tell you, you know, he lost a lot of points by just being a little bit fiery. But ever since he's moved to the Ward Racing camp, they've really ironed him out. They've cooled him down. They've sorted out all of the kinks, and he is becoming a real rounded, grounded racing driver. There is Team Soleil, part of the Sauber Academy, the German star, 4th position on the grid for him. He always seems to have a good day followed by a negative one. He never really seems to have that full run of consistency. But in terms of raw pace, you can never take it away from Team Soleil. The German does have his run of bad luck, but he's also able to put himself into a very positive position when the opportunities arise. And he's good at taking full advantage of them. This is a long burn for Team Soleil, of course, because being part of the Sauber Academy now in 2023, give it a few years, when Audi comes in, German driver, Audi branding, he could be absolutely primed for a bit of a rookie turn as a young gun in Formula One one day.
Well, yeah, there we go. That would certainly be perfect timing for him, wouldn't it?
It would.
There's Ludovico Bussa on your screens, again running on the Tony Kart chassis for this one with the Ward Racing team. Now, the Italian is certainly having a good run on this one. We're nearly getting going ready for this race, and that sun is certainly starting to beat down. What is the air temperature now? Still 26 degrees, certainly going up.
So we get ourselves ready for qualifying heat A versus D, and it's going to be an all Kart Republic chassis front row, despite the fact they're in 2 different teams, the satellite squad of DPK Racing and the factory outfit of Kart Republic Motorsport. So Nicolas Schaufler and Ian Kraling on the front row, Mies Huben and Team Soleil on the second, Ludo Busso and Lewis Francis, then Sebastian Letimaki and Stepan Antonov, Sanem Hanar and Meryl Peldes, the very talented female driver, Alphonse Miettinen, and another female up the front, Luna Flusha. Zach Drummond and Boris Leeson, Thomas Gender and David Kozma, Kirill Zitiev and Bernardo Gentil, then Kian Fardin and Louis Cochet, Daniel Kelleher and Lorenzo Campos, Mark Jestengom and Tom Pappenberg, then Santino Panetta and Wojciech Woda, Clara Kowalczyk and Sasha Van Bosch, Roman Kamiab, Antonio Macedo, Kosei Oguma, Giulio Mazzolini, and we no longer have Thomas Kersey making his debut with the Tony Kart factory team. He had to pull out at the last moment. Now, interesting about Lewis Francis, got a nice little tidbit of information to tell you. Lewis Francis has obviously only been racing in Europe for 1 year, having been competing in Mini prior to this, but obviously all the way from Australia. They moved to Monza quite recently, which is also where Alexander Bondarev lives, just down the road. And while Bondarev was on a training camp, Lewis Francis invited himself over and nicked his mate's cables for his racing simulator so that he could play PlayStation for a few days. I wonder what that conversation would have ended up like between the two of them.
I suspect it could have been interesting, but
Give
there
me
we
back
go.
my cables, mate.
Yeah, exactly. If someone broke into my house and stole my cables for my gaming setup,
You wouldn't be friends with them anymore.
I wouldn't be happy. No, I can tell you that. Here we go, though. The next race about to get underway, qualifying heat A and D. OK, Junior, into the tram lines they go. Schaufler and Kraling, who is going to get the whole shot in towards turn number 1? Let's find out. Green flag goes out, and away they go down and towards turn 1, and it's a good start there from Mies Huben.
He nearly gets it.
Nails it.
My goodness, he almost chops across on the inside of Schaufler. They almost banged wheels as they came through. And it's absolute skittles further back as everybody tries their best to stay off the grass. And Mies Huben having to settle for second position for the time being, but he definitely looks motivated.
Bit of concertina effect in the background there as everyone getting through the chicane into the heavy braking zone of turn 8 now. Again, a lot of drivers sticking to that outside line, and one driver getting caught out on the dusty part of the circuit and squeezing. Luckily, keeping it on the track. I'm trying to think who that was. I think that was Wojciech Woda, who went slightly wide there in the back of the field. But certainly at the front, it's looking all well for Nicolas Schaufler here out of the final corner. And he leads the way by quite a few kart lengths here across the line. And Schaufler leads from Huben, from Kraling, Letimaki, Soleil, Hanar, Miettinen, Drummond and Antonov, who rounds out the top 9. Lewis Francis is there in P10.
A very difficult final sector for one of the Kart Republics, losing a lot of time there. Drummond and Francis were able to get their move on Antonov coming through on the final section as well. I think Kian Fardin lost out big time in the final section. So a lot of drivers getting squeezed, but up the inside for second, that's Kraling getting his bid there on Mies Huben. So the German gets through on the Dutchman, and in 4th position, Team Soleil starting to read his opportune moment to come through as well. 5th position for Letimaki, and then we have Hanar and Alphonse Miettinen for the Koski Motorsport team trying to... Oh, contact! And there goes Soleil into the side of Mies Huben's kart. They're both gone. They both try to recover. So they managed to keep going incredibly, but that's definite damage to both karts. And here comes Alfons Miettinen on the inside, bangs wheels with Lehtomäki and squeezes his way through.
Nice little move there down the inside, but he's got to be careful here as going very slow now is Tame Soleil. That kart, well, I suspect, might be a little bit bent and broken there. Very lucky for Mies Huben that the kart didn't fully flip over. That is when a tyre makes contact with another tyre, it pings up into the air, and amazingly, both of them maintain on 4 wheels, so very, very lucky for them. Schaufler, though, leads, and that gap opens up to now 0.6 of a second, and it's opened up a little bit more now as Krailing's there from Selim Hana. Alfons Miettinen now up to 4th place from Lehtomäki, but it's all starting to kick off here as Drummond now dives it down the inside. This is all for about 5th, 4th place at the moment, and it's all starting to kick off here, and the parallel is starting to fall down the order. Lehtomäki is under pressure here.
And so is Lewis Francis, because he's got Kirill Ditiev all over the back of him, so Ditiev is going to work with Francis to storm by up the inside of the number 22 of Lehtomäki. I think it's Dan Kelleher that ended up coming off the kart on the final turn, and he's ended up parking his kart Republic on the home straight, so big unfortunate retirement then for the Irishman. So Dan Kelleher making his debut in the Euro Series. It's not gone well. Now here is Drummond all over the back of Stepan Antonov as they continue to squirk away up to the inside of the corner, and it's going to be Antonov diving through. No, sorry, it's going to be Francis diving through back on the inside of Kirill Ditiev once again as the 67 gets a warning flag, and that, of course, is not just a warning flag for Tame Soleil, who retires from the race anyway, but it's a 5-second penalty as well, and that's bad to worse for Tame Soleil. He's not happy.
No, I can imagine he's very much not. So, unfortunately, his race is over. Eyes back on this battle here as it all starts to kick off there. As you can see, everyone trying to make moves. Thomas Gender's just lost out on a couple of positions there. He has just lost out to Kian Farden and Luna Flusha, who have made up. Kian Farden's on a charge here. He's up to P10, 9 positions gained for the Swiss driver.
And Kirill Ditiev and Santino Panetta have both made 10. The big mover, though, is Klara Kowalczyk, the talented Polish lady for the CRG squad. She's up 11 places as there on the inside dives the 69 of Stepan Antonov, gets through on Miettinen. So Miettinen now has to follow in behind Zach Drummond in the Paralin. Zach Drummond has not had the best of qualifying performances by his standards, but here comes Miettinen back on the inside of Drummond. So Miettinen is going to have to work hard again. There is a kart off.
It's Kian Farden.
Oh, no! Farden was doing such a great job up to that point, and he seems to have dropped it on the end of the second sector.
Oh, that is commentator's curse at its finest right there. Just after I said he was doing so well, he now gets spat off on that infield and will have to retire from this race.
So Kian Farden, the latest big name to fall from the wayside. This is all perfect, though, for the Austrian mouse out in the lead. Niklas Schaufler doing a great job in the DPK.
Oh, and there's 2 more.
Yes.
It's off the screen. Sorry, again, the commentary box is so big of the windows, it's hard to not call it. And there, 2 karts off the track. One of them's the one who fights the Gamoto. That is Santino Panetta. And while he was racing along with Tamas Gender, is that the other driver there?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and Tamas Gender off the track as well. Well, what happened there between those 2?
Yeah, big disappointment between those 2 drivers coming off the road. Here's Miettinen still dueling with Zach Drummond and still having a fantastic job of it. If there's any kid in OK Junior in the karting world that has the ice-cool, laid-back persona of Kimi Räikkönen, it is absolutely Alfons Miettinen. And finally, all the bad luck that he's had in the first 6 months of the year seems to be washing away. He's got into the Koski Motorsport team. He seems to be quite laid back with it. He's obviously very happy with Jan Koski and the mechanics. They've really built themselves around him this weekend, and he is up the front, and he is putting on quite the show. Oh, and off the road, the 148 drifts off there. That is Antonio Macedo in the DR. So the Danilo Rossi chassis, unfortunately, just drifting off the road a little bit there. But still great runs as Alfons Miettinen has not only got ahead of Drummond, he's now trying to drop him.
Yeah, exactly. So the battle at the front seriously changing up here. It's still kicking off in this mid-pack. The number 22 there, Lehtomäki, getting that move done and moving up past Kirill Ditiev, I believe, for P7. So keeping a very close eye on this one. But your race leader at the moment, Niklas Schaufler, still leading the way. And a warning flag going out now to Tamas Gender. I suspect for that coming together between himself and Santino Panetta. He will not like that one. As Stepan Antonov now says the fastest lap of the race. The driver who's in P4 and the number 69 has certainly been making some moves and is slowly closing in on the 3rd place driver of Selim Hana.
So Schaufler in front of Arjen Kraling by a second now. Selim Hana in 3rd position in front of Stepan Antonov. And then we have Miettinen, Drummond, Lehtomäki, Ditiev, Francis and Ludo Busso. And then Merel Peldes in front of Luna Flusha and David Kozma in front of Lorenzo Campos. So an absolutely fantastic run so far from the competitors. And Schaufler there, 1.2 seconds in front of Arjen Kreiling. Hanna in third position from Antonov and Miettinen, with Zach Drummond now in P6 trying to gain ground. A lap and a half to go.
We've certainly seen some interesting races here from the juniors over the course of this weekend. Of course, yesterday you didn't get to see them on the broadcast. If you were here at the circuit, you certainly saw them, where we saw several retirements due to contact. And again, that seems to be the case going into today in the junior categories, which is a big shame. But keeping an eye on this one, wow, the battle for third place is not over yet, is it? The last lap board is coming out this time around. And Stepan Antonov, who has just been setting fastest lap after fastest lap, has closed right in now on Selim Hanav, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, who has done a brilliant job there in third place, though, gaining 6 positions. Checks over the shoulder before they go in towards turn number 1. If anything, that's just given Stepan Antonov the thumbs up there to go for the move, because Selim Hanav is now thinking, what is going to happen on this last lap?
Absolutely, it's only ever an invitation when you start looking behind you. Ditiev has managed to squeeze out Lewis Francis, by the way. There's the replay of the move between Saleh and Huben. Incredibly, they both managed to keep going, although Tame Saleh's race was over fairly soon after that. Look at that airborne, 2 in the air
close.
and 2 on the deck for Mies Huben. He almost rolled it, but he was very lucky to keep it on the straight and narrow as Niklas Schaufler in the DPK card. He was the fastest in qualifying. He's been supreme every time he gets the opportunity. He hasn't won every race he started, but he's certainly a contender now as he comes out of the final turn and clinches the checkered flag for the 2nd time this weekend. Excellent work for Niklas Schaufler in front of Arjen Kreiling. Hanna just hangs on in front of Stepan Antonov with Alfons Miettinen in a very solid P5.
Yeah, nice little run there, 6 positions gained. Zach Drummond then rounds out the top 6. He gained 7 positions in this one from Sebastian Letamaki, who holds on to his 7th place starting spot. Kirill Ditiev gaining 9 places, finishes in P8 from Ludovico Busso. Lewis Francis rounding out the top 10, both of them dropping down 4 positions from Merel Peldes, Luna Flusha and David Kozma. Louis Cachet finishes in P14 from Lorenzo Campos, who rounds out the top 15 after gaining 7 positions from Wojciech Woda and Kosa Aguma, gaining 10 and 14 places each, both with the Koski and Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers there. Drivers make their way back in towards Parc Ferme. And again, several retirements from that race. I think 5 in total. Santino Panetta, Tamas Gender, Kian Fardin, Tame Saleh, and Daniel Kelleher, the retirements. Thomas Kinsey not going out onto the track as did not start. I'm not sure where he's gone, but he wasn't out yesterday either. So hopefully Thomas Kinsey is all right.
Well, there's the confirmation then. Provisional results for qualifying heat A versus D. And that takes us through to all 3 of the rotations of heat number 3 for the OK Juniors. That means every driver in OK Junior now has 2 races to go before the end of today. Niklas Schaufler taking the win from Kreiling and Salim Hanna. The big moments in the race, though, we saw quite a few drivers dropping back. Mies Huben recovered from that incident with Tame Saleh to finish in 19th position. A lot of retirements, though. Santino Panetta and Thomas Gender coming together 5 laps from home. Kian Fardin dropping it in the middle of the course. Big problems there. We also lost Dan Kelleher completely out of sight of everything that we'd seen. And Tame Saleh also involved in an incident on the 3rd lap with Mies Huben. And that put him out of the race by the time the checkered flag fell. So big disasters for several drivers in the field, but obviously there's still a long way to go. And with only 72 places remaining in the super heats tomorrow morning from the 5 heats that will take place for every driver, they've definitely got to maximize every opportunity. So a moment like that for Mies Huben and Tame Saleh will definitely not help. Here's the replay of the start, and you can see very instinctively Mies Huben almost had the lead. Look, he had the opportunity. He just didn't have the commitment on the way through the first corner. He had the speed, he had the line. It was almost as if he was second-guessing himself halfway through the first apex.
I think at that point there, if he'd kept his foot pinned, it would have meant that Schaufler would have probably run wide, because Schaufler was not going to give up the position easily. And yeah, it was just a case of who is more positive on the loud pedal, really, wasn't it?
And I kind of feel that Mies Huben had enough of the kart alongside that if he committed to that, he wouldn't even have gotten near this incident with Tame Saleh. It kind of put him on the back foot ever since that point, because he was second-guessing himself right from the start. It was almost as if he kind of went, right, well, hang on a minute, I just need to re-dial myself in. Just a bit more confidence in his own ability there. He would have committed to that move in turn 1, and I think he would have led and possibly even led going away.
Definitely so, but luckily he did retire. He brought it back, though, to P19 despite that one. That was the moment Cian Farden went off the circuit. Not sure how that happened. Don't know who was racing with. This was the moment that we lost two of the drivers, Santino Panetta and Tamas Gender. Tamas Gender at the end of that would actually end up with a 5-second in-race time penalty for that coming together. So race control certainly keeping a very close eye on it.
It's worth reminding everybody that if you get a warning flag in Champions of the Future, it does as well come with the 5-second time penalty. So you've got to be very careful about when you make these overtakes. And actually, there's been quite a few warning flags that have gone out over the course of racing. In fact, we had 2 just in that one race. Luigi Coluccio is particularly happy with the way things are going this weekend. The Italian, who dovetails his karting efforts for Tony Kart with racing a Ferrari GT in the Italian GT Championship. He absolutely adores his racing of any kind. Still very much in love with the world of karting, and after yesterday's pole position run, he'll be very happy indeed with where he starts here in Cremona.
Well, qualifying practice Group 2 is done, and our fastest driver in session, Luigi Coluccio. Congratulations, just fractionally faster than Martin Molnar. How confident are we going into this weekend?
I'm super happy about this pole. To be honest, I was not expecting to be on pole with 1/10, so which is a lot. I'm very happy. I was feeling good from this morning, but I was not expecting pole. So I just try to keep my position and win as many hits as possible and do a good job for Saturday.
For Saturday, yes. Like I say, it's weekend moves forward one day here at Champions of the Future. But certainly how the track conditions have been quite interesting. The rain has been coming down, the sun's been coming out. It's very humid here. How are you feeling as a driver?
I feel good. I mean, every time I go on track, I try to do my best and see as soon as possible the track condition. So it's very different from yesterday. The track is less heavy than yesterday. So nothing. Just try to keep this till Saturday.
Well, let's see what you can do from the front of the grid. You don't have any traffic in front of you. It's a clear run in towards turn 1. Do you think the circuit layout is good enough for holding a position?
Yeah, of course. I try to stay on the inside, of course. I don't switch because I see in the last races that many drivers switch the road, but I don't like. I try to stay on the inside and do my best.
Let's see what happens. Best of luck, Luigi Coluccio.
Thank you.
Interesting to hear from Luigi Coluccio. We saw it a couple of times this morning, drivers deciding to switch sides on the starting grid, which you're allowed to do, of course, if you're in pole position. You're the only driver who's allowed to choose whether you switch sides or not. Everybody else has to remain where they are. But Coluccio clearly deciding, do you know what, I like it on the front row of the grid, I like it on the inside line, I'm not going to switch it up. His teammate, Sebastiano Pavan, really has stepped into the breach here at Tony Kart. There is something about being an Italian driver in the Tony Kart factory team. It's a bit like when you ask a Formula 1 driver from Italy to step into a Ferrari. They're not going to say no, and they are absolutely going to have the passion for that brand running through their veins. It's a big moment when an Italian gets the opportunity to race for Tony Kart. And they absolutely adore it. And for Sebastiano Pavan, he got a podium earlier in the year in Trinec in the European Championship. So he's having a great first season with the brand.
He really is. And, well, yesterday was certainly a good day for him. Second and a race win for Pavan. So certainly he is showing what he has got underneath that helmet. Just behind them, though, on the second row, Liam Nilsson as well joins them on the top spot. I mean, he's second and a third yesterday. He is hunting for that first heat win, and he has got the inside line going into this one. He's got Luigi Coluccio in front of him, meaning he has got a good chance of getting away with that in this heat.
And Leo is one of those drivers that's really stepped up the game since coming into OK Senior as well. He had his moments in Junior. There were some flashes of brilliance. He had 1 or 2 good laps here, 1 or 2 good heats there. But having to make the commitment and step up into the senior, you really have to tone down your mistakes. You have to smooth yourself out a lot more. You can't afford to make those big committals when you're not sure if it's going to work, because it just ends in crashes. And Leo has absolutely smoothed himself out a lot since coming into senior. He's a much more confident driver, much more committed. He has a lot more discipline, and that's what really counts in the OK category when you've got so many feisty drivers to go wheel to wheel with. And ironically, he's actually joined on the second row of the grid by another man you could say all of that about, Miguel Costa, who got into several moments as a junior driver, but stepping into the Parolin factory team. He used to be part of the Sauber Academy, of course, but joining Marco Parolin in the squad and getting into senior, Miguel Costa has definitely matured and suddenly become a bit of a feisty driver to go wheel to wheel with. You don't want to cross swords with him if you're not prepared for it. He knows exactly how to keep the kart wide enough to make sure there's no way through.
I know, exactly. It did fall to his demise, though, yesterday after he had to retire from his second race. But certainly his first race was good. Hold on to a 4th place finish. So certainly keep a very close eye on him going in towards today. He is looking very, very quick. Dmitry Matveev, though, starts behind as well. 4th and an 11th yesterday for the driver of the 254 on the Kart Republic chassis. And again, it's just been a weekend in the seniors where some drivers have gone forward, some drivers have gone backwards. There he is on your screens, getting himself ready for this one. And I can imagine when the last few moments here of drivers getting ready, it is a tense time for them, isn't it?
It is, but it's great to see Dmitry Matveev back up to speed and strength again. He obviously had a bit of a frozen shoulder earlier in the year, had a big incident when he was racing back home, and it didn't quite work out for him, so he's had to really rebuild and recover, whilst also trying to focus on the OK Senior category for this year. So he's really been on the back foot for the majority of the early part of 2023. Good to see him back, and good to see him fighting at the sharp end of the field. Alongside him on the grid is the Frenchman Arthur Poulain, who a few weeks ago was in the Tony Kart factory team and has actually switched to one of the newest teams in karting, the AKM Motorsport squad, which of course is part of the Antonelli brand. And so Kimi is more than likely going to be popping up from time to time again. You just can't keep Andrea Kimi Antonelli out of a karting paddock for more than about 6 weeks, no matter where he's racing in FRECA or F4 over the last few years. He just cannot keep away from his karting roots. He loves it. And now by getting involved with the AKM brand in karting as a satellite team, he's got a permanent reason to stick around. It's quite fun. So off we go then. Qualifying heat A versus D. Luigi Coluccio and Sebastiano Pavan, and all Tony Kart front row. Trust them to take 6 months to get back to the pace again. Leo Nilsson and Miguel Costa on the second row, then Dmitry Matveev and Arthur Poulain, Mark Dubnitsky and Nicola Kuman, and then Jacob Kamenik and Kasper Henriksen, Petra Babachkova and Victor Smith from Simone Bianco and Clement Outran, Gazi Motlakar and Matteo Giaccari from Thomas Stolchemanis and Joel Bergstrom, Andrea Dube and Emili Koivisto, Petr Ragiv, Ivo Basterda, Wang Ximing, Nadim Rustombi and Max Popov, who was excluded from time qualifying and now has to start every race this week from the back of the grid. If you've only just joined us, you're watching along on either motorsport.tv or you're on the Champions of the Future live stream. It's Jake Sanson and Anthony Jordan with you on the RGMMC live feed. We are delighted to be with you. It's already been a bit frenetic and hectic in both OK Junior and OK, but you've joined us, if you have joined us now, at pretty much the perfect time. At the end of this race, everybody's only going to have 2 races to go before we get to tomorrow morning's super heats, and the plot is thickening with every lap.
It really is, and going into this one, Tarvinichel leads the intermediate classifications, 144 from Thomas Drausen's 135, and Louis Iglesias is 129, his first weekend with the class and his 3rd overall. Certainly very, very good. Your championship leader, though, Alex Powell, 111 points. He currently sits 7th in the intermediate classifications. What's going to happen this time around, though, with Luigi Coluccio starting this one on the front row? 2 race wins yesterday. What can he do in his third weekend and race? They are not going. They are going to go round again.
Not a hope.
Yeah.
Not a hope on that one.
Yeah, was it the back of the grid on that one? Not,
yeah, absolutely. I think the Tony Karts were very, very keen to get underway. And they dropped the throttle coming off the final turn when only about 4 rows of the grid were formed. So I think for someone like Luigi Coluccio, that's a hiccup you don't really expect. But I think that'll reset him. He'll come back. He'll obviously form the grid up a couple of corners earlier. And we'll be able to get going again pretty rapidly. But this is an opportunity knocking for Luigi Coluccio, and he knows it. He's obviously still got 100 points left over from yesterday. René Lammers losing his win earlier on with a loose bumper. This is absolutely golden opportunity for Coluccio to make it 150 out of 150.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what he can do, though. Plenty of action left to come over the course of this weekend, and this morning was certainly a very interesting one with, of course, the weather conditions being interesting. That's now sorted itself out. Temperature has risen. The track is nice and dry. Everything is looking good for these drivers. Keep an eye, though, on Leo Nilsson just behind Luigi Coluccio in this one. He has got the perfect opportunity to follow him in towards turn 1. Let's see what happens then in towards the tram lines. Green flag comes out. Great start then from Coluccio and Nilsson does follow. Watch out for Pavandro right on that outside line. He's got to be careful he doesn't get squeezed onto the grass there, but it's a good start. Dmitry Matveev gets it up into third place as well as a coming together and several cuts off. And, well, the 2:46 is gesticulating.
Arthur Poulain is furious with Nicolo Kuman.
Oh, dear me.
That was so messy in the middle there. Both drivers were on the back foot anyway, losing positions and tumbling down the field. And that's not the only one involved. The 312, the Falcon of Wang Ximing, has also had a bit of an issue.
And he's in a bit of discomfort there as well. He went airborne as well with another cut. There was actually about 4 or 5 carts involved in that one. A couple of them kept going, though.
So the 224 is right down at the back of the field. That's the Kart Republic machine of... now, I'm going to try and figure out who that is through the field. Well, Victor Smith had to take avoiding action through all of it. So too did Joel Bergström. It's actually Max Popov that had to drop all the way to the back of the field and make sure he stayed in the action. So a lot of drivers... And it's happening a second lap. A second lap, this driver's running wide and kicking up dust at that same point. And it's the 235 that really gets caught out of it all. It's Andrea Dube who ends up losing ground, and still they're kicking up dust as they come through. So there is a real hectic freneticism to this one.
You can just see drivers there. They're just dipping a wheel off the side of the track there. They're trying to push the kart so much. This track is fast. You just push that little bit too much, or you straighten the steering wheel just that fraction too early, and you find yourself just dipping a wheel off the edge of the circuit, and it will kick up a lot of dust. And unfortunately, that kicks up into the driver's face just behind you, and certainly makes it very interesting. There we go, then back across the start-finish line they go, and Coluccio with that lead now. Pavan's now moved back up into second place, so he's happy there. Dubnitsky now follows with the train behind, and look at that, the Gamoto car there, Jakub Kamenik making moves here.
Yeah, Kamenik is definitely starting to take a few names out there on the course, isn't he? So Coluccio, Pavan, Dubnitsky, Matveev, Kamenik. And Leo Nilsson finds himself in P6 in front of Thomas Stolchamanis, who's actually on the back foot in this first part of the race. He's got good pace in that energy course. We know he's one of the fiercest drivers in OK Senior in 2023. He finally makes his bid on the inside of Kamenik. So too does Costa. Petra Babachkova almost had the opportunity to go through as well. She has to bail out of it for the time being, but she's still got good pace and good speed. So the Forza driver with an opportunity to move her way forward. The 279 in the mix there as well. That's Gazi Motlakar, the young man from Mozambique. So still some good pace to come. And let's have a replay of the start. We're going to see what happened, hopefully, in the mid-pack. Perfect start at the front from Coluccio and Nilsson. And there's Matveev going with them. Now, watch, you've got the outside line struggling to keep up with it. There's Arthur Poulain. He gets caught. Babachkova gets drifted into the side of Poulain. And then, wait for it, bang! There it is. Kuman goes up over the top of Arthur Poulain. And Wang Ximing goes flying.
Yeah, as he collected into the back of Maximilian Popov, and Poulain was not happy at all.
Arthur, I don't think you're shouting at the right guy. I don't think it was all on Nicolo Kuman. It was one of those moments where 5 or 6 drivers ended up drifting away. It's all very well to shout at the guy you end up on the sidelines with, but if you watch that back again later, Arthur, I think you'll find Nicolo was an innocent victim as well.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. The heat of the moment, isn't it, in racing? You've got to vent out some way. Coluccio, though, still leads the way then from Pavan, Dubnitsky, Matveev and Stolchamanis, who now sets the fastest lap of the race, 48.881, certainly doing a good job. He has got Lil Nilsson just behind. That's the battle we were just seeing there with Miguel Costa as well. Jakub Kamenik has dropped down now into P8, so he's lost a few positions that he gained earlier on. But certainly, Lil Nilsson here has just had not the best starts he will have wanted to this race, dropping down a few spots there in P6. But he's got to be careful here. It's Thomas Stolchamanis, though, who is there in P5 behind Matveev and Dubnitsky, is up 12 positions in this race. He is having a brilliant one as Kamenik sends it down the inside there through turn number 1 and gets past Miguel Costa, moving up 1 more position there into P7. Good running so far, as now down the inside, Miguel Costa immediately fights back, and off the track there goes Kamenik. He kicks up the dust, amazingly keeps it going. Kamenik losing out there to Clementron Cavisto as well. Kamenik down into P11.
My goodness, it's a tough one this time, isn't it? Every single apex, there seems to be something kicking off. Out in front, though, the top 3 seem to have got a bit of distance. Coluccio, Pavan and Matveev. Thomas Stolchamanis, having worked his craft up into 4th position. He's now got Dubnitsky right in behind him. Leo Nilsson still fancies a top 5 finish, though. So Nilsson is going to go head-to-head with Mark Dubnitsky in the CRG. Dubnitsky just a little bit wider than usual coming out of that final turn. He clearly feels that Nilsson's still going to be a bit of a threat towards the closing stages. Motlakar in 7th, then Costa, Utran, Koivisto, Bergström and Kamenik up the inside. Nilsson does get his move on Dubnitsky, but Dubnitsky's going to try and get straight back at him. Nilsson drifts across. Don't even think about it, bucko. It took me this long to get past you. No cheap overtakes on me today.
Well, it looked like, again, he just ran off slightly wide and then instantly brought it back onto the circuit. So very lucky there for Nilsson, who gets that sorted out. And you can just see him there still holding on to that position. We're about half race distance now. And still, the battles rage on. Plenty of overtakes happening. Jakub Kamenik again dropping down those positions. We have had 4 retirements once again in this one. Popov, Boulain, Coman and Seeming Wang all retiring from this race so far. But eyes on this battle here as Leo Nilsson is just holding off Mark Dubnitsky here. Dubnitsky still all over that rear bumper, has tried several attempts here at an overtake, but none of them have come to fruition. As Luigi Coluccio, once again, fastest lap of the race, 48.301, is opening that gap. It's now up to nearly 7/10 of a second between himself and his fellow teammate, Sebastiano Pavan. And while this is certainly going Luigi Coluccio's way this weekend, 150 intermediate classification points, he is looking for that 3rd win, overtaking René Lammers, who unfortunately has dropped well down in the order now, 8th in the intermediate classifications.
So as the battle continues on for Sebastiano Pavan, it's going to be an interesting one. And we'll see if Pavan can still hold station. Meanwhile, Jakub Kamenik is still trying to keep in touch with the drivers around him. He's now battling away with Emili Koivisto and Joel Bergström. Oh, and a spin! A spin further back. That's one of the World Racing Cards. Don't tell me that's Casper Henriksen again.
It is.
Oh, I don't believe it. The man has had absolutely zero fortune at any point over the course of this weekend. That's the 3rd race in a row where Casper Henriksen has either lost the back end or someone's driven into him or something's fallen off the car. What a miserable, miserable weekend for Casper Henriksen. You have to feel for him.
Yeah, that is now 3 retirements, I believe, over the course of this weekend. Yeah, he cannot get that started. So it has just not gone his way at all. Well, here we go then. The race continues and still Coluccio leads the way. He's got no dramas. This is a little further back in the field. The 310 of Clément Autran, who is having a good battle here. He's got Emili Koivisto just behind, or I say behind, now beside him, now in front of him, as Koivisto now gets that move done and moves up into P9. Bergström has closed in on the 2 of them as well. You know, Bergström, who is now going to go for the move down the inside of Clément Autran and gets that one done as well. So Autran now down a couple of positions here. He is not going to be liking this one as he tries to fight his way back up the field. Clément Autran, so far in this race, did gain 5 positions, so he had a good start to his race. Now, in this point, it is starting to slowly go backwards. Emili Koivisto, though, is having a good race. He's up now 11 positions in this race. A very good drive. He's up into the top 10.
So Coluccio in front of the man who is setting the fastest laps of the race. Sebastiano Pavan has just done a 48.1 and still starting to close in on his teammate. This will be interesting, won't it? If Pavan gets close enough to Coluccio, he'll want to take a win off his teammate quite easily. And Pavan is absolutely riding the crest of the wave at Tony Kart at the moment. He wants to have an involvement in the battles up front. He wants to go for victories himself. And there's always that little bit of... I always feel there's always a little bit of a secret decision for power, a little bit of a quest for power within the Tony Kart Factory team. Who's going to be the one that kind of steers the ship up front? For years and years, of course, it was Joe Turney. He disappeared off to Kart Republic. He's not here this weekend, of course, because he's racing out in America. But Luigi Coluccio has absolutely taken over the mantle of Tony Kart leader. However, Sebastiano Pavan, another feisty Italian, hoping that perhaps one day it might be his turn, and perhaps today might be that day.
It could very well be. Let's find out, though. Not much left in this race, as once again, Sebastiano Pavan, fastest lap of the race, is just slowly taking out that lead that Luigi Coluccio has got. You can see now it's down to under 0.6 of a second. It is slowly coming down, but is it enough? I mean, Sebastiano Pavan sits 3rd in the intermediate classifications now with 138, just behind Enzo Tarvanitschkel in 2nd. Coluccio leading it, of course, with the 150 points at the moment. It was 2 race wins yesterday, but of course there is still this last lap to go and Coluccio certainly seems to be doing everything he needs to.
So there we go, the last run to the victory. Coluccio with Pavan on his toes, but it's certainly looking very good for the Italian as he holds on to this. 150 points to the good out of the 150 points he has quested for. So it's looking pretty positive, looking very strong. And it looks like Luigi Coluccio is going to take full advantage of the misdemeanors of Parolin, with René Lammers having to lose a race earlier on due to a faulty rear bumper pod. It is now going to be Coluccio that will come through for 3 wins out of 3, and he takes the ultimate lead in the OK Senior category at the halfway stage. A brilliant moment for Luigi Coluccio, and very well deserved. He has worked himself into a great position. He's worked hard to get to this point, and so Luigi Coluccio is now 3 from 3. Pavan in second place, Matt Vieve in third, Thomas Stolchamanis from 17th on the grid up into P4. The Latvian still very much a factor in this weekend. Do not count him or the Energy Course squad out. Pavan is happy to follow in behind Luigi Coluccio for now, but I have a feeling that Sebastiano Pavan, being the feisty little racer he is, will definitely want to turn the tables on Luigi if he gets half the chance. But certainly, the Tony Kart team are back, and they are back at the front with great speed and prominence. And that is exactly what not just the Tony Kart factory team, but obviously their customers will be very pleased about as well, because we've obviously seen great pace from the likes of the Koski and Ward Racing teams as well. And it's great to see that the OTK group are back on form once again here at Cremona. Not everybody has reaped the rewards of this race. As you see, Wang Ximing, unfortunately one of the drivers out of contention. So, Luigi Coluccio taking the lead from Sebastiano Pavan and Dimitri Matviv. Thomas Stolchamanis in fourth ahead of Leo Nilsson and Mark Dubnitsky. Then Gazi Motlakar and Miguel Costa from Emili Koivisto. And in the 10th position, it is Joel Bergström. 11th place for Clement Utran. Then in 12th place, it is Jakub Kamenik from Simone Bianco, Petra Babachkova and Ivo Bastauda. 16th position for Petra Giv in front of the Danish driver Victor Smith, Matteo Giacardi, Andrea Dupe and Nadim Rustombi at the back end of the grid, the Indonesian. Retirements are plenty though. Casper Henriksen out, so too was Max Popov. And on the first lap, we also lost Arthur Poulain, Nicolo Kuman and Wang Ximing of the Falcon Racing team. So, some big moments in that one, unfortunately for some. But certainly for Luigi Coluccio up front, no major disasters. And what that means is, of course, he has 150 from 150. Here's a look back over the best bits from qualifying heat A versus D. And despite a little bit of a lackluster start from Pavan, dropping to 4th position, it all came good for him in the end. Watch the shoving, watch the pushing, and then bang! There's the moment when Kuman and Poulain come together. And Zhang Weiming, unfortunately, had very little he could do about it. So Arthur Poulain, Nicolo Kuman and Wang Ximing out of the race pretty much instantaneously. There was a lot of great racing and incredible racecraft at the end of the first lap. Coluccio was oblivious to it all, just had his own race up front essentially. There were some decent moves. Leo Nilsson dueling away with Mark Dubnitsky in the early stages. That very nearly turned to disaster. Unfortunately, it did for Casper Henriksen for the 3rd time in 3 races. You've got to feel for the young Swede. However, everybody was able to keep it nice and clean around him, and the checkered flag would not come soon enough for Luigi Coluccio, despite Sebastiano Pavan racing him to the flag. Coluccio has now made it 3 from 3, and in a few short moments, hopefully, we will hear from him as he battles away for the victory this week. So, 6 races done today. There are 2 more for the morning session to come in OK Junior and OK, and they are for the groups in qualifying heats B versus E. And then after those 2 races, we will take our lunch break, and then we will come back for qualifying heat number 11 in the juniors, number 21 overall, and that will kick off at 2:05. So we'll return to our feed at 2 o'clock local time. It's been very good so far, and Luigi Coluccio of the Tony Kart Racing team is certainly the dominant force in the OK Senior category as it stands at the moment. There's your schedule for the rest of the day. As you can see, the junior and OK qualifying heats for groups B versus E come imminently, and then there'll be a pause when we'll all get a little bit of food and a bit of drink, and hopefully you two will as well back home. And then we'll come back at 2 o'clock, ready for the first of the afternoon races at 2:05. Plenty of racing still to come here in the Champions of the Future Euro Series at the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte in Cremona. Down in the pits, hopefully Luigi Coluccio will be there to speak with Anthony Jordan.
This one, Sebastiano Pavan, now Sebastiano, a very interesting race for you there, certainly closing in on those final stages. How is the atmosphere in the Tony Kart morning this weekend? It seems like you guys are doing very well.
Yeah, we're doing very good. All the team, we are all fighting for the victory. Today we started the race very well because I made a good race and my teammate Luigi did P1. Also yesterday a great day after making P2 in qualifying and second and first in the heat. We are working very hard on the chassis and ourselves to improve and do the best we can.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a tough weekend with the sun shining down on us. I mean, what would it mean if you could beat Luigi on this one? I mean, certainly you've been very close out there. I'm sure you want to be in front of him, though.
Yeah, we are very.
You can say it in Italian?
No, okay. We want to fight for the victory, and for sure we want to beat ourselves. But we need to do a good place for the heat to start in front for the final.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much, Sebastiano. Certainly very interesting, very close to that one. More races to go as the temperature is starting to rise here.
Well, thank you to Anthony Jordan. He actually managed to catch up with Sebastiano Pavan rather than Luigi Coluccio, who's clearly hiding for the time being. We will get back to it very shortly indeed. Apologies if there were any slight sound issues there. We'll try and rectify them as soon as possible as well. But there's more great racing to come. We have more great battles on the horizon. The next one will come from the OK Juniors in qualifying Heat B versus E, and it's going to put Dries van Langendonk alongside his countryman Thibaut Ramekes on the front row of the starting grid, and it's Flemish versus French for the Belgian battle up in front. Dries van Langendonk in the Forza Racing Expert alongside the Kart Republic Motorsport machine of Thibaut Ramekes, which of course carries the Settelar colours. It'll be very interesting to see how those two drivers go from the front of the grid. Both are highly motivated and very determined young cookies out there on the circuit. So it'll be interesting to see who comes forward and challenges in the initial stages. Jacopo Martinez, of course, on home soil for the Kart Republic team, finding himself in third position for the time being. And in fourth on the starting grid for this one, it is the Spaniard Cristian Costoya for the Paralin Motorsport team. A lot of big opportunities here for the drivers to continue to make progress. But from this moment on, every driver that we talk about today is going to have 2 races to go. Everyone's done 3 races. Now it's just 2 left. And certainly looking very strong. At this moment, Alexander Bondarev has 150 out of 150. He has won 3 from 3 and certainly looking very strong. Dries van Langendonk on 144 in second. Nicolas Schaufler has 141 in third. And then we have Thibaut Ramekes on 130. Cristian Costoya on 126. Arjen Kreling is on 123. And then Jacopo Martinez and Salim Hanna Hernandez both have 113. Plenty of great battles to come with 2 races apiece left. There is your pole position sitter, Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian, who has a great opportunity from the front row of the starting grid to continue to make progress. He is currently in second position in the rankings, just 6 points back from the young man from Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev. So van Langendonk, who has come out of the blocks fighting fit. He was the second fastest overall in time qualifying. He's currently second in the rankings. So based on current form, it looks as though it's going to be Ukraine versus Belgium. Only this time it'll be Dries van Langendonk that really takes the fight to Alexander Bondarev on this occasion. And of course, all of the drivers in OK Junior and the OK Senior category are using this weekend as good preparation for the upcoming European Championships, which will take place on the circuit Angelo Begamonte on the last weekend in July. There is Thibaut Ramekes for the VDK Racing team in the Settelar colours. Really strong and prominent this weekend. Certainly knows how to get himself out of a tight spot if it so occurs, as he carries the colours of the RACB national team, the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium. Very proud of his roots and his heritage, Thibaut Ramekes, and looking very strong here this weekend for 10 laps around the course at Cremona. The first time that OK and OK Junior have raced on this circuit ever, I do believe. The Academy Trophy came here last year when it was part of the European Championships for the gearbox category, but OK and OK Junior have never raced at Cremona before at this level. So out onto the circuit, Dries van Langendonk and Thibaut Ramekes on the front row of the grid, then Jacopo Martinez and Cristian Costoya, Scott Lindblom and Noah Wolf from Alex Chartier and Jindra Peschel, then Luca Horton and Matt Corby from Davide Bottaro and Alp Aksoy, Arthur Braun and Georgi Zazov from Karafi Hand and Jarrett Clark, then Marcus Chelkunias and Oscar Repetto, Elliot Kaczynski and Efim Derunov, then Vivek Kanthan and Andy Konsani, Zhang Hojai and Chiara Batig from Henry Domain and Simon Mayer, Javier Herrera and Muraro Doroca, Ty Fisher, Enzo Ruggiero, Luis Castellini, Radek Vavra and Joel Pohjola. And I can tell you that this time, Javier Herrera has come out onto the starting grid to take the start, so whatever the problem was earlier this morning, it has now been fixed. So the drivers gearing themselves up ready for the start then here at Cremona. 26 degrees Celsius air temperature. It probably feels about 10 degrees more than that with the humidity we've got in the area. The rain did come this morning, but there is still that high air pressure pocket that sits over the circuit, so it's still feeling very steamy, very clammy out there on the course. I know that both drivers and officials are finding it very tough to cope in the heat, but they are doing a fine job considering.
Yes, they are indeed. Back in the commentary box now. I can guarantee you it feels a little bit warmer than 26 degrees out there, especially in the sunshine. But yes, it's all well out there. So this is going to be an interesting one now for this. I mean, let's talk about that front row. Timo Ramakas and Dries van Langendonk. Certainly a very interesting front row. Who's going to get the whole shot into turn one? No, I'm not too sure.
Van Langendonk ready on the inside line, Ramakas ready on the outside line. Looks like a pretty good start to me, and so does Martin Bean agree with it. Off we go, up to the first corner. Perfect start from Van Langendonk. He slots in front of Jacopo Martinez as the field drifts their way through the first two corners, up to the first proper braking point on the course through three. Is everybody going to get through without conflagration? Looks as though they're just about edging their way forward. Good stuff, but up towards turn 5. Will everybody make their way through the hairpin? They do. Very sensible from the juniors on this occasion. Just one kart running wide. That is the DPK of Simon Mayer in the Tyrolean Motorsport colours. So through they come, up to the hairpin, and still A-OK for the time being as they come back up towards the end of the second sector. Van Langendonk from Ramakas. They're already starting to stretch away from Lindblom, who is making that Tony kart as wide as a Buick.
Yeah, it really is now as they make their way out of the final corner back onto the start-finish straight. One of the karts going a little bit wide. It's one of the IPK karts going wide. Potentially Jendrich Peschel, who had also retired earlier on in the day, is now making his way back onto the start-finish line. They're down the inside. Georgi Zazov trying to make moves here, but eyes on this one as Lindblom sends it down the inside and holds on to that position, so having a very good run here, keeping an eye on Costoya as well, who is just there. Keep an eye on Wolf as well. You can see him there on the Leclerc by Lennox in the yellow helmet now, just checking over the shoulder. He is under pressure here from Ramakas, who's going to send it down the inside. Nice little move there. Certainly, he'll be happy with that one.
This has backfired big time for Timo Ramakas, hasn't it? He's going to have to try and fight his way back into contention once again. His first target is going to be Noah Wolf, and that's a retirement. That is the DPK having gone off the road there, I'm afraid. The 65 of Enzo Ruggiero, the South African, has just overshot. And I'm afraid that is at the end of the first sector. He's gone off there at the S's. So that is a precarious position. He's had to abandon the kart and walk away from it. That's just on the edge of the circuit, so that's going to be waved yellow flags. No overtaking then at the end of the first sector. That's quite close to the circuit, so Dries van Langendonk's got to be very careful when he comes through at the end of the lap. Well, I'll tell you what, the marshals here incredibly brave as the field still works its way through in fine felt. That's why the marshals are so good in karting. You've got to be absolutely on your toes and on your A game. I think Noah Wolf actually made the move there on Luca Horton for 6th position. Has indeed done so. Big dive at the inside, and that really backfired for Martinez. He tried to get the move on Costoya, and they've all lost out to Timo Ramakas, who suddenly finds himself behind Costoya as Lindblom drops back. So does Martinez. It's Ramakas that storms his way through to 3rd.
Yeah, Ramakas really having a good run here, making up those positions. I mean, he dropped down at the start of this race. He is fighting back to get to his original starting spot, and it is going his way. Jacopo Martinez under some serious pressure here. He's got Lindblom, he's got Wolf, he's got Horton, he's got Aptsoy all around him here. Look at this train that's starting to form as Ramakas sets the fastest lap of the race. This is going to be a little bit tense here for these drivers as they dive it down the inside. Martinez back to the lead of that train now. Wolf instantly sends it back down the inside, can't make it stick. He has to concede the spot, and he stays there. Now back down the inside, one of the Tony cuts coming through. Looks like the 45 and off the track, and that's not gone well at all for the 74 of Luca Horton, the Forza Racing driver, getting swamped there, and it's all becoming a little bit feisty here. It's going to go wrong, and there it does go wrong for one of them, and it's all kicking off here. They've got to be careful.
And yet, despite drifting off the road, Horton actually ends up at the front of the train and holds his station. Lindblom up the inside now, trying to dive in up the inside of Chartier. So Chartier doing a fair job in the IPK car. And there goes Horton, losing it this time. As through comes Bottaro, through comes Lindblom, and through comes Consani to try and get himself up the order there as well on the back straight. There's some big moments already. Side by side, Ramicus is off the road big time. Ramicus goes into the barriers.
Bang.
Thibaut Ramicus is ejected from this race in a wheel-to-wheel duel with Christian Castoya. And Thibaut Ramicus, one of the biggest names in this field, exits stage left.
Well, currently at that position, he was sitting second in the intermediate classifications. He will tumble down that order now. Thibaut Ramicus, well, how quickly that barrier there, doing a great job of catching him. Such a fast part of the circuit as well to go skyding off the circuit.
And that is game over, surely, for any chance of Thibaut Ramicus grabbing pole position. Jared Clark picks up the warning flag and 5 seconds penalty with it. But for Thibaut Ramicus, that is a big scalp in this weekend. And the VDK driver from Belgium absolutely on the back foot. Bottaro now makes his bid on the inside of his teammate, Alparslan Aksoy, the Turkish driver, who is going to go into his 3rd year in junior next year. He's one of my favourites for 2024. But what a big shock for Thibaut Ramicus to disappear from the fray. Very dramatic, very unfortunate. And there is another retirement. That's one of the other VDK drivers. That's Matt Corby, who's also having a bit of a nightmare here at Cremona.
Yeah, that's now 2 retirements for him today alone. So that is not what he wants to see at all. This battle now is for 3rd place. Noah Wolf and Jacopo Martinese. Martinese all over that rear bumper now of Wolf. These two have been squabbling for the last couple of laps. Here is a replay of what happened then between the two of them. And yeah, it was just that move down the inside. And as soon as Ramicus was on that part of the grass, there was no stopping it, and bang into the barriers, and his race over. I mean, what can you say about that one? I mean, Castoya had the inside line. Ramicus went for the outside line through a very fast corner. It was never going to end well, was it?
They're going to have 2 completely different opinions of that
sure
move.
They will.
That's for sure. Castoya will say, I was far enough alongside you to get through and make the move stick. Thibaut Ramicus will say, in no way were you. No chance at all. And he drifted off the road and unfortunately skated to the scene of the barrier, which ended his race. So big problems there. Now, this is the battle for 3rd. Quite a long way back as a result of that disappearance from Thibaut Ramicus. Noah Wolf is in 3rd position, 4 seconds back from Van Langendonk and 3 seconds back from Christian Castoya. Martinez still 4th, then Davide Bottaro, Alparslan Aksoy, Jindra Peschel, Chartier, Lindblom and Horton. And then Braun, Vivek Kanthan, Andy Consani and Jared Clark. Chiara Batigue has worked her way up into 15th position. So still plenty of progress, plenty of great battles. But for Dries Van Langendonk, the only problem he's got now is Christian Castoya. And with 2 to go, it could be a big problem.
Could be a very big problem here as they go back down the start-finish line there. Gap 0.7 of a second. And Langendonk leading. Langendonk at the moment doing exactly what he needs to be doing over the course of this weekend. He has had a good weekend so far and will be continuing that streak going into this one. He has 194 intermediate classification points. That is nearly a perfect score of 200. Certainly doing what he needs to do.
We need to keep an eye on Wolf and Martinez here as well, because they are still scrabbling over 3rd position. They come towards us in the braking zone. There's the dive from Martinez. Gets through on Noah Wolf into 3rd position. Lovely overtake from the Italian. And so Jacopo Martinez now finds his way to 3rd. We've got a DPK off in the background there. That is the 186 disappearing from the fray. And I'm afraid that is game over for Chiara Batigue, the talented Swiss lady who had worked her way up to 15th position. Now disappears from the fray. Very sad to see.
Final lap time, and Van Langendonk leads now by 0.6 of a second from Castoya. Castoya closing it in, but the battle for 3rd place still rages on. Martinez, Wolf, Bottaro, Aksoy are very close as Efrem Duranov receives a mechanical flag. He will not like that. He'll have to pit before he sees the checker flag. But the battle for 3rd place certainly heating up as Wolf, out the view of the commentary box window, has retaken 3rd place and has taken that back. Martinez struggling there, but eyes on these two as Van Langendonk just drives away from the rest of the field. He's had no dramas whatsoever, and he will see the checker flag nicely.
A great performance from the Belgian to hang on to it. So Dries Van Langendonk will come through half a second in front of Christian Castoya. He takes another win. That's 3 out of 4 for Dries Van Langendonk. Look at the battle out of the final turn for 3rd position. They're going to come as an absolute dead heat nearly. Martinez comes through in front of Bottaro. So Bertado squeaks in front of Wolf, Aksoy, Peschel, Chartier and Lindblom. Very close to the flag. Only a second and a half covers third all the way down to 10th as they came through en masse. But Dries van Langendonk picking up the victory, second for Christian Castoya. But the biggest heartbreak of them all is the man sat on the start-finish line, now walking back to his kart. Thibaut Ramekers. That is a proper heartbreaker for Thibaut, and that really does change the face of this weekend again. We saw René Lammers disappear from the fray with a technical flag in the senior race. In the junior race, Belgium's Thibaut Ramekers, the latest driver, caught out in a big disappointment, and that's why Efim Dedonov was called back to the pits, because he had no front fairing on the kart at all. You can see there, just to the bottom right of your picture, Efim Dedonov's kart missing, but the big drama, Thibaut Ramekers, the Belgian, in the VDK machine, out of the race midway through. Big drama. So it's Dries van Langendonk once again, 3 out of 4. Christian Castoya in second from Jacopo Martinese and Davide Bertado. Then Noah Wolf and Alfred Sanaksoy, Jindro Peschel, Alex Chartier, Scott Lindblom and Luca Horton in the top 10. Then it's Vivek Canthan in 11th position in front of Arthur Braun and Andy Consani. Jarrett Clark is in front of Henry Domain of Great Britain. In 16th, it's Joel Pocula in front of Kara Fihand, and then Elliot Kaczynski, Murla De Rocca, Georgi Zazov, and Luis Castellini. Zhang Hojai in front of Javier Herrera, Simon Mayer, and Oscar Repetto in front of Marcos Shelkunyas, Efim Dedonov, and Ty Fisher. A long list of retirements for this one. Chiara Batig and Thibaut Ramekers, of course, very controversial. Matt Corby in front of Enzo Ruggiero. Everybody else managed to bring it home, and only Radek Vavra was unable to start the race. So qualifying heat B versus E takes a big turn to the dramatic. 3 wins out of 4 for Dries van Langendonk. His countryman alongside him on the front row, not able to make the flag. So there's the restart, there's the replay, sorry, of the start. And Ramekers dropping all the way to 5th position at the start. It wasn't the easiest one for him. And despite how close it was through the first few corners, everybody made it through. But Ramekers' comeback was pretty dramatic. There is the IPK drifting off the road. That is Jindro Peschel. And then there was more to come as drivers picked off their moves one by one. And somehow, despite all of this conflagration, Jacopo Martinese and Noah Wolf continued their duel for most of the race. Noah Wolf unable to get it through, and then off the road goes Luca Horton. He comes back beautifully, though, manages to fight his corner. Don't push me around, I'll get back into my position, thanks very much. So Luca Horton giving as good as he's got. However, the big drama in the race came later when Thibaut Ramekers forced his way up the inside of Christian Castoya to take 2nd position, and then Castoya fought back up the inside. Ramekers run out of road. It's hard to know whether there was any contact between the two of them or not, but the result doesn't change. Thibaut Ramekers in the barriers and out. One of the biggest players in this race disappearing. So a big shock for the OK Junior title fight there in the Euro Series as the exit of Thibaut Ramekers really changes things. Chiara Batig, very unfortunate. She didn't get to go all the way to the finish either. And a great performance from her in the debut, cut short there. But all the way to the flag, we had this terrific fight. But it was Dries van Langendonk who managed to come through in front of Christian Castoya to pick up win number 3 out of 4. And there is a very sorry-looking Thibaut Ramekers. It's very hard to know whether there was actually any contact between himself and Christian Castoya that put the Belgian out of the race. It doesn't make a difference as far as Thibaut Ramekers is concerned. He's still out of the race. He's still down the order. And that really drops Ramekers out of the top 5. He now has 137 points. And that's before the 2nd and 3rd, 4th rotation races of OK Junior come out onto the circuit. So Thibaut Ramekers very much on the back foot. This could drop him outside of the top 10 of the rankings. Meanwhile, down in pit lane, Anthony Jordan is ready to talk to one of our stars.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme, and I'm here with our race winner, Dries van Langendonk, in that one. Dries, you have certainly had a good weekend. It seems to be going your way here. How are you feeling at this halfway point of the weekend?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Speed is amazing again. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the end of the weekend. If we just keep on staying at this pace, we'll be in a good position, I think.
It was a very close race, though. Starts are being very interesting here. You certainly seem to be getting them nailed. How are the starts from your point of view? Are they a little bit tricky, or do you feel like you've got them nailed already?
Starts, I think I've got them nailed. It's just on the inside line, there's a lot of rubber, so you've got to be careful with that. But for the rest, yeah, I think we've got them there.
You're happy using that inside line then? There's no drama with wanting to switch to the outside?
No, it's just, no, not really. Inside line is perfect.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll see you out there a little bit later on. You lead the intermediate classifications now, but we'll see you out later on today. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Great to chat to him. Plenty more races to go. We'll head back up to the commentary box with you, Jake.
Thanks, Anthony. Great to hear from Dries van Langendonk, who takes the provisional lead in the standings. 194 points to the good. Christian Costoya on 170, and Jacopo Martinese on 154. One race to go in the morning session before we head for a lunch break. And I think a lot of the marshals and officials here have definitely earned it in this weather. Fantastic work, and grazie mille tutti to all of the officials and the marshals around the circuit. They've kept us in fantastic form. They've done an absolutely terrific job of keeping everybody in a good position and keeping us safe and sound around the circuit as well. You can see the heat haze over the course of the circuit, the temperature climbing all the time. And if we disappear from the circuit for an hour and come back, I have a feeling that 2 or 3 more degrees could be added to the air temperature by that point. Let's talk about the OK qualifying heat, B versus E though. And the pole position sitter in the second group, Martin Molnar, returns to the front row of the starting grid, and he gets to share it this time with the young man from Thailand, Enzo Tarvanichkul, the reigning junior world champion, who did that fantastic performance last year in Sarno, and obviously becoming the first young man from Thailand to win a world championship title in karting. He's not the first one to win a world title in karting, because the World Cup was won many years ago by Alex Albon, who of course now races in Formula One with the Williams team. There is Martin Molnar for the Energy Course squad, the Hungarian, with that very distinctive helmet design of his. It looks absolutely spectacular. Managing to incorporate his own personality and the Hungarian flag colours as well. Very easy to spot from a long way off. Enzo Tarvanichkul, of course, for the Prema team, running in second position on the starting grid, has obviously started his weekend in the best possible frame of mind, and he has been winning relentlessly since the start. It's good to see. It takes a bit of time to get up to speed in the OK Senior category sometimes. You can't expect to win them all, but now at the midway point of 2023, Enzo Tarvanichkul looks primed and ready to go straight to the podium here in the Champions of the Future Euro Series at the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte at Cremona. For those who are interested, Angelo Bergamonte, the man who we named this circuit after, was one of the prolific Grand Prix motorcycle racers of the 1970s for MV Augusta, sadly taken in 1971. So back onto the race circuit we go once more for the OK Senior qualifying heat in B versus E groups. Martin Molnar and Enzo Tarvanichkul take their residence on the front row of the grid from Javier Evramides and Kirill Kutskov. Then Dante Vinci and Guy Albag, Finn McLaughlin and Jan Pastrovsky, Anatoly Kavalkin and Maciej Gladic from Mark Kastelic and Lucas Flusha, Alex Sawyer and Lucas Samalisto, Gabriel Gomez and Kia Nakamura Berta. That's a line of the grid, isn't it? Guillaume Bouzard and Francisco Macedo, Matthias Mogato, Ian Eichmans, Zoe Fladescu, Marcos Scheiter, Ronnie Stefani and Ellie Goldstein. So as the 24 drivers work their way around the course to get themselves up to speed, heat up the tyres, heat up the brakes, get them to optimum temperature, and get them ready to slice through the first corner. There's definitely quite a few drivers to watch out for on this one. We'll see some tough battles from our contenders in the field. Many of the teams represented, and many of the manufacturers represented too. Energy Course and Prema on the front row of the grid from Kart Republic and DPK. Kart Republic again and Forza Racing, and then the VDK squad alongside Tony Kart, with Paralin versus Ricky Flynn in the top 10. Forza Racing and DPK, Falcon Racing and Kart Republic, CRG and Prema. Whereas Kia Nakamura Berta tries to fight his way forward. The Shamak Europe satellite team for Paralin and CRG. And then Birillart Racing, Leclerc by Lennox, Tony Kart, Ward Racing, CRG, and the TB Kart Factory squad making their debut in 2023 in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. They have done OK races before. They did, of course, appear last year in the World Championships at Sarno. And their man, I think it was Ruben Moyer at the time, managing to quest forward. No, my apologies. I'm thinking of the Pantano Racing team, which no doubt we'll probably see, hopefully, out at Franciacorta in the 5th round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series, as they obviously quest for more World Championship glory with their team manager, Giorgio Pantano. Let's go racing, though. Up to the first corner. A good start from Molnar. Tarvanichkul has to slot into 3rd position for the moment behind Avramides as the field works its way through the first couple of corners. Is everybody going to get the braking zone just right? A lot of fast movements going through those first couple of corners. Will everybody get through? Yes, they do for the time being. So it's a clean start as everybody mixes it quite nicely on the opening couple of tours. Drivers still trying to make a move or two here or there, but certainly up at the front, it is still Molnar. Tarvanichkul slices his way back into second position at the hairpin, and that puts the young man from Thailand back in control of his race from the front. He's going for the lead. He's actually going for the lead.
He is indeed going for the lead. Yeah, nice move there, just down the inside, and he holds on to that one. And well, look at that. Martin Molnar loses out 2 positions there as the current Republic driver of Javier Mendes goes for second place. Across the line they go. A lot has happened on that opening lap then. Tarvanichkul leads from Avramidis, from Molnar, Kutskov, Vinci. Then it's Kavalkin in the top 6. Eyes on this entire group here. Look how close they are still, even in the opening stages of this one. McLaughlin right there as well as they try to fight their way through. McLaughlin actually dropping back a little bit as they go into the chicane.
So Kutskov got the move on Molnar, Kavalkin got the move on Vinci, and McLaughlin got the move on Albag. So some great battles into the hairpin. Is that going to be a clean move from Kavalkin on Molnar? He definitely got quite close to him as he went through. Yes, he's got through. So Kavalkin into 4th position, past Martin Molnar. Good move from the Paralin, as the drivers in the middle of the field still getting very close to each other. Guy Albag is going for move after move after move. He's actually made the move on Finn McLaughlin, and McLaughlin runs wide.
Oh dear, McLaughlin won't like that one. He brings it back onto the circuit. Those tyres are going to be very, very dusty. He's going to have time to clean those off now as down the inside, Kian Nakamura looks for the move, and he does get the move done on Dante Vinci and moves up into another position there, moves up into 8th place now. Solid little drive there, but keep an eye on this entire field because look how congested that group is there. It's more looking like a junior race than a senior race at the moment.
It certainly is. Albag is the one who leads the locomotive, and all of the carriages behind are trying to get the front of the queue. Kian Nakamura dives in on Kastelic, and I think he's managed to get through there. So Nakamura now chasing after Guy Albag. Get ready, Guy. You are going toe-to-toe with a European champion next as Nakamura slices to the move on the inside line. Can't quite get the overtake. It's Tarvanichkul, Avramidis, Kutskov, Kavalkin, Molnar, and then we have Albag in 6th position ahead of Kian Nakamura, but not for very long if Kian Nakamura-Berta's got a say in it through turn 1. Albag still holding on. The Israel youngster doing a fantastic job at the moment. But Nakamura is right there for the taking, and watch out for Kastelic as well. Nakamura senses the chance, but Albag protects nicely there to the inside line. No real chance of Nakamura sending it on the inside line as they go down the back straight this time. Nakamura will not want to wait around. He will want to get that overtaking move done fairly quickly. He goes for the move on the inside and gets it up to P6.
Yeah, nice little drive there, and he will get that move done. Sorted, there it is on your screens. So he moves it into that position, though. Keep an eye on Kastelic. He's right there still, just behind in the 266. He'll be the next one here that Guy Albag will have to defend against. The only nice thing he's got about it is that it's his teammate, but he certainly doesn't make anything nice about it as he sends it down the inside into the final corner. Albag loses one more position there. Back at the front here, though, Tarvanichkul starting to break away. Avramidis still there, but Kutskov and Kavalkin are very close. Look at this, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even 5th place is closing in. Martin Molnar on that last lap, actually fastest lap of the race, 48.754, has now re-closed in and found some waft and has closed that gap once more.
The Hungarian is not going to bail out of this without a straight fight. He's going to charge back onto the tail of Anatoly Kavalkin, who in turn is closing in on Kutskov, who in turn is trying to keep up with Xavier Avramidis, who is still keeping Enzo Tarvanichkul in touch. And there goes Kavalkin, making his bid on the inside of Kutskov into 3rd position. Kutskov bounces back. A corner later. It's still fairly dusty offline, so it's very hard to get the kart slowed down on travel. Kutskov back into 3rd. Molnar up to 4th. Kavalkin having to lick his wounds.
Kian Nakamura will be liking this up ahead. He's just seeing these 3 battle away, and look, he's just falling into the clutches of them once again. It's down the inside. Catch this. Again, just getting, or the Kavalkin, sorry, just getting that move done. And Kavalkin, they're now just bringing Nakamura closer into the battle here. Another fastest lap as well, 48.510. He is latching onto the back of them now, and he's just disappeared from the drivers behind him as well. So Kian Nakamura is certainly driving his way through this weekend.
It's working well. He seems to have good rhythm and good pace for the moment. Tarvanichkul out in 1st position from Avramidis in 2nd place. Then Kutskov, Kavalkin and Molnar. The top 5 working well together. They come across the line. And Avramidis, 0.3 of a second back from Tarvanichkul. The Australian still looking pretty hungry. And I don't think Tarvanichkul's going to have this easy for the last 5 laps of this race or so. He's definitely going to have to work his socks off to keep in the lead of this race. So Kavalkin Still closing up on Kutskov. Molnar trying to stay with them, and all the while, Nakamura Berta is just chipping away, fastest lap after fastest lap, just getting that gap down. He senses that third position could be the minimum.
It could very well be. Here we go then. Tarvanechel still leading the way. That gap, though, is closing in. Avramidis is right there. And it's now down to 0.3 of a second. Avramidis here has found some pace. Sector 1 was actually 0.2 faster on this lap than Tarvanechel, and that gap has closed down a little bit more now. There is still time for Avramidis to get this job done if he has got the pace to do so. Right now, Tarvanechel is controlling this one. Kutskov still there under pressure from Kavalkin. Molnar still just behind as well. Nakamura Berta, though, is just getting closer and closer. Look at him now. He is only about 2 kart lengths behind them.
Well, behind the top 6, we've still got a good race brewing. Samalisto in 7th from Petrovsky, Eichmanns and Gladish. And then Kastelich in 11th in front of Finn McLaughlin, who's fighting his way back. Lucas Fluscher has worked his way to 13th place in front of Guy Albag and Guillaume Bouzard. Matthias Mogato struggling a little bit in 16th place, which is where he started from, of course. Marcus Seita in front of Gabriel Gomez, who's had absolutely no progress in this race at all, which definitely doesn't help his cause. Dante Vinci 19th in front of Macedo, and then Florescu, Goldstein, Sauer and Ronnie Stefani. So everybody's still going, and incredibly, the whole field is still only covered by just a whisker over 10 seconds. There's the move from Molnar, dives in on Kavalkin. Nakamura Berta senses the chances there now, and he's suddenly gone from being 2 kart lengths back, having done another fastest lap, to right on the tail of Kavalkin, and Kavalkin knows he's there. Here comes Nakamura Berta. Invitation is absolutely accepted by Nakamura Berta. He gets through in a 5th position. Job done.
Yeah, I think that's why Molnar went for the move when he did. He could see that Nakamura Berta was closing in and thought, I want no part of that whatsoever. I need to get this position done. And he did so, and he has opened up a bit of real estate between the two of them now. So Nakamura Berta will have a lot of work to do here to close that battle up. You see there, Kirill Kutskov just shaking his head, just putting his head down there, trying to edge himself along. He is not matching the pace here of Avramidis or Tarvanechel. And Molnar has closed in on him, and I reckon the battle for 3rd place is about to kick off as well.
You know, I think Avramidis has actually been very strong on his tyres in the last couple of heats. He hasn't pushed them very hard, which is why now he's all over the back of Enzo Tarvanechel. Tarvanechel's had to put himself into a compromised position to get back into the lead a couple of times. So Avramidis may have the slightly better conditioned tyres, which means he might get a chance to go for the lead at this point. Similar story for Martin Molnar. He hasn't quite been as many war zones as Kirill Kutskov has over the last couple of laps, or certainly the last couple of heats as well. So Kutskov has got to try and work himself into a position where he can defend valiantly without losing too much ground, and certainly without putting too much of a degradation grain on the tyres. So he's got to be very careful to edge himself into a good position. Molnar looks like he's looked after them very well. Tarvanechel's got back on the pace again to try and stretch away from Avramidis. But both Kutskov and Molnar have got to be careful, because now on a 48.0 is Kiya Nakamura Berta. This man is absolutely charging.
That is a fantastic time there for Nakamura Berta. They have certainly got the thing dialed in now, have the Prema Racing team, with both with Tarvanechel and Nakamura Berta.
Well, when you consider that Nakamura Berta is going a quarter of a second...
Molnar.
Yeah, Molnar gets through on Kutskov, and he had to, because when you consider that Nakamura Berta is going a quarter of a second a lap quicker than anybody else, they were running out of time to shake off Nakamura Berta. Kutskov comes back into 3rd. Nakamura Berta's trying to dive on the inside line and get the place back. Molnar really wants to get back in on Kutskov. Get out of the way. Nakamura Berta's coming. He's going to get us both. So now Kutskov has to defend valiantly. This is a great chance for Kavalkin to get back into it. Tarvanechel now goes sub 48. Brilliant lap from him. 47.9, the only driver to do so. And now Nakamura Berta won't wait around on Molnar. He dives in, gets in a 4th position. So that is why Molnar wanted to get ahead of Kutskov and stay there, because now Nakamura Berta is going to try and disappear out front. Kavalkin is now backed up as he has an opportunity to gap through on Molnar as well. So now Nakamura Berta versus Kutskov, and he's got time to do it.
Yeah, well, that was well driven there by Kirill Kutskov. He did exactly what he needed to do to hold on to that position there. You could just see there Kavalkin getting the move done as well. He moves up another position. Molnar down one more, so Molnar's really been shaken up here. But Kirill Kutskov here could hold on to a top 3 spot if he can maintain this one. But Nakamura Berta is certainly going to make that a challenge for him. Avramidis still there. He has lost onto the back of Tarvanechel. Tarvanechel has opened up the gap now, but it's all going to be down to what's going to happen for 3rd.
Yeah, he's not really pushed himself any harder than he's had to. Nakamura Berta might just have time to go for third position before the end of this one, and Kutskov knows it. Stop looking behind you, Kirill. Focus on the road ahead. Nakamura Berta will make mincemeat of you if you give him half a chance. Kutskov defending valiantly to the inside line. Nakamura Berta, good slingshot out of the previous corner to try and snatch third position in the final turn, and he's going for it, and he's got it. Nakamura Berta will steal third, but it's going to be a victory for Tarvanichkul in front of Avramidis. Nakamura Berta, and to the line. Kavalkin just beats Kutskov to fourth position further back. Great racing in the OK Senior category once again here at Cremona. Terrific stuff, excellent motorsport, and that is exactly what karting is good at. Edging you to the absolute limit to the finish line once again. And Enzo Tarvanichkul comes up good with the victory in front of Xavier Avramidis. A very frustrated Kirill Kutskov overtakes everybody and becomes the first man to come into the pits. He clearly feels he had the pace to win, so wants to at least be the first one home if he can't be the first one over the line. But tell you what, great racing. It really has been superb so far at Cremona. Everybody has really driven themselves into a good frame of mind. Enzo Tarvanichkul, though, holds the pace for the time being. He's got the lead and is looking very strong. Second place for Xavier Avramidis of Australia, and Nakamura Berta, third position, fighting his way back after a tough qualifying, 16th on the grid, third at the end of that heat. So it's still looking good, though, for Enzo Tarvanichkul. Another victory, and he now has 194 out of a possible 200 points. So Tarvanichkul takes the win from Avramidis and Nakamura Berta, Anatoly Kavalkin and Kirill Kutskov close at the line. Martin Molnar P6 from Lucas Samalisto, Ian Eichmans, Jan Petrovsky and Finn McLaughlin. Good fight back. Lucas Fluscher 11th from Kastelic, Gladish, Guy Albag and Matthias Morgato, the reigning world champion, 15th position in the end. 16th place going the way of Marcus Scheiter in front of Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg. Then Dante Vinci ahead of Francisco Macedo. The Brazilian Gabriel Gomez in 20th position, although he races under an Italian license. Eli Goldstein, Zoe Florescu, Ronnie Stefani and Alex Sawyer. And every driver managed to come home. Only 14.3 seconds covers the entire group. An amazing race there in qualifying Heat B versus E, because it was all very hard and fair, but it all came through on the race circuit. There was no flotsam and jetsam anywhere to be seen. Let's have a look back over the best bits from that race. Avramidis getting a strong start. Tarvanichkul just slotting himself into third position. Nakamura Berta setting off on the attack, trying to pick his way through one or two karts on the opening lap. There he is around the outside of Gabriel Gomez. Gomez didn't really make any progress, did he, in the CRG? Very unfortunate. Tarvanichkul, lap one, no waiting around, get the move, get through. Avramidis taking the same advantage to get into second place. Finn McLaughlin drifting off the road in his battle in the midfield, but he managed to recover to 10th place. Very commendable from the Irish driver to get back into the top 10. Now, there was a little bit of a battle behind Nakamura Berta as we saw the teammates at Forza, Albagino, and also his Forza Racing teammate there, Mark Kastelic, getting into the duels. Kavalkin getting himself into a good position with Kutskov as they dueled away for position. And Kavalkin was very eager to do battle with Martin Molnar as well. But once Nakamura Berta caught up to them all, it was only a matter of time before the Prema driver would pick his moment. One by one, he got them. First Kavalkin. Then it would be a move on Molnar, and then it would be the move on Kirill Kutskov. But only after Molnar got his initial move on Kutskov, and then Kutskov knew that Nakamura Berta was going to be all over him down the main straight. So Nakamura Berta went long and wide, held the racing line, picked his moment, picked his opportunity, and started to make his moves. Down into the hairpin, he got Molnar, and then it wouldn't be until the very last corner of the very last lap that Nakamura Berta would seize his chance to move up into third position. There it is, last corner, last lap. Talk about timing, and he manages also to get out sprint there by Kavalkin. A good win for Tarvanichkul, and he now has just 6 points off the perfect score. So great work so far at the circuit, Angelo Bergamonte, and certainly for Enzo Tarvanichkul, he is in a brilliant frame of mind here. He's not the perfect dominant force so far, but he's certainly only 6 points away from that. So down in the pit lane, we go to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme with our race winner for that one, Enzo Tarvanichkul. Enzo, certainly a solid performance from you. Great start. But talk us about that race, because really it was just a case of keeping the momentum up and just maintaining your tyres and just driving away with it, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, just after the start we had to pace ourselves a little bit. Then we just saved the tyres, and then a couple laps we pushed just to see how the pace was. And Xavier just kept up. after that we built a bit of a gap behind. So yeah, happy with that. Good race in general.
I mean, certainly the Premier team seem to have got everything dialed in this weekend, because not only yourself but your teammate, Kienek and Roberta, coming through the field. He gained 13 positions in that one. What do you say to that?
Yeah, we're all pretty fast, just unlucky from them in quali a little bit, but we're all quite fast also. KR, we're all there, and it's a good sign.
Plans for the rest of the day today? I'm guessing it's you want to keep it on the top spot, really, don't you?
I think we just have to play it as it falls. You know, there's no point to predict everything already, like from now, because it's not guaranteed. So just play as it falls and just keep consistent. This is the most important thing, I think.
Well, best of luck for it, and congratulations so far this weekend. Excellent. Thank you, Enzo Tarvinichkal there. We will now head to the lunch break, but don't go anywhere. There is plenty more races to go, so make sure you stay with us.
Thanks, Anthony. Indeed, the schedule for this afternoon is ram-packed full of races. We've got 10 still to go this afternoon, starting as it will be with the qualifying heat for groups D versus F, and then that will continue on in the rotation. Several of the junior drivers and the OK drivers have just one race to go now. Most of them have two. So this afternoon is going to be very busy in the Champions of the Future Euro Series on the Cartodromo Cremona circuit, right next door to the circuit Angelo Bergamonte, where the bikes and the cars go play. So it's going to be an interesting one here as we continue our Friday schedule. Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023 live on motorsport.tv and of course on the YouTube stream as well. That will take us all the way through to the last race of the day, which will be in the OK senior category qualifying heat number 30, and that will be at 5:05 local time. Plenty still to do, plenty of great racing to come, and it all happens right here on your screens. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in action at 2 o'clock. Let's do it all over again, shall we, folks? Welcome back to the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte here in Cremona in northern Italy, where the temperature is climbing all the way to the dizzying heights of 28 degrees Celsius. The humidity is high, so is the adrenaline and the action. We have another 10 races to go this afternoon, which will set the grids ready for tomorrow's superheats. Only 72 drivers across both categories will remain, and it's definitely going to be a tough race to get there. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me, Anthony Jordan. A very thrilling morning so far.
It certainly has. It certainly kick-started with a set of fireworks, didn't it, with the wet track. And the first race of the day certainly was an interesting one, with nearly half the grid going off the track at turn 1, lap 1. Certainly wasn't the best way to start the day, but the track conditions certainly dried up and the temperature now has soared. We're well now into the high 20s, nearly 29, 30 degrees now. And as you can see from that shot, the blue sky has come over the circuit. There is nothing in terms of shade unless you're underneath some tarpaulin.
Yeah, indeed. It's definitely going to be pretty tricky out there for the circuit. There's still rain lingering in the area, but over the circuit, it looks like it's pretty much faded. So we're going to be in for a little bit of a heat haze for the rest of the day. There's your schedule. If you're just tuning in, you haven't missed a massive amount of races, but you're definitely in time for the best ones as far as setting the final 72 drivers in Junior and OK for tomorrow's Super Heats are concerned. We kick off in a couple of minutes' time with qualifying heat D versus F in Junior, then OK, and then we have the A versus C races. D versus E will follow them, and then we'll have the A versus F races in first Junior, and then OK. We'll conclude the day with qualifying heats B versus C in both Junior and OK. It has definitely been a very tight race battle leading up to that point, and there's still plenty more action to come. As it stands at the moment, it is Dries van Langendonk who currently leads the interim point standings in the OK Junior category. Mind you, that is largely down to the fact that he has raced 4 times and several of the others have not yet done so. Arjen Kleiling is the man who gets to start the next heat from pole position in the Kart Republic number 56, and he will share the front row of the grid with Britain's Lewis Werrell, who currently leads the Champions of the Future Euro Series standings.
Yeah, indeed. It's certainly very close within the juniors in the intermediate classifications. The OK category is another story as well. Enzo Tarvanechel also leading that. That is the same case for him. It's because he has done 1 extra heat than the rest of the grid. He currently leads that one from Martin Molnar, Luigi Coluccio and Kian Nakamaroberta. So very close in both of them. There is Lewis Werrell, though, on the front of this grid. He certainly has had an interesting day. His race earlier on didn't go his way, though. He finished P10 after a penalty applied to him, so certainly will want to not replicate that. But the first half of the weekend was good. A second place finish in his first race, then a 9th, 10th in the third one, so hopefully wanting to push forward in this one. He starts that one on the front row of the grid. But just behind as well, the rest of the grid, Noah Montero as well, Tame Soleil. Tame Soleil is another driver who didn't have a good start to the day. Unfortunately, his first race of the day, 31st for him after receiving as well a penalty and retiring from the race. His day yesterday, though, much, much better. Second in both of his heats. He will want to replicate that again. He has had a good start to this one. It has just been one of those days, I think, for the top runners of this grid, because Noah Montero, the story is relatively similar. This morning, P22 after a penalty was applied to him. So, again, a lot of the drivers at the front here seem to be struggling.
It's not been the easiest of weekends to get right, has it? Particularly some of the bigger names in the field have actually really struggled to get the mode. There is Noah Montero. Qualifying went beautifully, but ever since then, it has been pretty tricky up to that point and following in procedure. So it's not been the easiest of weekends for Noah Montero to get right. He certainly had to really struggle his way up to the front and has been caught out in the wars more than once over the course of the weekend. However, there is still a bit of a way to go and 2 races to come for all of the drivers in groups D versus F. With Kreiling alongside Werrell on that front row of the grid and Tame Soleil in 3rd from Montero. You've also got some pressure bubbling up from Lewis Francis, the Australian, and Filippo Sala, the Italian, in the Sodi kart. So still plenty of opportunities for races to come back to drivers or to let it slip. Here we go, 10 more laps of the circuit here at Cremona Karting, just in the shade of the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte. And the drivers will gear themselves up ready for the start. Ian Kleiling and Lewis Werrell on the front row of the grid from Tame Soleil and Noah Montero, Luis Francis and Filippo Sala from Stepan Antonov and Kit Belovsky, then Merel Beldez and Marianito, Luna Flusha and Alfie Slater, Boris Liesen and Lev Krutelov, David Kozma and Jensen Burnett, then Bernardo Gentil and Maya Lamarchande, Louis Cochet and Gerasim Skudanov, Lorenzo Campos and Jakob Mikalev from Tom Pappenborg and Travis Teo, Wojciech Woda and Apo Timonen, Sasha Van Bosch and Gritesh Giriupa, Antonio Macedo, Victor Rad, Giulio Mazzolini and Vanessa Shilkuniet.
Busy old grid of drivers. This is going to be an interesting afternoon, and a big welcome to everyone who is watching along. It is fabulous to have you here, and certainly it has been a tough old year for these drivers. Of course, they've had some new circuits been thrown on the calendar for this year, this being one of them. Cremona, a track that a lot of these drivers won't be used to, but certainly has been a challenge for them. Tight, twisty, technical, and very demanding on both driver and the tyres as well. That's been the biggest talking point again this weekend, the tyres. So much has to happen to them before they can get a brand new set before the final. Qualifying heats, super finals tomorrow as well. There's your race director, Martin Bean, the eye in the sky, watching over the race proceedings and the starting proceedings as well as the drivers make their way to the start-finish line to get us kick-started for this race. Plenty to happen in the morning, but plenty more is going to happen in the afternoon. Here we go then, across the start-finish line. Green flag goes out. Great start then from Arjen Kreiling, sweeps into the lead. The same for Tame Soleil. He follows suit. Remember, Tame Soleil earlier on, 31st after a penalty. He does not want to replicate that. And into the barrier goes two karts on the back of the grid. One of them looks like a Ward Racing, one's a Sodi.
And there's a CRG that's gone at turn 3 as well, so that is the Sodi of 147. Gritesh Giriupa of the Treffler Racing team. He's gone off, and we've got a CRG off a corner later as well. That, I'm afraid, is Bernardo Gentil, isn't it, the Brazilian? Yeah. So as the field continues to work its way through on the opening lap, the green flags fly on the second sector. But out in front, Tame Soleil has managed to close in behind his German colleague, Ian Kleiling. As they continue to duel away, Lewis Werrell finds himself in third position in front of Filippo Sala.
That was Jakob Mikalev as well, the Ward Racing driver who was involved in that scuffle at turn number 2. So he will drop down a couple of positions in this one. Kreiling, though, leads across the line from Tame Soleil. Lewis Werrell there in third place, but Werrell all over that rear bumper and instantly going defensive there is Tame Soleil. Covers that inside line and the dust gets kicked up on the circuit. And was that Lewis Werrell running wide there? I think it was. Lewis Werrell ran wide out of turn number 3. The dust on the circuit, he had no traction whatsoever.
And there's a lot more conflagration of that style continuing on down the field. A few more drivers.
No, I apologise. Sorry, Lewis Werrell's actually leading the race.
He's leading the race.
It was someone else.
So that must have been another one of the Forzas.
It must have been Kreiling.
I think it must have been Ian Kreiling. Yeah, so Kreiling has now tumbled all the way down out of the top 10. So Kreiling is all the way down into, well, where is he? 24th position now. So Ian Kreiling is the one that's dropped down to the back from what was the lead of the race briefly, as Kit Belovsky gets his move on Lev Krutelov, and he's going to go side by side down the straight with Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. So Burnett is going to go to the inside line, but no, that is very well defended and covered off by Kit Belovsky. Turned across on Jensen Burnett. No contact, but made it absolutely clear, you are not getting past me on the inside line. And there's a spinner! That's Luna Flusha!
Oh dear, and that's stalled now, and she's going to have to get that restarted. It's going to be a tough job, though, and, well, pushing it backwards for one, spinning it round, and now you've got to push it to get it going. Luckily, she's got plenty of time. One attempt at this, remember, otherwise the marshals will have to retrieve the car. And as soon as they do that, she'll be out of the race. Hopefully, she gets it going. Back at the front here, though, Werrell leads the way. Well, no, now it says Apo Timonen's there up front. I don't think that is the case. No, it is Lewis Werrell who leads. This is the top 3 that we have on our screens. Tame Soleil and Noah Montero there in third place. It doesn't look like Luna Flusha managed to get that going.
No, she didn't.
I think she's out of the race.
That's very unfortunate. So now we've got Tame Soleil all over the back of Lewis Werrell. That is the Champions of the Future Euro Series points leader, Lewis Werrell, leading the race, but Tame Soleil wants to go for the lead, and he's going to take it. Very nicely handled as he goes for the lead and moves in front. So Tame Soleil gets ahead of Lewis Werrell, and watch for Noah Montero in the Kart Republic behind him. Lewis Werrell knows that Montero is going to be a fighting threat. Up into the hairpin, no change there. So for the moment, continuing on, it looks like we've lost another of the Sodis. Louis Cochet in his Treffler Racing Sodi has come off the road as well. So he joins Flusha, Gentil and Giriupa on the sidelines. But Team Soleil out in front of Werrell, Montero and Alfie Slater. This could be a very interesting quartet.
This could be a very interesting one, yeah. So Soleil leading the way. This is certainly a better performance than what he had earlier on in the day. And of course, yesterday, 2 second places. So to come away with a heat win would certainly put a smile on his face. And right now, he is opening up a little bit of an advantage here. Werrell under pressure here from Noah Montero. Montero himself equally under pressure from Alfie Slater. And him from Stepan Antonov. Very, very close here. There's the next two, Filippo Sala just closing in. Here's a look then at the start. Initially, great getaway for Arjen Kraling. It's just where did it all go wrong for him? That was the question. Start for the rest of the grid was good until we got to the exit here, and then we saw the 3 cuts going off the track. Kritashiwa Yupa, and then it was Yeko Mikalev, who was the other driver involved in that one with Ward Racing, was able to get it going again. And then, of course, the CRG of Bernardo Gentil, who went off. That was the moment Luna Flusha went round. And a big, scary moment, actually, there for Luna. And unfortunately, had to retire from the race, not able to get that one restarted. As changes here, as drivers moving up positions. Werrell's still there, and it looks like Slater's made a move here. Slater getting past both Antonov and Montero. Antonov has got back through, though. Antonov back into 3rd place. It's all kicking off here now, and crucially, that's allowing here Team Soleil to just break away.
So with Team Soleil getting a little bit of cover between himself and Lewis Werrell, this is exactly what the German wanted up front. Here comes Alfie Slater now, trying to take on Noah Montero, who's having to go a little bit more defensive than he wants. Kibalowski gets the run on Alfie Slater. He gets through, so nicely handled there from the Birolak driver, who is finally starting to shake this bad misfortune monkey off the back. And now Bilowski's going to go straight for Noah Montero. He doesn't hang around, and Kip Bilowski gets up into 4th position. Now he's on the ride to the top 3. He's got time and opportunity as Slater cuts in front of Montero, and Sala does as well around the outside.
Yeah, nice little chop and change there from the entirety of the grid, but everyone getting there just deserves and moving up into those positions. Team Soleil's lead now, 1.3 seconds from the chasing battle. Antonov from Werrell. That move has been done now. Werrell has dropped down into 3rd place. Then it's the chasing pack behind. Kibalowski in that one. He's got Alfie Slater just ahead of him. So the 2 Brits there will be working not together as off the track.
Off the road.
Oh, now who's that? That looks to me, is that Lev Krutilov?
That is the 107. That's Apo Timonen. So Timonen in the Katala Sports machine has gone off the road, but I think somebody from the top 6 went off as well. It was Montero. So Montero went off the road, and so too did Marla Marchand. So Montero down to 9th now behind Maria Nito. And I think Marla Marchand has dropped back behind Travis Teo. So a couple of drivers dropping off there in the middle of the top 6 fight. But Team Soleil 1.3 clear of Antonov and Werrell, then Slater, Bilovsky, Sala, Krutilov, Nito. We've got a bit of a recovery now going on for the Katala Sports driver, Apo Timonen, down at the pit lane entry. But certainly for Team Soleil, this is exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, Lev Krutilov still in the race. There he is on your screen, is Lev Krutilov. He's right behind Filippo Sala for P6. So that battle's still heating up. But like you were saying, yeah, Bilovsky certainly on a charge here as they go down the main straight. Gap starting to form now. No one able to get that slipstream done. A little bit of action just further back, though. That looks like Travis Teo and Krasim Skulinov having a good little scrap. But it's starting to kick off here. Slater is on that rear bumper now of Lewis Werrell. And Werrell's looking over the shoulder here. Werrell's worried here.
Won't be the first time these two have duelled for position. Here comes Alfie Slater making his bid. He ducks in for the inside line, and Alfie Slater takes on the Euro Series points leader. Drifts wide on the exit, though. Lewis Werrell is going to try and cut back across. No, you don't, says Alfie Slater. He moves back into 3rd position. Nicely done there from the Ricky Flynn driver. So Alfie Slater continues up into 3rd position. Definitely taking a leaf out of elder brother Freddie's books, of course. He won the European Championship title in KZ2 a week ago in Sarno. And now Alfie Slater wants his own bit of silverware this weekend. There's Lewis Werrell behind him and Kip Bilovsky. So the 3 Brits running together as David Kozma picks up the warning flag and the penalty that comes with it.
Yeah, he will not like that one as we go on to the final lap. Only a short amount of time left in this one. I reckon Team Soleil's got this. That gap, 1.4 seconds. It's all going to be down to if Lev Krutilov can get this move done on Sala, and he can. Sends it down the inside, but Sala instantly fights back through the chicane. Can't quite get it done, and now Maria Neto is getting involved.
So Maria Neto wanting to try and work her way up into the top 6. She might just have a better time to do that. But out in front, Team Soleil having the perfect run up front. This is exactly what he wanted after the misery of coming off the race circuit last time out. He crashed out in race 3. In race 4, he is going to come through for the victory. That's more like it. Tame Soleil takes the checkered flag. Great run for the German. Second for Stepan Antonov. Third for Alfie Slater. Lewis Werrell in 4th and Kit Malowski in 5th place in front of Krutelov, Sala, Neto and Noah Monteiro in front of Lorenzo Campos, the Portuguese driver, who when he races in the Academy Trophy, races under the flag of Angola. So a fabulous run for Tame Soleil. A great performance from him, and he really has put on an excellent show here. So that's a bit more like it for the German talent. He may have had a bit of a lackluster result in the previous race, but he's definitely come back strong this time and come up with the kind of result he can be happy with. So 5 drivers dropping out of the race, unfortunately, in that one. Kritish Giriupa, Bernardo Gentil, Louis Cochet, Luna Flusha and Appo Timonen. But certainly in terms of the race battle, no worries at all for Tame Soleil this time as he takes a worthy victory. That will more than make up for the DNF last time. And look, he's absolutely beaming from ear to ear. That's more like it. I may have had a problem in race 3, but you know what? I can bounce back with a win as good as anybody. So very nicely handled there from Tame Soleil. That puts him up to 5th in the provisional standings, just 2 points behind Stepan Antonov. So Tame Soleil takes the victory in front of Stepan Antonov and Alfie Slater, ahead of his fellow Brits, Lewis Werrell and Kit Bilowski. Then Lev Krutelov in front of Filippo Sala and Marianito. Then Noah Monteiro in 9th in front of Lorenzo Campos. Medel Peldes in 11th in front of Gerasim Skudanov and Le Marchand. Sasha Van Padbosch ahead of Tom Pappenburg. 16th place goes the way of Boris Liesen in front of Travis Teo. And then David Kozma in 18th position in front of Wojciech Woda and Jensen Burnett. Arjen Kreling, the pole sitter, dropping all the way to 21st in the end. Lewis Francis also plummeting to P22. Jacob Mikilev, Victor Rad, Giulio Mazzolini, Antonio Macedo and Vanessa Schilkinieta. Then, unfortunately, we had retirements. Appo Timonen, Luna Flusha and Louis Cochet, as well as the retirements from Bernardo Gentil and Kritish Giriupa on the first lap. So that definitely gives Tame Soleil a big boost. 50 points were needed. And out of the 200 available to him, he now has 144. So Tame Soleil is still very much in the hunt for the victory this weekend. It's not over yet. Still a long way to go. So Lewis Werrell just checking out the start on Arjen Kreling. Soleil going with his German colleague as they dice their way through the first couple of corners. Very nice to see everybody making a clear cut of it. There's the incident further back as we saw the Sodi kart of Kritish Giriupa unfortunately tangling there with the Ward Racing machine of Jacob Mikilev. Just a corner later, we saw the retirement of Bernardo Gentil, the Brazilian. But there were more incidents to come as the dust was kicked up. And there is Arjen Kreling running completely off the road while leading. So he caught the grass, and that's how Luna Flusha got tangled up. She caught the rear of David Kozma's kart and unfortunately pirouetted around. That's how Tame Soleil got the lead on Lewis Werrell. Dived through on the inside line to make it all happen. And then the move up the inside, a little bit feisty from the 69 of Stepan Antonov to get through to second place in the end on Alfie Slater. But there were quite a few elbows out in that particular race as drivers are really starting to find their feet and go for these overtaking moves now. So we're going to see a lot more of them. Kit Bilowski really showed his flair in that one. Good to see the British driver really starting to pay some attention and take some names out there on the course. Great to see the British driver really starting to rise to the occasion. Lev Krutelov and Marianito getting their battle on Noah Monteiro. We unfortunately had the exit for Appo Timonen in the Kotala Sports team. We haven't really seen them come to prominence in the OK category since the days of Tukka Tarpanen in 2019 when he came into the team and showcased his flair in Europe for the first time. But out in front, Tame Soleil getting the job done ahead of Stepan Antonov and Alfie Slater. So certainly a good run for the Sauber Academy youngster who has taken a very bold victory there. The fastest lap of the race, of course, going the way of Arjen Kreling in his method to try and come back. Down in the pit lane is Anthony Jordan.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, down here in Park Ferme here with our race winner, Tame Soleil. Now, Tame, great second half of the day. This morning didn't go your way, P31, but certainly a heat win has made up for all of that.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I loved the race. But yeah, this morning was pretty unfortunate that I DNF'd, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about yesterday as well. Yesterday was a good day as well, 2 second places. So you're certainly showing that you've got the pace around here. How are you finding the circuit? It's quite a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough circuit, very technical. It's very grippy, but I managed well, and now I'm here.
Well, there's still more races to go at the end of the day. We'll see what you can do, but certainly you're looking like you're going in the right direction for the Superheats and the final tomorrow. Do you reckon you could get away with a final win this weekend?
Hopefully I could. I have the speed for it, but yeah, I hope me and KR can accomplish it.
Let's see what you can do. Well done. Congratulations on the heat win. We'll see you a bit later on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Excellent stuff there from Tame Soleil for the Sauber Academy team. Brilliant drive from him. Plenty more races to go. The sun is beaming down here. It is absolutely boiling. Jake, back over to you.
It certainly is. The heat is rising all the time. It's definitely going to be an intriguing one as the competitors continue to make fine work of things here at the circuit at Cremona. So we are going to see some very interesting challenges ahead, I'm sure. And we'll get to see what happens next in this grueling battle for the decent positions. Right, we have the OK category coming out next on the circuit. Group D versus F, as Martin Bean takes the subtlest of moments to leave his position. The camera is always on, Mr. Bean. Right, Sebastiano Pavan and Thomas Strauven are going to be from the front row of the starting grid. Tony Kart versus Kart Republic, the two big Italian brands in the world of the modern era. And they will quest for the glory in the OK Senior category this time by 24 drivers taking to the starting grid. There is Sebastiano Pavan, pole position for the Italian. Managed to come away with his first bit of silverware in the FIA category earlier this year with a podium position in Třinec in the Czech Republic, and has certainly been continuing his fantastic rise to prominence with the Tony Kart factory team. It's great to see him right up at the sharp end, battling for positions. Alongside him on that front row of the starting grid, the Belgian talent Thomas Strauven, who has definitely taken to the OK Senior category even more confidently than he did as a junior. He certainly seems a lot more strong in terms of his run at the front end than perhaps some of his competitors around him have. So Thomas Strauven will be there on the front row of the starting grid. On that second row, we're going to see this man, Miguel Costa, as he finds himself in third place on the starting grid. The Brazilian, certainly hopeful for a better result than we saw earlier on. He got tangled up in an incident, didn't he? So hopefully we're going to see a little bit more of the positive side of Miguel Costa's race weekend this time around, but he's certainly making good hay while the sun shines. Alongside him on the grid, though, is the man who came into this weekend as the points leader in the Champions of the Future Euro Series, and that is Alex Powell, who races for the Prema Racing team. Born in Miami in Florida, and certainly showcasing incredible amounts of skill whenever he takes to the kart circuit, no matter whether it's direct drive or gearbox. He was out racing at Sarno last week, and here he is in direct drive once again. There is Thomas Strauven for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. Starting from the front row of the grid as he is, he certainly has a good performance underneath him now, having taken a win earlier on today. And the Belgian talent definitely going faster in senior than he ever was in junior. And I wonder if it's whatever it is about the style of his driving that seems to suit the OK category a little bit more than it does in junior. It's certainly working out in his favor, isn't it? He has no regrets of making the switch and stepping up. It's definitely come to him. So there is Alex Powell, the young man who was born in Miami in Florida, and doing a fantastic job as he continues his march to prominence in 2023. He's taken an awful lot of silverware. He hasn't quite taken any titles yet, but he's certainly looking good for it in Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023. Just keep banging in those results, and hopefully that will come his way. But he's got a great opportunity to continue the fight. And don't forget, of course, that come September, he's going to have a pair of World Championship titles to fight for. So that's going to be particularly exciting as well. So we're going to see some really exciting battles out on the course as the drivers continue to make a good run of it. So all of the drivers giving themselves a good run. But it's really going to see some exciting battles out on the course as everybody wants to see what can happen out on the circuit. There is Arthur Poulain, who is in the new AKM Motorsport team, getting himself geared up and ready. It'll be very interesting to see what he can do as the racing battles on. But obviously, having made his debut with the team earlier on in the day, he could really do with a little bit more prime focus. And it hasn't exactly been the most perfect of starts as far as he's concerned. So he could really do with a little bit more from this one. There is your race director, Mr. Martin Bean, overseeing all of the action and activity on the course here. And a really intriguing situation for all the drivers as they now prepare to push start and make their way out onto the circuit once again. 13 laps of the course, as always, here at Cremona. So we'll definitely get to see what the drivers can do and the great effort that they will continue to put in. Sebastiano Pavan and Thomas Strauven from that front row of the starting grid. Expect big things from them as they charge off into the distance. Then Miguel Costa and Alex Powell on the second row. And then it will be Artur Pulain in the AKM Motorsport machine for Kart Republic and Alexander Bogunovic on the third row alongside him. Then Nicolo Kuman and Teresa Babachkova, Kasper Henriksen and David Walter, Victor Smith and Gustav Wisniewski, Clement Utran and Enea Frey, then Matteo Giaccardi and Matilda Pats, from Joel Bergström and Martti Rittinen, Emili Koivisto and Michael Lidea, then Ivo Besterda, Adrien Ferra, Nadim Rustombi and Ryan Vincent.
Packed whole grid in this one, plenty of action left to come up, and like we were saying, temperature certainly is rising out there, but what can Sebastiano Pavan do in this race? 2 seconds and a win over the course of the weekend, and can he make that into another win this time around? He is certainly doing what he needs to do, currently 5th in the intermediate classifications here with 138 classification points, so certainly wants to add another 50 to that one, but Thomas Strauven will certainly want to make sure that that doesn't happen because he sits 7th in the intermediate classifications, only a couple of points behind with 135, so certainly going to be very, very close between these two. Powell as well, who wants to get a good getaway. Got a good getaway last time as well. Let's see what he can do in this one. Miguel Costa as well alongside this front two rows, certainly very, very interesting. Strauven with a second, third, and a race win earlier on. He would like to keep that momentum up with another win this time around. Here they go then into the final corner, into the tram lines, and we are about to get ourselves away and racing. 13 laps for qualifying heat D and F about to get underway. Here they go, it looks good, green light to go out, and away they go down towards turn 1. Great start then from Pavan, who sweeps into the lead. He holds on to that one. Powell stays there in 4th place, but the rest of them still squabble for position as down into it they go. It looks like Miguel Costa's got himself up into 2nd place. Back of the grid contact, 2 cuts going up in the sky, but they all manage to keep themselves going. No drama at all for the top runners. They all side their way through the first chicane, no dramas whatsoever.
So they're all there or thereabouts in position as the drivers work their way through on the far side of the course, just trying to keep themselves out of trouble at the start. Sebastiano Pavan certainly going well. Up in 2nd place, Miguel Costa, having got a good start, already trying to attack the Italian in the Tony car, trying to go for the lead, thinks better of it. Alex Powell tucked up in 4th position, trying to make his bid on the inside of Thomas Strauven. As they come out of the final turn, there is no change at the moment between the top 4, but going into lap 2, looks like Strauven's going to make his bid on Miguel Costa before too long. Up on the inside, that is one of the Birolats going wheel to wheel there. So that is going to be Joel Bergström, I think, trying to make his bid on the inside of Matteo Giaccardi as the drivers work their way forward. Some good race battles at the moment as everybody tries to keep it nice and tidy. And Miguel Costa up in the top 5. I was going to say top 4, but he's fell away now to 5th place behind Artur Pulain. And the next driver in tow is going to be Teresa Babachkova. She'll try and make her bid before too long.
Yeah, Teresa had her best result earlier on today, P6, so she'll want to do better than that one. Currently sitting in P6. He paid very close eye on her. This gap, well, they've not broken away yet. Sebastiano Pavan has not lost Strauven whatsoever. Powell's still there in 3rd, has latched onto the back of them. They've got a bit of breathing space as side by side there. Strauven looked to the inside of Pavan there in towards turn 1, thought against it, did not have the momentum to get it done. Now this is making Alex Powell think here. He's thinking, right, I've got to get past Strauven before he tries to get in front and disappear down the road, if he can do such a thing. Because Pavan at the moment, despite his best efforts, has not dropped the 2 behind him. And even Artur Pulain is closing in, Miguel Costa and Teresa Babachkova. They're all still there. This is a very close battle at the front, but Pavan is in control here, doing exactly what he needs to do with his 2 second places and a heat win. He would like another heat win to round out his day, but plenty of action left to come as Powell looks to the inside here for 2nd place, gets it done, and Powell moves into 2nd, and now side by side, Artur Pulain goes alongside Thomas Strauven and gets it done as well. So Strauven now down 2 positions. He now sits in P4.
So this is not going away, this battle, is it? Artur Pulain trying to stretch away now that he's got into 3rd position. He wants to now try and take on Alex Powell. The David Walter is the fastest one on circuit as he tries to close up on Alexander Bogunovic. Martti Rittinen and Gustav Wisniewski are not too far away from that mark either. as they continue to charge forward. I think we've got quite a few competitors who fancy their chances up in the top 5. Here comes a chance from Strauven to try and close in again on Arthur Poulain. Not going to happen. Miguel Costa still there in P5 for the moment, but Teresa Babichkova in the Forza Racing Expert looking for her chance. Here comes the move from Strauven. Got to really work hard to get there on the inside. Had to brake late to get there. Arthur Poulain has to let Miguel Costa go through, and Teresa Babichkova will not be intimidated. She gets through into 5th position as Matteo Giaccardi picks up a technical flag. So good work from Teresa Babichkova to get into 5th position.
Yeah, nice one there. Can we just stress right now that the top 23 drivers are separated by under 6 seconds out on circuit. It is so close between the entire field right now. Giaccardi, like you were saying, with that technical flag, will have to bring it back into the pit lane as moves starting to happen here. As David Walter dives down the inside of Arthur Poulain, and I think he's got the move done on Teresa Babichkova as well. So Babichkova now down into 7th place. Walter and Poulain both getting through. This is the battle at the front, though. Pavan and Powell. Powell is closing in, and, well, that was a move there we could just seeing as in the pit lane now comes the 315 of Matteo Giaccardi, and the technical flag went out. Matteo clearly unhappy, and from that view, I'm trying to see what is up with the kart. I can't quite see from that angle, but eyes at the front here, and Pavan, Powell, and Strauven, who's now got the fastest lap of the race, is starting to close back in on the leading 2.
And still, Thomas Strauven has pace, but doesn't really have opportunity at the moment. 3rd position, fastest lap of the race, but could really do with reeling in Alex Powell a little quicker. So Powell is there or thereabouts. He hasn't really been able to make the big threat on Sebastiano Pavan just yet. But there is still plenty of time left in this race. But again, there is this ultimate balancing out between getting into a good position and making those tyres go the distance. It's all very well to charge your way through, but here comes the move, and Strauven gets there now. Powell,
he let him through. I
think he did. I think he decided, you know what, there is no point us going wheel to wheel and battling and scrabbling away. I want to look after my tyres here. I don't want to push this too hard. I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, exactly. And Powell's just thinking, I can latch onto the back of you probably and close up to Pavan. Because, again, Powell, if he's thinking he wants to save his tyres here and not want to scrap with anyone, if he slows it down just that little bit too much, he's got Miguel Costa. He's got David Walter just behind. Arthur Poulain, you know, they're closing in. Look at them. They're right there. They are scrapping away themselves because Walter just got past Costa. But Walter's on a charge here. David Walter, who is up several positions now, he is up 6 places in this race. There's the replay, and it was just a hand gesture from Powell at the end there and from Thomas Strauven. And Strauven just saying, thank you very much, let's go. And look at the gap they've opened up as well. Strauven is right on the rear bumper of Sebastiano Pavan now.
So as this battle continues to intensify, there's going to be a lot more to come from it, I'm sure. But the battles continue. Really good run. Pavan, Strauven, Powell, Walter, Costa, Arthur Poulain, then Nicolo Kumar, then Teresa Babichkova, Bogunovic and Wisniewski. So still they duel away up to the far side of the course. Pavan still holding station in front of Strauven. Powell, Walter, Costa and Poulain. Poulain is really finding it frustrating going at the moment. He has the speed, as far as he's concerned, to be there in the top 5, but he always just gets caught out in the worst possible position to make it go. I tell you what, Thomas Strauven has absolutely taken the initiative this weekend, hasn't he? He's suddenly found the pace. He's got himself into a neat position. The kart is going well. He's looking confident, and he's absolutely not backing down from the fight.
No, not at all. Like you say, to go. Oh, and a big off on the circuit. And who's that's the 313? It's a CRG who's off the circuit.
It's Michael Adair.
It is. And, well, that was a big off. And that was at turn number 3, the hairpin. He tries to get it re-going, gets in. I think he was successful. He was successful, and he continues. But that was a scary moment. He really dented those barriers.
Yeah, not a good opportunity there for Michael Adair, unfortunately, and that's really dropped him down to the back of the field by quite some way. So the officials are going to have to go back over those barriers before the start of the next OK Junior race. It's OK now, though. There's no danger, really, to worry about on the next lap this time round, though. But still, Alex Powell, 3rd position, now falling into the clutches of David Walter. You don't want to lose too many positions, because 3rd position will do, but he doesn't really want to go down to 4th place if he can help it, because then he's in the danger zone of getting involved in the Costa Poulain Kumar affair.
Yeah, again, unless he has literally just Trying to take this one to the end as Gustav Nevsky sees a technical flag. He will not like that. He currently sits in P20th. This is heating up, though. So we've got first place battle heating up and the third place battle heating up at the moment as well. We've got Pavan and Strauven, Powell and Volta starting to kick off as we go on to the last couple of laps. And right now, Strauven not going for the move through turn number 1. If anything, if he's going to go for the move, I reckon we could see something into the turn 8 hairpin as well here for David Walter, because he has latched right onto that rear bumper here. Powell gave up second place. Is he going to give up third? That's the question here. Back at the front, Strauven not able to get it done through turn number 8. Not close enough, but Walter's close enough. Down the inside of Powell and moves up into third place. David Walter siding through the field here. He's now up 7 positions from his original starting spot. David Walter has seriously found some speed in the second half of the day. And, well, Alex Powell there didn't fight it at all, and I think he is in full tyre-saving management mode here as he just brings the cut to the end. Big look over the shoulder there for Powell to see Miguel Costa a little further down the road, but eyes back on these front two as Strauven continues that fight towards Sebastiano Pavan's rear bumper. It's not close enough yet, but it could get closer with only a couple of laps to go.
He definitely seems to feel like he has to do this, doesn't he? Clearly he doesn't want to push the kart too hard. He has a sort of a suspicion, I guess, that the long game is more valuable than going for the short-term benefit. So with a lap and a half still to go, Alex Powell having let David Walter go, he's got to be careful. He doesn't really want to get into the wars of Costa, Poulain, Kuman, and they will all want to try and take some points off him. So whatever they've tried for this race, I don't know whether how much of this is being conservative about their tactics or how much of this is they've got it slightly wrong. But I'm afraid the 2-1-2 is now being shown the black flag. So Wisniewski has not been able to bring the kart, or has chosen not to bring the kart into the pits with its damaged front Nassau. So he is now being black flagged, and I'm afraid that's the book well and truly thrown at him. So very unfortunate there. But what it does mean is that up front there is no change, and Sebastiano Pavan has got Thomas Strauven all over the back of him. So Pavan has, for the moment, got to be very careful. So now it is going to be very, very delicate to see if Sebastiano Pavan can hang on to this. Strauven is still trying to make him work very hard indeed, all the way to the flag. So now it is going to be a very tough battle as across the line, Sebastiano Pavan will hang on for the victory in front of Thomas Strauven. Third place for David Walter, fourth for Alex Powell. That will do. He doesn't need to panic too much here. Fifth position for Miguel Costa, sixth for Arthur Poulain, and then seventh for Nicolo Kuman in front of Alex Bogunovic, Tadej Babičkova, and Joel Bergström. So, considering what has befallen the drivers thus far, there's still quite a long way to go, still a lot to do, and still a lot to prove. So you don't want to rush these things. It's always worth just trying to bring it into a decent position right to the flag. So Sebastiano Pavan has got himself into a race-winning position, and that's a very tidy one indeed for the Italian, for the Tony Kart Racing team. They can be very happy with that. Luigi Coluccio has picked up a series of victories, and now Signor Rabazzi has been able to watch his man, Sebastiano Pavan, take a victory of his own. So very nice work for the guys in green, white and red. They've done a fantastic job over the course of the weekend. And there is Sebastiano Pavan, who I'm sure that's given him a big confidence booster for the remainder of this weekend. He can be very happy indeed with that. The team are happy, he's happy, we're happy. Sebastiano Pavan takes the win from Thomas Strauven and David Walter. Alex Powell in fourth in front of Miguel Costa and Arthur Poulain. Nicolo Kuman, Alexander Bogunovic, Tadej Babičkova and Joel Bergström in the top 10. In 11th place it is Enea Frey in front of Matilda Pats and Clement Outran. Then Emili Koivisto in front of Kasper Henriksen, the Norwegian. And then we have Ivo Besterde, the Polish driver for Parolin, in 16th in front of Martti Rittinen. And then Gustav Wisniewski ahead of Adrian Ferrer, Ryan Vincent, Nadim Rustombi, Victor Smith and Michael Eder. Just the one retirement from the race, and that was the VDK driver, Matteo Giacardi of Belgium. So a race that had quite a lot of twists in the tail right from the start. From pole position, Sebastiano Pavan and Thomas Strauven on that front row of the grid clearly had a decent game plan on the horizon. They knew what they were going to get from this race and set about it quite systematically. Away they go, and you can see on the highlights of this particular race just how intense the incredible battles were out there on the course. So obviously some good battles and good pace from the drivers on the opening lap. No real conflagrations until later in the race, so everybody keeping it nice and clean and tidy on the first lap. But there were a few moments in the race that obviously gave us some interesting talking points. So the battles continue in fine fettle, and there's obviously good focus to come from the drivers as the day continues to progress. Up on the inside, there's the AKM driver Arthur Poulain making his progress. There were some good battles all the way through. But it's nice to see when you get drivers like Thomas Strauven picking up the pieces on the inside of Alex Powell. So Powell just getting himself into a nice relaxed situation. Michael Adair going off the road but managing to recover. I can tell you that the marshals are now resetting that barrier to its original position. But out in front, Sebastiano Pavan picking up a crucial victory in front of Thomas Strauven and David Walter. That will definitely improve the Italian's position. He now has 188 points out of a possible 200, just 12 off the maximum. And that definitely serves him well at this stage of the Champions of the Future Euro Series 2023. It's looking good for him at the fourth round of the weekend here at Cremona. Down in pit lane, let's head to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down in Parc Fermé here with our second place driver, Thomas Strauven. Thomas, a solid drive from you. You were luckily not to have to battle with Alex Powell. Talk us about what that moment was. It looked like you had a deal going on with him to just allow you to get past.
Yeah, I didn't know it was going on. I think his mechanic told him to let me pass because it seems to like I catch him up very easy, and I wanted to try to get that Pavan, but it just didn't work out. We came there, but it's hard to overtake at this place because it has so much grip. So, yeah, it's hard to overtake.
Yeah. You had a race win earlier on today. A great way to start the day for you. Second place in this one, certainly looking like the setup is much, much stronger today than what it was yesterday. Talk us, I mean, what is the plan for the rest of the day? I mean, are you planning on hoping you can stay up there? I mean, how are the tyres feeling for you? Have you used a bit too much of them?
No, I tried to save them as much as possible, but if you would try to go for the win, you always need to use a little bit. But yeah, in the race where I got P1, I definitely tried to manage the tires.
Yeah, indeed. It's getting very hot out here as well, so I can imagine that the tires are just getting completely chewed up out there. Lots of things happened over the course of the weekend, but still, are you feeling confident with yourself and the team that you can get a good result in the final later on this weekend?
Yeah, I feel very confident with the speed and everything, but just I have a massively pain in my ribs, so I hope I can drive the final, but we'll try our best to fix the problem.
Well, hopefully so. Well, congratulations. Well done, P2, and the win earlier on today. We'll see you out there a little bit later on. You go rest up, get some drinks, and rest your ribs as well then if they're hurting. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Excellent stuff there from Thomas Strauven. Plenty more races to go, and there you can see drivers starting to get a little bit fatigued now with rib pain for Thomas Strauven. Hopefully it's all good for later on today. Back to you, Jake, with the rest of the racing.
It's worth keeping an eye on that, isn't it? If there's going to be some rib discomfort through the course of the day, the drivers will obviously all be keeping one eye on that through the course of the day. 1,224 meters around this particular clockwise facility. The Circuit Angelo Bergamonte just behind us as well. It's a fabulous new facility, still only in its second year of international competition here at Cremona. It was a nice little lifeline through the COVID-19 debacle, and now it's becoming a semi-permanent fixture in the world of European karting. Good to see that the track has definitely got a little bit more lifespan behind it. So we're getting really interesting to see what will occur. So the OK Junior qualifying heat A versus C is next up. This is going to be the fourth heat for every driver that has not yet done their fourth. So Nicholas Schaufler will be on pole position for this one, having of course been ultimate pole position in the qualifying session yesterday, and the DBK driver definitely putting himself into a good position through the course of the weekend. He's been very controlled throughout and finds himself in a very confident position up at the front end of the field. He is currently looking at a top 5 position through the points rankings. It's been looking very good for him, but how about this boy? The Phoenix from the Flames, Alexander Bondarev from Kart Republic Motorsport. 3 wins so far this weekend, looking for number 4. And certainly looking very strong in 2023. He is absolutely on the crest of a wave at the moment. Second on the grid, looking good for it. However, Mies Huben and Jack Eilif are right with him on the second row of the starting grid. They both want to take some points off him this time, as does the Italian Ludovico Busso and the Singaporean Tiziano Monza in the Shamrock Europe Paralympic. It'll be interesting to see what they can do, and they'll certainly be wanting to take some points off the drivers up in front of them right from the start of this one. They'll definitely want their own feature in this particular race. It is a very busy grid. There is Mies Houben for the Ward Racing team, the Dutch contender, looking very strong as he prepares for the battle out there on the course. So I wonder what Mies Houben can create from the start of this one. Having joined the Ward Racing team, he certainly seems to have settled himself down into a very neat and tidy rhythm. So it'll be very exciting and very eager, I'm sure, will be young Mies Houben to see what he can generate from this one. The green light is about to come on at the end of the pit lane, and when it comes on, they will be sent out. There we go. It happens as I say it. 10 laps around the circuit once again here at Cremona. And at the end of this race, every driver in the junior brigade will have just one race, to complete before we get to the superheats tomorrow morning. Nicolas Schaufler and Alexander Bondarev, Mies Houben and Jack Eilif, Ludovico Busso and Tiziano Monza from Sebastian Lehtmarki and Oliver Kinmark, then Salim Hanna and Ethan Lennon from Alphonse Miettinen and Marius Barryberg, Zach Drummond and Zhao Yushun, and then it is Thomas Gender and Bennett Gaspar. Then we have Kirill Ditiev and Hugo Marti, Kian Fardin and Matthias Orjuela, Dan Kaleha and Vasi Apostolidis, Mark Gerstenkom and Lisa Biard, Santino Panetta and Gabriel Kunikan from Clara Kowalczyk and Sebastian Mins, Roman Kamyab and Marie Barryberg, then Kosai Ogiba and Natizo Mabunda. So all of the drivers in this one are out on the circuit. Dries van Langendonk currently leads the way on the interim standings with 194 points. However, the drivers that have not yet done their fourth race are about to make their statement. Alexander Bondarev before this race at 150 out of 150. Can he make it 200? We are about to find out. However, there are plenty of drivers, particularly the pole sitter Nicolas Schaufler, and of course the drivers in tow, the likes of Houben, Eilif, Monza, Kinmark, probably Salim Hanna as well has a big choice to come forward through the field. And don't forget Zach Drummond in the Paralympic. He'll definitely want some statements made about this one. So there's a lot of drivers that can try and take the lead of the points rankings away from Alexander Bondarev, as he is currently provisionally in third, but obviously this is his fourth race coming up, and if he wins a fourth, then he will be the leader still. So as they come off the turn, last couple of drivers coming off the tram lines, I think this is going to be a good start, actually. They come up towards the tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time by? We are! And a great start from Schaufler. No problems at all. Houben is going to run with him. Bondarev right round the outside, full of confidence as he holds second position. No major problems there. Up the inside, Houben tried to have a look. Not going to happen. So Bondarev follows through in second place behind Schaufler as a couple of drivers take to the grass. Is everybody going to get through? No, they're not. No. 4 or 5 carts involved in that one. That is one of the Forzas. That's the 15 that's gone. So that is Ethan Lennon. Also in there, the 34 of Marius Barryberg, the privateer. The 144 of Dan Kelleher. And Thomas Gender in the Forza as well. Big names to go. And Bondarev has already taken the lead from Schaufler.
Yep, Bondarev taken the lead, and he is now going to try his best to drive away now from Schaufler. Schaufler, though, instantly on the attack. He does not want Bondarev to get away, and he'll have the slipstream here. One of the carts going a little bit wide out of the corner. It's one of the Paralins. It looked like Zach Drummond to me that was running wide. But across the start-finish line, Bondarev leads from Schaufler, Monza, Houben, Busso, Kinmark, Eilif, Hanna. Then it's Lehtmarki, Mitter and Drummond, who's down into P11. But again, as everyone just trying to find their way through the part of the track, it's all going swimmingly well so far for the front runners, but Bondarev here in the lead, starting to drive away.
But it's a terrific opening lap from Tiziano Monza to move his way up from 6th on the grid to 3rd. The Paralympic driver absolutely on it. Now Mies Houben's trying to get up the inside. No, you don't, says Tiziano Monza. Holds on to it and manages to maintain 3rd position. He actually backs Mies Houben into the path of Ludovico Busso. So Busso is now going to try and make his bid to get up the inside, which he does. Well, Mies Houben goes for Monza, gets through on Monza. So Monza down to 4th position for the time being. A big slide at the inside from one of the Ricky Flynns. That is Salim Hanna getting through on Oliver Kinmark. So as they go down the straight, it looks like Jack Eilif's going to make the bid on the inside of Monza, and Eilif gets there. Monza lets him go, very smart. Decides to now tag in behind Jack Eilif. He knows that Eilif is pretty quick, so if he can work with his Paralympic opposition, he can actually try and get back onto the tail of Mies Houben once again, and they can start the duel all over again. So Kinmark there in 6th.
Well, that was brave from Mies Houben as well to go down the same corner that he had a cropper with a Paralympic driver earlier on in the weekend. But this time around, it's all worked out relatively well for him. Checks over the shoulder, and he is driving away there from Jack Eilif. Eilif has got the pressure now of Monza, Kinmark, Hanna, Mittinen, and Drummond just behind. There's changes coming in. Down the inside, looked like Alphonse Mittinen making the move there. Same with Selim Hanna. Oh, there's two cuts off. They're on top of each other, the 26 and the 52. Who's that's gone off then?
It's
That was a little
Kamyab.
further back. It is.
So that is Kamyab tangling with Klara Kowalczyk.
Yeah.
So Kamyab isn't happy. Klara Kowalczyk is nonplussed. So I'm afraid the two drivers there out of the race. So that's Roman Kamyab from Britain and Klara Kowalczyk from Poland. They have collided into each other there at the S's. Monza having another go at Oliver Kinmark. So this is for 5th position. And he's got pressure of his own there from Zach Drummond, who has got back into the hunt once again. So Monza trying to work his way further forward, but that is Eilif now in 4th from Hanna, Kinmark, Monza, Drummond, Miettinen and Shin Zhao-Yu. And there is a great little tussle creeping up as now Drummond goes side by side with Monza, absolutely determined to squeak through. And now Kinmark manages to get through on Monza as well. It's a bit tricky because Miettinen was being a little bit too feisty on the inside there of Monza. Fortunately, the Singaporean was able to hold his own there quite neatly. So now Drummond has worked his way forward then into 6th position ahead of Kinmark, Monza, Shin Zhao-Yu, and then Busso, Miettinen, Ditiev and Bennett Gaspar.
Yep. Lots of changes there in that mid-pack, but of course, while they're doing that, they just lose touch with the drivers in front here as Bondarev sets the fastest lap of the race, 49.808. He is driving away there from Nicolas Schaeffler. Nothing Schaeffler can do here whatsoever, but eyes are still on that massive train that comes into shot now at hairpin number 8 as they make their way through into the tight, twisty section, the Snell section, as I'm going to be calling it over the course of this weekend, as Salim Hanna trying to get a move done there on Jack Eilif is not going to work out. They are right there, right behind Mies Huben, but Huben is starting to break away. Here's a look at the start, and, well, that was a great start from Nicolas Schaeffler around the inside. Bondarev did his very best to hold on to that position. It would kick off further back, though, as, again, 3 or 4 drivers just getting involved there. And Harris Barryberg, Ethan Lennon, Thomas Gender, Kelleher, one of them as well, and all of them off the circuit, and none of them very happy. All of them explaining, well, it looked like 2 of them actually there were going for the DPK driver there to say that was your fault a little bit. But, you know, I mean, you don't know what happens until you see the replay back. Well, half race distance, and Bondarev doing a solid job here as Salim Hanna now finally gets the move done on Jack Eilif, and Eilif gets pushed back down in towards his teammate here of Zach Drummond. Drummond now with the slipstream will pull out of the slipstream, will he? Or no, he's going to stay behind his teammate. Smart driving there. He's going to work with his teammate Jack Eilif to try and close that gap back up again.
He's got to try and focus on the long game objective here. Now he does for the inside of Eilif, so he wanted to find a clearer move than turn 1. That's where you put a lot of stress on your tyres, especially if you come off the racing line to make the overtaking move. So he wanted a little bit more of a natural move to follow in his arsenal there. He wanted to just give himself a little bit more room to play with. So Bondarev leading, Schaeffler in 2nd, Huben, Hanna, Drummond, Eilif, Kinmark and Monza in front of Alphonse Miettinen and Kirill Ditiev. So the top 10 still working together. Back on the inside comes Eilif. Tuning again for Drummond. Drummond's going to get back on the undercut. This is how it works, Jack. Follow me, says Zach Drummond. And as a result of that little squabble for positions, here comes Oliver Kinmark and Tiziano Monza. They want more.
Drummond wasn't happy there. He was saying to Eilif, come on, man, think.
Oh,
Let's
look
go
at that
for the
from
move.
Monza.
Yeah, Monza down the inside. Nice little overtake. And he'll get that one sorted. Exactly what he needed to do. But like you say, they've got to work together. I think the heat is getting to a lot of these drivers now. It's getting very hot out there. Now, within the 30-degree temperature range, it is very, very warm. And there's not much wind out there either. It's certainly, temperatures are fraying, and there's not much these drivers can do.
That was such a smart move from Tiziano Monza to go through the 2nd corner there to nip up the inside of Kinmark. That was some really smart driving. Didn't really think that one was going to work, and Tiziano Monza proved us wrong. So very nicely done from the Singaporean. Now he needs to tag onto the back of his sister Paralin drivers. You've got Drummond and Eilif right in front of him, and he now can use their slipstream to tag in behind them once again. There's the American, Jack Eilif, doing a good job so far, but Mies Huben is in 3rd position, still stretching away from the Colombian Salim Hanna as Bondarev bangs in a 49.5, really looking so strong and so confident out in front. This is where he can really put himself into the best frame of mind to tackle anything that comes his way, and it's looking good for 200 points out of 200 points.
Certainly is. Very solid performance here from Alexander Bondarev, doing exactly what he needs to do. Van Langendonk then gets pushed down into second in the intermediate classifications, but he's only a couple of points behind. So this is going to make it very exciting going into the second half of the weekend. Remember, Saturday, superheats and finals as we go on to the final lap. Bondarev leads 1.1 seconds clear from Nicholas Schaufler.
So they are on the final tour, and Bondarev just doesn't really have a weak spot this weekend so far. Certainly, practice was where they ironed out all the kinks. Friday is where they managed to get the job done in their time qualifying group, and ever since then, it's just been win after win after win after win. Schaufler, second place though, still trying to keep the pressure on. And Mies Huben, third position. He has just about dealt with Selim Hanna for the time being, but fifth place is still up for grabs. 3 Paralins and the Koski of Oliver Kinmark. Here they are. Drummond, Eilif, Monza and Kinmark. Who's going to make the final bid? Out in front, though, Bondarev, no arguments at all. He is large and in charge at the moment here at Cremona. He comes out of the final turn and over the line. A great job done then from Alexander Bondarev. Champions of the Future has always been his weak spot in 2023. Not at Cremona. He is in absolutely the right frame of mind, and he's doing a great job to bring it home. So win number 4. Nicholas Schaufler, Mies Huben, and Selim Hanna in the top 4 along with him. And some really exciting duels and some great battles all the way through the final laps of this race. Zach Drummond ahead of Tiziano Monza. So Monza managed to get into 6th position there on the last lap. Some good driving from the Singaporean all day long, actually. He's really been in fine form. 7th for Kinmark, Jack Eilif in 8th, Ditiev and Gaspar in the top 10, as we mentioned before. So some really solid drives and some really good performances thus far in OK Junior, but as we come to the end of the 4th rotation for the OK Junior drivers, it's very much one-way traffic for the Ukrainian Alexander Bondarev. He is absolutely in the frame of mind he wanted to be in, and he continues with high speed and high exhilaration. So for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, it's 4 wins out of 4 for Alexander Bondarev. Nicholas Schaufler in 2nd from Mies Huben. Selim Hanna in 4th place from Zach Drummond. Tiziano Monza with his elbows out all the way. Oliver Kinmark, Jack Eilif, Kirill Ditiev and Bennett Gaspar in the top 10. Kian Fardin did a much better job that time in 11th place in front of Matteo Sorhuela and Ludo Busso. Alphonse Miettinen struggling to 14th in front of Santino Panetta. Then we had in 16th position Sebastian Lettimaki in front of Mark Gerstencombe and Lisa Biard of France. Then Kosei Oguma in front of Hugo Marti. And then Vasilis Apostolidis ahead of Sun Zhao Yu, Gabriel Koenikan, Natizo Mabunda, Sebastian Mins. And on the final lap, very sadly, we lost Marie Barry-Berg. There were more retirements as well. Roman Kamyab and Klara Kowalczyk tangling. On the very first lap, we lost 4 drivers. Ethan Lennon, Marius Barryberg, Thomas Gender, and Daniel Kelleher, most of whom are being push-started to get back to the pits. So a very dramatic race, that's for sure. We've had several of those across the OK Junior battles over the course of proceedings, as everybody has been in a very competitive frame of mind. Here's the replay of the highlights. Bondarev just waiting for his moment behind Schaufler, as Schaufler took the lead nice and early. This is a great little tussle in the middle of the top 10, but then it all just got a little bit too close for comfort, and it's here where it all kicks off. 1 kart goes forward, and then 1, 2, 3, bang. 4 karts all together. A lot of gesticulations, a lot of karts basically hitting each other in any one frame of mind. You can't really blame one driver over another there. Very unfortunate. But when you have that kind of amazing battle going into the first few corners, it's always very, very difficult to judge who did what to who. And so they've all had some pretty exciting runs throughout. So great to see the likes of the battlers from Mies Huben, from Zach Drummond, from Tiziano Monza, from Jack Eilif, from Selim Hanna. They all gave really good battles in the opening stages. Selim Hanna looked 4-wheel drifting as he came through the final turn to put himself in a good position. Monza versus Eilif to the first corner. Great to see the Paralins keeping it nice and clean, but also very even out there. A lot of sportsmanlike driving amongst the Paralin drivers, even though they got held up by each other at a certain point. Then, unfortunately, Roman Kamyab tangling with Klara Kowalczyk. Ricky Flynn Motorsport versus CRG. There were a few other incidents to work up through the course of the race, but fortunately, most of the battles up front were full of drivers keeping it nice and clean out there on the course. It was hard and firm racing, but very even, and that's what we like to see whenever possible. Alphonse Miettinen getting himself in the wars there. Unfortunately, the 49 got drifted off the road at exactly the wrong point, and that really didn't go the way it was planned for the Tony Kart factory team. I wasn't entirely sure who that was involved in that particular incident there, but it certainly took out one of the strong players over the sharp end of the field. I think that might even have been, well, that would have been one of the satellite teams, wouldn't it, to drift off the road. That was Mary Barryberg, I think, falling off at the final hurdle. However, no chance of any problems at the moment for Bondarev. 4 out of 4 for the Kart Republic driver from Ukraine. Certainly looking very strong up at the sharp end of the field, knowing that there's only 2 rounds left to go in this Champions of the Future Euro Series campaign, including this one. I wonder what he's got to say. Let's head over to the holding area down in Parc Fermé with Anthony Jordan.
Thanks, Jake. Yes, here with our race winner from that one, Alexander Bondarev. Well, Ollie, it seems to be going your way this weekend. 4 for 4 in your heat wins. You've got one more to go today, and you were just saying to me that it's against Dries-Jan Langendonk and he starts on pole. So you've certainly got a challenge ahead of you, but how have you been feeling?
Yeah, the pace this weekend feels quite good. After I had some before I had some problems on this track, so we didn't come very confident into this weekend. But I feel like now I have a lot of confidence, so I'll try to do the same in the last heat today.
Yeah, exactly. Lots to do still. Tomorrow is going to be a different day, super heats and finals. At this rate, you're looking like you'll be starting on pole for the super heat. So from there, this track, you've been okay with trying to get past people, but how is it at defending against people?
I think it's not so difficult. I mean, it is quite hard because there's one line of grip, and then if you go off it, you'll have troubles with finding traction in the exit of the corner. But I'll think that I'll not have problems with having to defend my position.
Well, let's see what happens later on this weekend. But we'll see you out there later on today. Best of luck and congratulations for another race win.
Yep.
Excellent stuff there from Alexander Bondarev. Well, once again, that temperature rising. I'm going to need to put some sunscreen on these legs of mine, but we've got more races to go. Jake, we'll head back up to you.
You certainly are. We're flirting with 30 degrees Celsius air temperature now. It's getting pretty hot out here at Cremona on the circuit Angelo Bergamonte. Jake Sanson and Anthony Jordan with you if you've only just tuned in on motorsport.tv or on the Champions of the Future live stream on YouTube. You're very welcome. You're about to get to the end of the 4th rotation of qualifying heats because the next race will have seen every driver in the field finish 4 races one way or another. And it's going to be Luigi Coluccio who takes it from the front row of the starting grid and on pole position. The Italian, who was so strong in time qualifying, got the ultimate pole position on Thursday. And now he goes wheel to wheel with René Lammers to the first corner. René Lammers, of course, in a very difficult situation for the Paralin team, having led every single race he started. But in the last one, he wasn't able to finish the job. There is Luigi Coluccio, full of confidence, full of beans. He gestures to the camera, I'm P1. This is a long-awaited return to the form we know Luigi Coluccio is capable of. He's a fabulous character, a great chap. He's got a great fan base back home, and he's a lot of people's favourite driver out in the paddock. He's got very few enemies, and certainly the kind of driver that is a real ambassador for the sport in general. He lives and breathes karting. Even though he's racing in the Italian GT Championship, he still continues his racing program here. What can René Lammers do from second position on the starting grid, having been denied a very clear victory in the previous race by a loose bumper? Surely that would have been 3 wins out of 3 for René Lammers in the Paralin without any hesitation at all. Now he's got to rebuild, regroup, and try and beat Luigi Coluccio in a fair fight. They would have been 3 for 3 each, and this is the heat that really determines which of the two of them is in the best possible frame of mind to go for the victory in the final. It's only by default that Lammers is not on the same points tally as Luigi Coluccio, so now it's time for the psychological upper hand to swing one or the other driver's favour. There is Leo Nilsson, the Swedish driver for the Ward Racing team, getting himself ready in his Tony Kart chassis as he tries to make progress up through the ranks. 3rd position for him this weekend. It can be very positive for that. He will start every single race this weekend from 3rd place, tucked in right behind Luigi Coluccio. It's a very positive position for him to be in, and he's certainly making very vapid progress as one of the many drivers to come up into the senior category this year, such as the likes of Enzo Tyrvenichkal, Anatoly Kavalkin, the 2 European and world champions from junior last year. And also you've got the likes of the drivers that have also stepped up to the plate, like René Lammers and Leo Nilsson. This man has done a fantastic job. We've also got Luis Iglesias, who has been very strong over the course of this season. 4th position for him as he continues to run in solid position. But this is a very positive start to his Champions of the Future Euro Series campaign. Luis Iglesias You may only be here for the 4th race of the season, so it's only going to be a partial campaign. But you know what? To be on the 2nd row of the starting grid for every heat you start on your debut, that tells everybody just how serious you are about making these races come to you. And not only has he qualified there, he has pretty much stayed there in the top 5 in every heat he has completed. So he's definitely one to watch over the course of the remainder of 2023. So Coluccio and Lammers at the front end of the field. Essentially, this is the warm-up to tomorrow's final based on the pace we've seen already from Coluccio and Lammers, who is going to have the psychological upper hand tomorrow in OK. They need to find out that by racing each other today. So Luigi Coluccio and René Lammers. Then it is Leo Nilsson and Louis Iglesias. On the 3rd row, it is Dimitri Matveev and Emanuele Olivieri from Mark Dubnitsky and Liverway Sam Budler. Jacob Kamenik and Nathan Tai from Petra Babachkova and Mattia Kolnagi. Simone Bianco and Nacho Tunion from Gazi Motlakar and Len Nijs. Thomas Stolchamanis and Dmitro Muravchik. Andrea Dupe and William Go from Petra Giv and Preston Lambert. Then Wang Ximing, Kenan Sinai and Max Popov taking his place at the back of the field, having been excluded from time qualifying yesterday for a technical transgression. So 25 drivers on the field for this one, 13 laps of the course, and the ultimate mano a mano this weekend. Luigi Coluccio versus René Lammers, the 3 arguably equal favourites coming into this weekend. The 3 races they both should have won. Makes very clear who the pace is with. Coluccio has 3 wins. Lammers has 2, but arguably should have 3, were it not for the technical flag that he picked up in the 3rd race for a loose rear bumper. Nothing he could have done about that, but certainly in terms of raw pace, it's very clear to us all that this fight is essentially not just for this heat, but possibly for the whole weekend, could be Coluccio versus Lammers.
Could very much be just that, like I say, very, very equally paced. And I'm actually curious to see how this is going to unfold between the 2 of them, because both of them absolutely laser fast out on circuit. It was purely that rear bumper, like you said a second ago, Jake, that plagued René Lammers earlier on, finishing 22nd. Coluccio finishing first. False start this time around, a little bit eager to get going. I think even Luigi Coluccio is thinking, I've got René Lammers alongside me. I want to get on the loud pedal ASAP.
Yeah, well, when you've got somebody of that sort of tenacity and incredible speed, you want to make sure you take every opportunity and every advantage necessary to avert the attack, and the attack is definitely going to come. What's going to be interesting as well in this one is if Coluccio and Lammers are going to essentially hold each other up by racing each other, you've got to focus on the drivers behind. Look at Leo Nilsson, look at Dimitri Matveev. Let's have a look at the restart. Sorry, a replay of the start, I should say, and that's basically why we were out of sorts at the start. So the 2 tram lines were not even as they came through. That's why the race was essentially thrown, and it will go again. Obviously, you have to make sure that the 2 lines of karts are permanently in the tram lines. They have to be moving at a solid and consistent pace, and they need to make sure that they are even as they go to the first corner. What happens after that is entirely up to you, as long as it's within the rules. But you have to make sure that on the starting line, the 2 tram lines of karts are in the white lines. It's very important to make sure of that. Out of the final turn, though, René Lammers is ready to go to battle with Luigi Coluccio. This is going to be a bit of a rip-roarer. Are we racing? Yes, we are! Up to the first corner, Lammers is going to consolidate into 3rd position behind Nilsson. As round the outside, Louis Iglesias is going to have a little bit of pressure from the Kart Republic of Dimitri Matveev, but he hangs on, 4th position. No problems at all. So as they come through, it's Coluccio, Nilsson, Lammers, and Iglesias. And there is a little bit of dust kicked up once again. Is everybody going to get through the hairpin without incident? Looks like they've made it. But up to the chicane for the first time, several drivers trying to cut through on the inside. We've seen several drivers come off the road at this point on the lap, but so far so good, as everybody has kept it on the straight and narrow.
Nice start then from the entire grid, all drivers getting away pretty much relatively well. Now change there as down the inside looks to go René Lammers to try and get that 2nd place spot back. I don't think it worked out, and now it's all starting to kick off because down goes Leo Nilsson. Nilsson loses out on several positions. Louis Iglesias is now up into 3rd place.
Lammers is in P2, so he did manage to get through there. Iglesias 3rd, then Matveev and Nilsson, Olivieri, Tai in the Sodi car, then Sam Budler, Dubnitsky, and Petra Babachkova in the Forza, trying to stick her neck out in front of Simone Bianco and Mattia Kolnagi in the 2 CRGs. So as they filter their way through the S's on the back straight, Lammers has actually got some pressure here from Louis Iglesias. who is proving to be an amazing debutant up the inside of René Lammers, and Louis Iglesias just took on the firecracker from the Netherlands. Amazing work from Louis Iglesias.
That was a solid overtake. I don't even think Lammers was ready for it, but he's instantly ready to take it back, and so is Dimitri Matveev, who gets it down the inside, and Louis Iglesias now dropping down the order a little bit here. He's under pressure from Leon Nielsen, who is trying to get his kart down the inside through the final corner, and 2 karts, and who is that? The 250 and the 222.
So that's Tunion over the back of Kilnagi. Kilnagi's got a broken kart.
Yeah, the exhaust has completely come off.
Ay, ay, ay. So Matti Kilnagi not going any further, and I'm afraid there was not really a lot he could do once Nacho Tunion went airborne. So Tunion coming down with a clear thud. Unfortunately, it's really destroyed Mattia Kolnagi's exhaust, so any chance he might have had of a top 10 finish, you can hear it for yourselves if you're here at the track.
I mean, it sounds absolutely fantastic. If I was going to make any suggestion, it would be, can we take all the exhausts off the karts, please?
Yeah, let's make them all sound like that, but unfortunately, you're not really allowed to do that kind of thing. But back to the front, and it is Coluccio from Lammers. Lammers having to take that time to battle with Louis Iglesias has really held him up. And unfortunately for him, Iglesias is now down to 4th position behind Dimitri Matveev. Matveev now wants a crack at René Lammers.
Yeah, he does. So let's see what's going to happen on this one as we go through into this tight, twisty section. Just keep an eye on Nilsson here. Dubnitsky is trying to get the move done, and he's not letting him through. Nilsson defending it like he means it, as Stolchemanis now takes the fastest lap of the race. Still battles eking out across the board here. And again, Nilsson, again defensive. Nacho Tunion sees a warning flag, the treble 2. Understandably, well, that's the incident out to the final corner. And well, there you go. There is Matej Kolnagi, the CRG driver, kart broken. He's out of it, and he instantly, well, he just walks out of Parc Ferme. He says, I don't want anything less to do with this one. Helmet off, and yeah, he is just walking away from this race. And, well, Lammers here under pressure from Dimitri Matveev. Matveev now all over that rear bumper. This is the battle for 2nd place. Now, Luigi Coluccio hasn't broken away as fast as I think he would like. René Lammers is still within touching distance now as Nathan Tye sets the fastest lap of the race. He is just behind this battle. You can see him there behind the CRG of Louis Iglesias, who is trying to get his moves done. But again, keep an eye on Matveev. He's trying to get that kart down the inside here. It's just not working out just yet. Now he's going to send it down the inside of turn 12, and he does get it done, and Lammers is under pressure here. He gets swept past by Louis Iglesias, and then Nathan Tye just batters into the back of him as he had nowhere to go, and Lammers now loses several positions. He has got Simone Bianco just behind as well now, so he's trying to make his move complete. But Stolchemanis is there as well, and who is there? It's Emanuele Oliveri, who is right there on his rear bumper as well. So Lammers now down into P5. Stolchemanis with the fastest lap of the race. He's in P9 at the moment. He's closing in on this battle. There you can see the whole train starting to form here. Now that move has allowed Luigi Coluccio to break away. And Luigi Coluccio, just like Alexander Bondarev in the junior category, now is leading all of his races, 200 points. And it's certainly going his way here. Out of the final corner they go once more. On to lap number 7 now, and that gap increasing now, 0.8 of a second. But look at Louis Iglesias here, right over that rear bumper of Dimitri Matveev, and the gap just doesn't exist. If anything, he was going to go for a move there into the turn 4 hairpin. He thought against it right at the last second there. And Iglesias just having to think again of where he could potentially go for this move. But Nathan Tye, now fastest driver out on circuit. He is closing in on these two up ahead. It is not over whatsoever. Still plenty of time left in this race. And remember, we saw disasters earlier on with these groups, with mechanical flags coming out. We've seen mechanical flags in this one with the retirement, of course, of Matej Kolnagi. But across the line again, and still, Matveev cannot close that gap. Coluccio is comfortable in the lead. Back further down, Stolchemanis, who's up 9 places. This is the replay of that one. Nacho Tunion all over that rear bumper, absolutely riding along. And, well, Matej Kolnagi just instantly, like, what was that? And unfortunately for him, yeah, he had to bring it into the pit lane, completely broken kart. exhaust falling off it, as now McVieve gets the fastest lap of the race. That gap is still opening up. Coluccio is maintaining that. If he's not setting the fastest lap, Coluccio, it means that he's only about 1,000th of a second probably off that fastest lap. In fact, looking at it, yes, he is only 1,000th of a second off the fastest lap. So they are matching pace at the moment here. And there is nothing they can do to close this, but Iglesias is right there still. Keep an eye on Iglesias, who's going to try and go for the move once again. And as soon as he goes for the move as well, keep an eye on Nathan Tye, because he will latch on to that one, the same as René Lammers. Lammers will not be happy at the moment because he was looking so good at the start of this weekend, and just right now he's just been falling down the order with overtakes happening left, right and centre. And right now he's just going to want to try and fight back on this one, but at the moment he is not able to do so. The driver's in a bit of a stalemate here as they all try and just find any sort of time they can get out of some of these corners. Remember, we've seen overtakes around this corner here going into the final bend of the circuit. But this time around, we have not seen many in this race. And right now, everyone is just doing what they need to get to the end of this race. Time is very quickly running out in this one. Remember, these are only 13 laps. 1.2 kilometre circuit, so it is a long old run that they've got, and it's a technical run as well. It's fast, it's demanding, it is tiring on the drivers. The temperatures are soaring into 30 degrees here, and this is becoming now a battle of endurance more than tactics out in circuit. Who is going to break first? And right now, the battle for second place, McVieve, Iglesias, Tye, Lammers, Oliveri, Nilsson, Stolchemanis, all there, ready to pick up the pieces here. And no one at the moment is just able to get that move done. Iglesias right on that rear bumper. He looks like he's going to go for the move any second right now, but he just thinks against it at every given opportunity. Remember, this is the young driver's first appearance in the category this weekend, and is certainly making his name well known in the class. But down in towards turn 8 hairpin, again, the favourite for overtaking, and we're just not seeing the overtake come in yet.
It's one of those situations, isn't it, for young Iglesias, where he's got nothing to lose, so he has everything to gain, so he's going to try and push as far as he possibly can to try and make these overtaking moves come to him. So it's never easy to predict how that's going to play out when you've got drivers as feisty as McVieve, Tye, Lammers, Olivieri and Nilsson all around you. Coluccio is loving this, though. Out in first position, he's got himself a gap of a second. He doesn't have to panic too much about McVieve or Iglesias. He knows they're going to scrap away for second place. When I thought that René Lammers would prove a bit more of a threat to Coluccio at this point, he's not been able to get near him.
No, he's not. I mean, now look, fastest lap of the race as well, 48.231. He's at the front. He's dialed in. There's loads of grip out there. He is just driving that car on rails right now. Solid drive from Luigi Coluccio, and it's been a solid weekend so far as well. He's got 200 points if he can finish the race in that first place spot. And right now, with the gap nearing a second, he is doing just that, as Lammers now is under pressure here from Nathan Tye. And Tye is going to pull out of the slipstream now, and he's going to look to go for the move in towards turn number 1. It's going to be very close.
Ooh.
Lammers holds on to the outside line. Tye keeps it on the inside, and now he takes it through turn 2. Iglesias follows through as well. No, it's not Iglesias, sorry. Oliveri goes through. And now Leo Nilsson gets into the fray, and just like that, they pulled the pin on the grenade.
Unfortunately, Lammers, really the architect of his own demise there, spent so long dueling with Tye that then there was more opportunities for more of his opponents to come through. So Lammers dropping back, but Coluccio out in first position, exactly what he needed from this one. He was hoping for 4 wins out of 4. I think he was expecting a little bit more of a duel than he's actually got. But what an amazing opportunity it is for Luigi Coluccio to stretch his legs out in front and take a 4th win out of 4. 200 points on the board from the Italian. Excellent work for Luigi Coluccio in front of Dimitri Matveev and Louis Iglesias. Then Emanuele Olivieri and Nathan Tye from René Lammers and Thomas Stolchemanis. So I tell you what, it really has done, that race. It's given Coluccio even more of a psychological edge over his rivals. And so for the Tony Kart Factory team, Coluccio out in front, doesn't even need to break a sweat at the moment. He's absolutely loving life in the lead and definitely giving himself plenty of exciting runs out there. A great performance from Luigi Coluccio. to continue the Tony Kart bandwagon here at Cremona. 4 wins out of 4 for Luigi Coluccio. Doesn't matter what you give him, whether it's a Ferrari sports car or a Tony Kart factory kart, you are going to get the best out of Luigi Coluccio. Excellent performance. So for the 4th time this week, it is a win in the qualifying heats for Luigi Coluccio, who really has commanded his troops out there in fine style. And just to add insult to injury for the other drivers out there, he actually sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. A 48.0 for Luigi Coluccio. Still P1. Dimitri Matveev in second from Luis Iglesias and Emanuele Olivieri. Nathan Ty in P5 from René Lammers and Thomas Stolchemanis. Then Leo Nielsen in front of Liverway Sambudla. Len Nijs in 10th in front of Mark Dubnitsky, Gazi Motlakar, Petra Babachkova, Simone Bianco and Max Popov fighting his way to 15th. Then Nacho Tunion in front of Petr Agiv. Jacob Kamenik in front of William Go and Dmitro Moravchik. Then Preston Lambert in front of André Dupe, Wang Ximing and Kenan Sanai, who was the last driver to finish off the race. Sadly, a retirement for Mattia Kolnagi after he had a little bit of an issue with the treble 2 of Nacho Tunion climbing over the back of his CRG. Well, domination so far from Luigi Coluccio. 4 race wins from 4 starts. Qualifying heat A versus C is just 1 step away from him clinching pole position for the first of the 2 super heats. Of course, the first 2 drivers in the points rankings will get a pole position for a super heat tomorrow. Perfect start from Coluccio. No issues chopping across on Leo Nielsen. He gets the good whole shot run. Lammers down to 3rd position, but there were some feisty battles to come after that really impeded not just Lammers, but several other drivers in the mix. Everyone just about getting through on the opening couple of laps. But already by this point, drivers are battling away. Lammers gets his move on Nielsen up into 2nd position. Took him a little bit of a time over the course of that first lap to make the move. Luis Iglesias managing to get the run for 3rd position in the same breath. But as a result of that little squabble, Coluccio is already about 4 kart lengths in front. And then the battle has just kept on coming. Here's Tunion over the back of Kolnagi. Rams the back of his exhaust, and that totally puts him out of the race. And I think at that point, Kolnagi already knows it. So the drivers wheel around to position. It was a little bit feisty for Lammers. He didn't exactly have it all his own way, as Matveev and Iglesias both made short work of him, and then Nathan Ty was able to try and battle with him as well. Certainly not the kind of race that René Lammers will want to reflect back on in any time soon. Lammers did get his move back again on Nathan Ty, but Ty was relentless. He wanted to get past the Dutchman almost more than anything else in the race, and he was able to combat him wherever the possibilities arose. Thomas Stolchemanis was able to get back onto the scene, but a little too late by that point. Ty gets the move on Lammers, although Ty had to wait about 3 apexes to finish the job. He was determined, though, to take on René Lammers and beat him in a straight fight. He is a tough man to overtake, René Lammers. As a result of that, Olivieri was able to get past both men in the same breath. Lammers was still trying to get Ty off on the far side, but Ty would not be beaten by Lammers on this occasion. Checkered flag, though. Coluccio, a very commanding 1.3 clear of Dimitri Matveev and Luis Iglesias. 4 wins out of 4. It's his to lose at this point. And there's still plenty to go. Every driver in the field, of course, has 1 race left to endure, and they will battle away. That's to set the grids for tomorrow's super heats. And don't forget, only 72 drivers in both junior and senior classes managed to get there. Down in the holding area, we have Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much. I'm here with our 2nd place finisher on that one, Dimitri Matveev. And Dimitri, a solid drive from you, 3 positions gained. You were nearly going for the race lead on that one as well. Talk us, how are the conditions out there and how are you feeling? This is certainly a tough weekend.
Feeling good. Now we have some progress, to be honest. The track is really tough here in Cremona because it's really hot. You need to drive really clean to get the exit, work with carburation as well. But it's solvable, so we're trying our best. And you can see now it was fun.
Very quick track on that one. A lot of drivers saying it's difficult to overtake here, but you've certainly been making positions. Like you say, 3 in that race alone, and that's solid. That's a pretty solid drive on that one. Talk us through the starts as well, because the starts seem to be where a lot of the overtakes seem to be happening.
Yeah, didn't get perfect start, to be honest, here from P5, got P5. Not super, but just stayed calm, to be honest. After that was behind René, I think. Lammers, I knew he was going to be fast, but probably it was a bit better for me for now. So just was going behind him, staying calm. Did a good overtake of Iglesias, and after also for Nielsen with him. And after just saw my chance to get him and just went inside. Good overtake, clean, and just went away. Got the gap, so I was in front of Iglesias for the rest of the race. Was tough, to be honest, because he's a good driver, really fast this weekend, so I needed to push my limits, to be honest, and be consistent as I could. So yeah, I did my best, and he was a bit another level for now. Did good time as well, good work, but I'm fine with P2, so it's good for me. Thank you.
Excellent, Dimitri. Record. Next race coming up. Jake, back to you.
It certainly is, and it's now time for the final heat of the day for every single driver in the grid. OK, junior qualifying heat D versus E is up on track next. Arjen Kraling and Tibor Ramakas on the front row of the grid for this one. Then Tame Soleil and Christian Costoya, Luis Francis and Noah Wolf. Stepan Antonov and Jindra Peschel from Merel Peldes and Matt Corby. Luna Flusha alongside Alpecin Aksoy. Then Boris Leeson alongside Georgi Zazov. David Kozma along with Jarrett Clark. Bernardo Gentil and Oscar Repetto. Louis Cochet and Efim Dedonov. Lorenzo Campos and Andy Consani from Tom Pappenburg and Chiara Batig. Wojciech Woda, Simon Mayer. Sasha Van Bosch, Murillo De Rocca, Antonio Macedo, Enzo Ruggiero, and at the back of the grid, it is Giulio Mazzolini, the privateer. So as the drivers gear themselves up ready for their final qualifying heat, it is very much now or never for the drivers out on the course. They have to make this final race of the weekend count. This is how they're going to get themselves into the best possible position. And remember, in junior and in senior, only the best 72 drivers in the rankings will get through to the final. There is the remainder of the schedule, and you can see there's only 5 races left at the end of this one. That will take us through to the final 72 drivers in the Champions of the Future Euro Series, round 4 here at Cremona, both in junior and senior. Only 72 drivers make it through in both categories. There's over 100 of them competing in junior, and there's just over 72 competing in senior. So it really is right down to the wire, and only the best drivers will make it through. Martin Bean yielding the long arm of the law up on the top of the starting gantry, getting ready for the race to get underway. Will it be first time of asking? It is! Off we go! And a great start from Arjen Kraling in front of Tibor Ramakas. Through to the first corner, a couple of karts spinning, off for the first turn, and 5 karts go together there on the first corner. So many difficulties up in the first corner on this circuit this weekend, and already 5 karts have gone. That's the 140, that is Simon Mayer for the Tyrillian Motorsport team. The 109 is in there as well. That, I'm afraid, is a spin for Lorenzo Campos. We've had Georgi Zazov involved. We've also had Wojciech Woda, Murillo De Rocca and Enzo Ruggiero all caught up in that one. I'm not sure if all 5 of them are still there. Certainly, I think we've had a bit of a recovery from Murillo De Rocca in the energy course, the Brazilian driver. But out in front, it is a very tight battle for the leaders. Tibor Ramakas makes his way through to 3rd position at the end of the lap. Arjen Kraling trying to hang on in front of Tame Soleil. And as they come off the final turn, it is Kraling and Soleil, the 2 Germans, that lead the way. 3rd position is Tibor Ramakas. 4th is Luis Francis, the Australian. And there's another incident as one of the CRGs has come off the road at the tail end of the lap. That looks to me like Bernardo Gentil having yet another difficulty. Yellow flags through the first corner. Soleil going for the lead at turn 5. And he gets the overtaking move up on the inside. Tibor Ramakas has to wait, sits back in 3rd position. He has another opportunity of his own coming, I'm sure. Here comes the move, down to the hairpin. Is he going to make it 2 of them? I thought he was going to go for the lead there. But Tibor Ramakas up at a 2nd position, nicely handled, in behind Tame Soleil. Arjen Kraling has dropped to 4th position by the look of it. No, he's dropped even further back than that. As diving up the inside for 4th place, that's Noah Wolf. Cutting in behind Christian Costoya. Luis Francis finds himself in P6, then Kraling. Then it's Aksoy, Peschel, Corby, Flusha, Clark, Lysin and Merel Peldes in front of David Kozma and Andy Kutsani. So still they battle away. Tough stuff to the first corner on the grass there. The Sodi kart tucks in behind Luna Flusha and then goes for the overtaking move. That is the 29 of Jarrett Clark. He gets through past Luna Flusha. Flusha's going to try again on the resiliation. And there is Merel Peldes behind her. So the 2 ladies up in the sharp end of the field battling away. Flusha and Peldes. Luna Flusha, part of the Mercedes F1 Young Driver Program, and Merel Peldes, the Estonian, part of the Richard Mill Talent Academy. 2 very talented young racers pushing their way forward. So Tame Soleil leads your race. Ramakas, Costoya, Wolf, Antonov, Kraling, Francis, Aksoy, Corby and Peschel as they run in the top 10. Still getting very close to each other as they run. And on the far side, Ramekes has got a good run here on Tame Soleil. Down the home straight. Looks like he could make a break for the position. Into turn 1. Holding the line. You don't want to push the tyres too hard. You've still got to make them run for this race and the super heat tomorrow morning. Not going to be easy to hold the tyres for that length of time. Noah Wolf commits to the move on Costoya. Has to hang back in the end. Can't make it overtaking move stick. Onto the back straight. And still they rage. Soleil, Ramekes, Costoya, Wolf, Antonov. Grayling is down to 6th position now, but in front of Lewis Francis, his teammate. So everybody else that's still running in the race looks like they've got themselves into a really relatively neat rhythm. So now it's just a case of keeping it together and up the inside. Big bold lunge from Stepan Antonov into 3rd position as he dives in to go into 4th position. Ramekes is trying to shake off Costoya, who goes long on the turn-in. So now it's going to be a very tough run to the first corner as Soleil runs from Ramekes and Costoya. The top 3 absolutely raging at each other, snapping at each other's heels at this point. Ramekes feels he can take one on Soleil, but here comes Costoya, diving in on the inside of Ramekes. He gets into 4th position. He gets into 2nd position at turn 4, I should say. And as they squirt their way through, up to the back straight, it is Ramekes down to 3rd, giving chase on Costoya. This is exactly what Tame Soleil wanted. He's now got a bit of breathing space.
Yep, Tame Soleil now half a second clear from the rest of the field. Costoya under pressure here from Ramekes, though, as he's all over that rear bumper. Remember, as soon as Ramekes goes to the move, Antonov will instantly jump on the offensive, and in fact, he was already jumping on the offensive there as they were going in towards turn number 12. Out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. Are we going to see a move out of the slipstream here? I don't think we are. He's just not close enough. Costoya here is on an absolute charge and is just trying to get away from Ramekes, but he's certainly not making it easy for him. Rest of the field so close as well. And there goes the move down the inside. Timo Ramekes moves up and Costoya nearly goes off the track. Antonov now has got the chance to get the move done, but he can't quite get it done. And now Noah Wolf is getting close to the fray as well. So Wolf going for the move. Now it's a change once again as Antonov dives to the inside of Costoya. And the two again try to go to battle, but Costoya holds on to it. Antonov now under pressure from Wolf.
That was textbook from Timo Ramekes. Absolutely nailed the overtaking move. It looked like for a moment it was all going to come a cropper, and now Noah Wolf gets the move on Antonov, and they both managed to get through on Costoya in the same breath. Francis can't get through on Costoya, but Arjen Grayling can. So up in front, Soleil leads Ramekes by only a quarter of a second. Ramekes will not accept defeat lying down here. He is really pushing to try and get the victory in this one. Wolf is 3rd, Antonov, Grayling, Costoya, Francis, Corby, Leijten and Peschel diving up the inside. That is the move from Corby as he tries to take on Lewis Francis, and I think he's got through, leaving him in the clutches of the number 20 of Boris Leijten. So Boris Leijten is going to be next up in the Koski Motorsport car. Look how quickly Timo Ramekes has caught up to Tame Soleil as they battle for the victory. Ramekes will not accept 2nd position. If he can take a victory, he's going to go for it. He will not take the move into the left-hander, but watch him in the right. Surely he'll make the slingshot move, and he does. Up on the inside, Timo Ramekes hits the front.
Yeah, but Tame Soleil's not going to take that one sitting down. He's going to instantly try and fight this one back if he can. Down the slipstream once again in towards turn number 1. He's not going to let Timo Ramekes break away now as he's latched right onto that rear bumper. Look how close they are as they go through turns number 1 in towards the hairpin now of turn 2. No change here. He stays behind, cannot find the gap through. Ramekes is quick here, don't get me wrong. But right now, so is Tame Soleil. He has been doing very well in the second half of this day. He's already taken a race win earlier on, and he is certainly wanting to capitalise on this one. Soleil, who currently sits 5th in the intermediate classifications right now, is trying his best to hold on to it, but he's just fading away. Ramekes has done what he needed to do here. He got in front, and he's opened up that gap.
Well, of the two of them, Ramekes is absolutely the one who needed the race-winning performance here. He needed to have something pretty special to fight back with, and that's exactly what he's come to. So, onto the main straight again. Battle for 3rd position is going to be tight. Antonov's going to make the move on Wolf. Wolf decides, do you know what? I'm going to let it happen, but Grayling gets the move as well. Has Wolf got a slight problem developing with the Birolard chassis on the Leclerc by Lennox team car, because he lost a lot of momentum there, first to Antonov, then to Grayling. You do wonder, had he just got a little bit of a... Was it a little bit too early on the brakes? Was a little bit too hesitant on the throttle? Noah Wolf just trying to keep it together.
Exactly, he's trying what he can do here, but again, he's just looking over the shoulder, and yeah, what you're saying there about he may have an issue, the fact that he is constantly looking over his shoulder would suggest that something is just not right with that one. Maybe it's just the top end of the kart that's struggling a little bit, but at the moment, it looks okay through these tight, twisty sections. It's absolutely fine. It's just when he gets onto this start-finish straight here, he just gets closed in on, and it's not what he needs at all. We're on to the final lap now, and Rameka's lead is now been opened up to 0.6 of a second.
Could it be a misfire maybe for Noah Wolf's Birolart as he tries to keep himself into position on the Leclerc branded chassis? Of course, it is part of the Birolart group. But Rameka's 0.6 of a second now in front of Tame Soleil. Antonov, third position in front of Kraling, Wolf, Corby, Legion, Costoya, Peschel, and Lewis Francis. So they work through on the far side of the course. But Rameka's has well and truly stamped his authority on this one. He's really taken his opportunity when it was available. And he has got himself into a very strong and committed lead here. Not a lot that Tame Soleil can do to respond. And he hasn't been able to. So out of the final turn, Tibor Rameka's books himself a place on 190 points out of 250. That'll do for Tibor Rameka's. It isn't the perfect run, but it's certainly as good as he can get it to be as he finishes off with a win. So Tibor Rameka's finishing off in fine style there. A good performance from the Belgian to fight his way back into contention and grab a victory. Second place for Tame Soleil, third for Stepan Antonov. And Arjen Kraling, despite being originally in pole position, being able to fight his way back into fourth position. So a good start to proceedings, but it obviously takes a little bit of time for these things to happen. So it's going to be a really interesting situation to continue to battle away. So we are going to continue the fight for position as the racing will continue. But obviously it's going to be pretty tricky from here on out. And now we have ourselves into position. And we will continue. But it's Tibor Rameka's that's in the best position now. So it's a good run from Tibor Rameka's there in the number 55. He's had a really solid run of it, and now we are going to continue. So the checkered flag comes out for him. Tame Soleil in second place from Stepan Antonov and Arjen Kraling, from Noah Wolf and Matt Corby, Boris Leeson and Christian Costoya, Jindra Peschel and Lewis Francis. Andy Consani in 11th place from Alpec Soy, Jared Clark, Myrtle Peldes and Luna Flusha in 15th position. 16th place goes the way of David Kozma from Tom Pappenburg and Oscar Repetto. Chiara Batigue in 19th place from Sasha Van Perbosch. Efim Deronov and Louis Cochet in 22nd from Murillo Doroca, Antonio Macedo and Giulio Mazzolini. The retirements, Georgi Zazov and Bernardo Gentile, as well as Lorenzo Campos, Wojciech Woda, Simon Mayer and Enzo Riggigiro, who all came together there in a fascinating situation. So let's go through the highlights from that particular race. It was an important one for Tibor Rameka's to get right. A couple of drivers going off the road, but there was a spinner in the middle of the pack. I think that was actually Murillo de Roca initially, but there was big contact. Several drivers taking a big hit, and unfortunately, it was one of those situations where there was nowhere for anybody to go to take avoiding action except to clatter into each other. So still, the battles rage out on the circuit, but it was pretty tight and pretty tricky for all of the contenders out there. A bigger problem for the CRG, number 141, all game over, I'm afraid, for Bernardo Gentile, the Brazilian. But Tibor Rameka's really getting himself into a competitive position and fighting his corner forward. So it's a really exciting situation now for all of the contenders, and we are continuing to get closer and closer to the end of a fabulous race. Good to see Myrtle Peldes and Luna Flusha having a great battle just on the outskirts of the top six. But Tibor Rameka's making his bid for the move past Tame Soleil. Soleil fought back, actually ended up hopping over the curbs in his bid to get back through past Tibor Rameka's. Some great racing between the three drivers, but eventually Tibor was not going to back down. Costoya got his move on Tibor Rameka's to force him back to third position. So that meant that the Belgian really had to work for it to get back through on Costoya first and foremost, and then to close up on Tame Soleil, obviously looking after his tyres a little better than the drivers around him, and he was able to fight himself back into position. So a really exciting run and a contentious battle, but certainly one that Tibor Rameka's had his name written all over at the appropriate juncture. So a fabulous run. Noah Wolf just hanging in behind Stepan Antonov, but unfortunately losing a little bit of ground there to Arjen Kraling. But Tibor Rameka's ends his day with a victory, 190 out of 250. It's not the perfect score, but it's definitely still in contention for the Belgian. And there was a little bit of an incident, as you can see, with the drivers coming into the pits. So that didn't quite go according to plan on the way back home, did it? So 2 karts involved in that one that looked like one of the Paralins. I think that might have been FM Dedunov clattering into the back of one of the Energy Course karts. That might have been Sasha Van Bad Bosch. So not exactly the slickest way to return back to the pits after all of the battles out there on the course. However, a very important victory for Tibor Ramakas in front of Tame Soleil and Stepan Antonov. Some good racing and some good battles out there. A few karts to recover before we can continue to go racing. So let's head down to the holding area once again with Anthony Jordan.
Thanks, Jake, here with our race winner from that one, Tibor Ramakas. Tibor, a very good race, solid drive. You move 4th now in the points, and it's a good weekend so far.
Yeah, it's a good weekend for the moment. I win two races, and unfortunately I crash in it, but it's good for the moment.
How is the track for you? A lot of drivers saying the heat is getting a bit too hot for them. How are you feeling?
No, me, I like. It's not too hot. I like the track. It's very speed track, and yeah, it's good.
Excellent. Lots of races to go still over this weekend. Are you looking forward to the super finals and the finals tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope the best, and after I hope on podium.
It happens. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you out later this weekend.
Yeah, I hope.
There you go. Merci beaucoup to Tibor Ramakas there. I think his first full interview in English, so we'll give him that one. Round of applause for him. More races to go. Jake, we'll head back up to the commentary box with you.
That is the biggest win of Tibor Ramakas' professional career. Well done, Tibor. You have been working hard on the English. Excellent stuff. So now we continue on with the next of our races, which is the OK qualifying heat for groups D versus E. Sebastiano Pavan alongside Enzo Tarvanichkul. The front row of the grid is going to be full of energy and enthusiasm down to that first corner. That is for sure. The drivers are going to give us plenty to talk about and plenty to get excited about as well. Miguel Costa and Kirill Kutskov will be right in behind them, and then Arthur Poulain and Alberghino, Guy Albag, will be there in P6 of the starting grid. Everybody getting themselves into a strong position off the start, and a tricky race battle to come from the contenders as they're obviously backing themselves into corners now. The last race of the day for each driver from this moment on. So at this moment onwards, it is very much about who can get what out of each situation. So time to dial everything in and put everything into a good position. So now we are ready to see what happens next. There is Sebastiano Pavan, our pole position sitter in the Tony kart. So now we are ready to see what this young Italian Tony kart star can do. And it's going to be very interesting to see what he can come up with on this particular occasion. So now we are dialing ourselves up for a good show and a good battle. So now we're going to see how things continue to progress. There is Enzo Tarvanichkul getting himself ready from second position on the starting grid as he is there on the front row. The Red Bull youngster looking very good to be one of the contenders that will be up at the fast end of the grid. For my money, he has every chance here of being up at the top spot. So we're definitely going to see a very positive situation for Enzo Tarvanichkul. There is Miguel Costa, third position in the Paralin. The Brazilian charge, definitely hoping for a strong result to end the day. So now it's a case of trying to see what happens next here as the contenders are gearing up for another excellent showcase. A very hot day at the office here at the circuit Angelo Bergamonte. And obviously, everybody finding it quite tough. Even I, when I had to pop down to the bathroom about 20 minutes ago, found that even that 5-minute walk was a bit too much for me. Kirill Kutskov for the DPK Racing Team, fourth on the starting grid on the outside of the second row. And it's see what he can do to finish off his day. He's had his moments, hasn't he? He's had a good run and then a poor run and then a good run and then a little bit of bad luck. So it's going to be tricky to see how he finishes off. I have a feeling he might just be able to push for a top 10 overall, which could put him on the first 3 rows of the starting grid for tomorrow's Super Heats. Don't forget, of course, that only the top 72 drivers in the rankings will actually get there to those 72 positions. There is Arthur Poulain for the AKM Motorsport team, the newest satellite squad in the karting paddock. Part of the Antonelli Motorsport operation, of course, and no doubt the opportunity to make sure that Andrea Kimi Antonelli never truly leaves the field of karting, no matter how many years he goes through the single-seater ranks. Kind of similar to when we saw Victor Martin, who, of course, is winning races in Formula 2. He, of course, has his own team, the Victory Lane Karting Squad, which is very prominent in the X30 brigade. There is Alberghino, Guy Albag of the Forza Racing team, having stepped up to the senior category mid-season, and his first outing for them here in the senior category. We'll have to see what he can do from the third row of the grid on the outside line, beside Arthur Poulain as he tries to move his way forward. The 13 laps are going to go on the board once again. And in just a few seconds' time, we're going to get that green light come on at the end of the pit lane. And when they do, we will send ourselves off into the ranks once again here at Cremona on the circuit Angelo Bergamonte. Off they come out of the pit lane and onto the circuit once again. So, Sebastiano Pavan and Enzo Tarnvinichkul. So it's going to be an interesting situation and a really tight battle. Sebastiano Pavan and Enzo Tarnvinichkul, Mikkel Costa and Kirill Kutskov. Arthur Poulain and Guy Albag from Nicolo Kuman and Jan Petrovski. Kasper Henriksen and Maciej Gladish from Victor Smith and Lucas Flusha. Clement Utran and Lucas Samalisto from Matteo Giacardi and Kian Nakamura Berta. Joel Bergstrom and Francisco Macedo. And then Emil Koivisto and Ian Eichmans, along with Ivo Besterda, Marcus Saita, Nadem Rustombi and Eli Goldstein. What a fabulous battle it is set to be for the last race of the day and the last race of the qualifying heats for each of these competitors.
Well, here we go then. Temperatures soaring still into the 30s as drivers make their way around the track. It's certainly been an interesting day for the OK group and for Sebastiano Pavan, who himself will continue on this streak of trying to get these race victories. 2 second places, 2 wins. Can he make it a 3rd win this time around as he starts this one from the front of the grid? It's certainly going to be a tricky one because Enzo Tarvinichkul, who is there in 2nd, will certainly want to gain as many points as he can because he is there 2nd in the points classifications, 194. Will certainly want to get that race win and get another 50 points to his name. It's certainly going to be a challenge for the drivers, but here we go as the blue sky shines all over the circuit here. It is an absolutely fabulous day for racing. Into the tram lines we go. Is it going to be a green flag? It's not. It's a false start. They were a little bit close up and a little bit spread out at the back of the grid there. They send them round again. So if the drivers already think it's too hot out there, it's going to get even hotter now as they're not going full race pace. The heat from the engine will be kicking them in the face. The heat from the tarmac itself will be kicking them in the face as well. Plus the sun. It is very hot in those suits and helmets. And I suspect the drivers will have to... I mean, hydration over the course of this weekend is so vital for these drivers.
It certainly is, because you've not just got the core air temperature to deal with. Look, that's why we had to go restart, because the...
Well, too spread out.
It really was. I mean, you need to be a lot tighter than that. You need to be a lot more uniform as you come through to that first corner. But you're right, in terms of the air temperature is very high, so hydration needs to be a premium to work your way through each section of the course. You need to basically have a bottle of water when you get into the kart, when you get out of the kart, when you make your way back to the awning, when you're in the awning, and then when you're pushing the kart back out again. It is absolutely relentless. You have to stay ridiculously hydrated. I've known drivers in these sort of heats lose essentially 2 of those bottles of water in sweat over the course of an hour or 2. So it really can be particularly prominent and prevalent to make sure that you are well hydrated just to keep you going through the course of the day. Tarvinichkul coming out of the final turn and onto the home straight. We're now going to see what will happen as they charge for the first corner. Lights are on. They go out up to the first corner. Good start from the inside line. No problems for Pavan and Costa. Oh, there's a big spinner up to the barriers. That is Victor Smith. Oh, he is absolutely enraged, fuming in the Diamond Racing kart, and that is very much game over, potentially, for the whole weekend for him.
Well, there's no point kicking the kart because it's already damaged. You don't want to damage it even more, but understandably very frustrated to go off at the start of the race. Luckily for him, though, he's out of the car uninjured, and unfortunately, he'll have to watch the rest of this race from the sidelines. But the battle continues at the front because Tarvanichkul is back up into second place now, and is on the charge to try and hunt down that gap from Pavan that has already opened up to about 3 kart lengths.
We've got 2 or 3 karts already battling and banging wheels as they go through in the top 10. So everybody trying to get the best possible overtaking moves they can nice and early. Little bit of a jockeying for position there as Lucas Flusha tried to work his way further forward. Maciek Gladish is throwing his hands in the air out of the final turn. So clearly the Ricky Flynn driver from Poland, who actually set the purple first sector the last time around, he's not happy with something that's gone out there on the course. He's trying to work his way forward past the inside of Jan Piotrowski, his fellow countryman, but clearly he's not happy with something. Meanwhile, Enzo Tarvanichkul has got back up to Sebastiano Pavan. Wait for the slingshot. Is it now? Oh, yes, it is, as Victor Smith is absolutely enraged at Marshall Post 1. But I tell you what, Enzo Tarvanichkul is far from raged. He has got himself through into the lead past Sebastiano Pavan, and here comes Kutskov to get into third. He nudges the back of Pavan's car. That was so nearly a big incident.
Well, Pavan checked over the shoulder there to find out what was going on and could see that Kutskov was right there. I don't think it was all Kutskov's fault, though. I think it was slightly squeezed in by Costa. So I think the combination of the two just resulted in a bit of contact in the back of Sebastiano Pavan's kart. But Pavan still there in second place, but now will be under pressure here from the rest of the group behind. Remember, Pavan has not lost a race yet, I want to say, this weekend.
He's lost a couple, so he's not quite been perfect, Sebastiano Pavan. 232 is his current outlook of points. Yes. Even if he gets to first position, he won't quite have the perfect score, but fourth position would be reasonable. I think he wants a little bit more than that. Arthur Poulain, however, is in P6, and he wants a lot more than that. He dives in on the inside of Alberghino, gets through past Guy Albag, who also loses out to the Tony kart of Jan Piotrowski in the same breath. Tries to keep it in front of Lucas Flusha, dives in on the inside. Lovely move from Piotrowski as he takes on Poulain. Poulain is held up, and as a result, the floodgates open. Here comes Kia Nakamura diving through 3 wide of the first corner. Somehow they all get through without touching each other. Goodness me.
That is very close, and that is a heart-and-mouth moment for a lot of the drivers, and that's crucially all because you get the overtake into that final corner. You don't get the drive out of the corner, meaning you can't get a good exit onto the straight, and then you just get swamped by the pack, and this is the result of that. And now all of these drivers are so close to each other, all scrabbling for position. It's so lucky we haven't seen anyone go fully off the track. We've seen a couple of drivers run a little bit wide here and there, but no major offs. Tarvanichkul leads. Kutskov is now second. Costa is third. Pavan has gone down into P4 now, and Sebastiano Pavan has lost any form of running at the front. He's now there in P4. He's got all of that time to try and close up again. Piotrowski's there in 5th place from Nakamura Berta. Poulain's there as well from Eichmanns and Gladish. Kaman and Flusha still rounding out the top 11. Very, very close, though.
So Tarvanichkul leading Kutskov, Costa, Pavan and Piotrowski, but there is still a lot of work to do here. Sebastiano Pavan, 49.0, gets the fastest lap, closes back up on Miguel Costa, the Brazilian in the Paralin, as they work through the hairpin up towards the left-hander now. So Costa still looking good. The difference in stance between these drivers is quite fascinating. You look at Costa, he's leaning forward, he is much closer in, tighter in to the steering wheel. Pavan, much more laid back as he goes for the overtake and takes the position. He's more laid back, sat back in the chair, wants a little bit more aerodynamic grip from the kart. Costa's going pretty quickly down the straight, makes the adjustment to the right side of the kart there. Just a little bit of choking on the engine maybe, but up to the first sector they go. Costa trying his moves on the inside there of Sebastiano Pavan. But Pavan still holding third position quite neatly for the moment. Tarvanichkul in front of Kutskov, Pavan, Costa, Nakamura Berta, Piotrowski, Eichmanns, Poulain, Gladish and Nicolo Kuman. As they run together in the top 10, it's all very neat and tidy for the time being, and everybody keeping it nice and tidy. Nakamura Berta, P5, but there's potential to go even further than that as Joel Bergström gets a 48.8 out of the kart.
Yeah, Joel Bergström, he's currently in P16 at the moment. He's only at one position, so he got the WAF down all the way in P16. There is Kia Nakamura Berta just coming out of the final corner now. He is closing in on our top 4. Miguel Costa is under pressure now from him as they go through. And Nakamura Berta, 11 positions gained. He has certainly had a good weekend. The same with Ian Ekmans. Also 13 positions gained. He has made several positions in this race alone, and then over the course of the weekend as well. I would certainly like to have a look at the statistics on ucut.io and see who is the best performing driver. I reckon it's going to be either one of those two.
It's almost certainly going to be, isn't it? Because of the amount of overtakes they've made up through the course of the weekend. Nakamura Berta closing up on Costa to try and make up another place. But Tarvanichkul, this is as serene as I have ever seen him be in an OK Senior kart. He has done a fantastic job over the course of the weekend in the Prema, the Red Bull Young Gun. If he stays where he is not quite going to get the maximum score, but he's going to get darn close to it. 244 points out of a possible 250 if it stays like this. So the young man from Thailand definitely in a strong position. Ahead of Kutskov, ahead of Sebastiano Pavan, then Costa, Nakamura Berta, Petrovsky and Ian Eichmans, who is driving beautifully actually in his first weekend in the Leclerc by Lennox team kart. Very sure it's his first weekend probably ever in motor racing with a TM racing engine, because he's been Vortex and Tony karts all the way prior to this, having been in and out of various different teams, obviously with his own family team when he races in X30s, with Ward Racing of late when he's been on the international scene, but making the change to Leclerc by Lennox Racing for the second half of the season, and he's done a fantastic job in this one. He's fought his way up into 7th position. I think there might be an opportunity to get into the top 6 if he can stick close enough to Jan Petrovsky.
Yeah, exactly. Let's keep a very close eye on it, but certainly it is going to be a big change-up for him, but it seems to be working well in the heats. It didn't work well in qualifying, though. Here we go then, and there is Nakamura Berta diving to the inside of Miguel Costa. Not able to get it done that time, but that was the first proper attempt there from Nakamura Berta. Now Miguel Costa knows he is in trouble here. And, well, with only a couple of laps left of this race, Miguel Costa certainly is going to have to hold on to this one for dear life, because Nakamura Berta, with his 11 positions he's currently gained so far, would certainly like to make it 12 positions gained. And he is only this one card away from doing that. We're into the final corner again. Now watch out for the rest of them behind, because remember, they'll get the bad exit out of here now. Keep an eye on Petrovsky, who will close in now. Not close enough, because it was actually a relatively clean overtake there from Nakamura Berta round the final corner, and he moves up now into P5.
Clinical from Nakamura Berta, who carries the Japanese flag colours on his helmet. Still races under British licence when he races in Europe, under Japanese licence when he races on the world stage. So Tarvanichkul in front of Kutskov, Pavan, Nakamura Berta, Costa, Petrovsky, Eichmans, Poulain, Gladish and Nikola Kuman in front of Lucas Flusha. And then Guy Albag in front of Kasper Henriksen and Joel Bergström from Lucas Amalisto and Clement Dutran. It's all looking very neat and tidy all the way through this race. Only the absence of Victor Smith is notable, because every other driver has continued out on the course. So at the end of 10 laps, it is 3 to go, and Tarvanichkul is trying to keep well clear of Kutskov, but Pavan, having dropped to 3rd position, is now trying to get himself back into a position. 229 points is currently his total. And here's a last-minute effort from Maciej Gladish as well, as he runs in front of Nikola Kuman and Lucas Flusha. The battle for 9th position between these three. Nikola Kuman really needs to assert himself if he wants to get the move on Maciej Gladish.
Certainly will do, but keep an eye on Nakamura Berta on that charge. Once again, fastest lap of the race, 48.284. He is closing in once more, but Pavan is closing in on Kirill Kutskov here. The battle for 2nd place is certainly getting very, very tasty now. And Pavan, whose worst finish so far this weekend has only been 2nd place. So he wants to replicate that. He doesn't want any 3rd places or even lower. He is latching onto that rear bumper now of Kirill Kutskov as they go through turns number 1 and 2 into the hairpin now. Very tight, twisty double apex on this one. This is the pinch point of the circuit where we see all of the incidents. Got to say, the marshalling team there have certainly had their work cut out for them all the way throughout this weekend. They have been constantly dealing with incidents through that section. We talk about the drivers maintaining their hydration. We also mean the same for the medical crews and, of course, the marshalling team out there that have been doing an absolutely sterling job in the shade of their marshal huts here in the searing heat in northern Italy. 30+ degrees here. It is such a challenge for absolutely everyone out on circuits, but right now, Tarvanichkul is doing everything he needs to do as we go on to the final lap.
So Tarvanichkul has the pace and the position out on the course to keep this in position. 244 out of 250 is where he's likely to be. Sebastiano Pavan will be on 229, and of course the man who has yet to do his 5th race, Luigi Coluccio, will be on 200 going into it, so he's looking pretty neat and tidy from there. But Enzo Tarvanichkul has definitely made sure he can get the maximum from these qualifying heats. It'll be 4 wins and a second. It's not quite perfection, but it's as darn rootin' tootin' close to it as possible. It's definitely going to be an intriguing situation to finish us off, as Tarvanichkul will run out to the victory in front of Kutskov. It'll be the 4th time of asking for the Prema driver. He really has been exceptional out of the final turn, and Enzo Tarvanichkul will take the checkered flag. Beautifully done. 4 wins out of 5 for the Prema. 244 points out of a possible 250. Just 6 away from the maximum. That guarantees him pole position for one of the 2 superheats. Will it be the outright or will it be the second? We're not entirely sure yet, but for definite, Enzo Tarvanichkul is going to be starting one of the superheats tomorrow from pole position. He has been absolutely immaculate all weekend long, only losing 1 race and only dropping him to 2nd place in the process. So a fabulous performance from the young Thai, still only in his 1st season as a senior driver. A really solid effort. So Enzo Tarvanichkul for the Prema Racing team, who are in their 1st season of racing in karting, of course. Nakamura Berta fighting his way back to 4th position once again. Another great run from the British driver. But Enzo Tarvanichkul, how strong has his pace been? They're actually both smiling at the end of that race, which is very positive, considering how hard work it's been, how hot and how exhilarating the chase has been. And everybody has had to just settle in and finish off the job behind. So Enzo Tarvanichkul in front of Kirill Kutskov and Sebastiano Pavan. Then Kian Nakamura Berta ahead of Miguel Costa, Jan Pestrovski, Ian Eukmans, Arthur Poulain, Maciek Gladys and Nicolo Kuman. Then Lucas Flusha in front of Guy Albag. Joel Bergström ahead of Kasper Henriksen. Then Lucas Samalisto ahead of Clement Utran, Ivo Besterda, Marcus Shaita, Francisco Macedo, Matteo Giacardi, Emili Koivisto, Ili Goldstein and Nadim Rustambi. The only retirement from the race was the Dane, Victor Smith, after his pirouette in the Diamond Racing Team kart up at the first corner on the very first lap. So here we go again. Let's have a watch of the highlights and we'll see what happened to Victor Smith in the middle of the gaggle. And it looks like he was actually nudged off the road there a little bit by the conflagration. The karts just getting too close together, and Victor Smith absolutely enraged, did not want to be booted out to the scenery on that final race. Everybody else having to mix it on the opening lap and stay out of dodge. You can really feel for Victor Smith when you know it's not your fault, when you know you haven't done anything wrong, to be spat out to the scenery. It's very soul-destroying. That was very close for Kutskov, almost clattered into the side of both Pavan and Costa. But Kutskov was very much on a ride to it as he charges his way past Pavan. Costa went with him. But it wasn't done yet, as a big slide up the inside there from Jan Pestrovski making his move on Arthur Poulain, and that really held up the Frenchman. And we ended up going 3 wide at turn 1 in Cremona. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And somehow, not only did they make it through, but they did so without contact. That is pretty astonishing under the circumstances. Some great racecraft from the drivers there just outside the top 5. They really gave us proper motor racing. Then a big lunge from Nakamura Berta, getting his charge on Costa. Had to bail out of it and let the fight come back to him later on. Eventually, the final turn was his place of choice. Got the move done and up into 4th position on the Brazilian. The checkered flag would come out for Enzo Tarvanichkul. He would get the job done in front of Kirill Kutskov, Sebastiano Pavan and Kian Nakamura Berta. 0.8 of a second between them all at the flag. And that is a pretty much perfect run for Enzo Tarvanichkul under the circumstances. 4 wins out of 5 and a 2nd place finish. Guarantees him to be starting one of the superheats tomorrow morning from pole position. We don't know which of the 2 it will be yet, but I don't think Enzo Tarvanichkul will mind which one it is at all. So heading down then to the holding area where Anthony Jordan is waiting.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme, and I'm here with our driver who finishing in 2nd place, Kirill Kutskov. Kirill, certainly an interesting race out there. Technical condition, or horrible conditions, I would say. Very hot, very humid. But let's talk about that race. Certainly a very interesting start. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, the start was really good. It's like from the outside here is all right, because on the other tracks sometimes it's terrible, but here I managed to do a good start and then continue doing the same job in the race. We finally found some speed, but we have to work still to find more. For European, I hope it's going to be better. We see.
Well, we'll have to see what the weather's like for that one. It might be hotter, it might be a bit wetter than this weekend. But let's talk about the weekend in itself. It's certainly going a little bit your way, a bit ups and downs here and there, but how are you feeling going into tomorrow's Superheats and finals?
We see, because it depends a lot on the conditions, because the weather changed. Today in the morning was rain. Now it's so hot and there's so much rubber on the track. And there's always different setups, different pressure. We see how it's going to go.
It's going to be a tough weekend, isn't it, for everyone? But certainly you've done a good job in this one. P2, solid results. We'll see you out there later on today.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Kirill Kutskov. Brilliant result for him. Plenty more races to go. We're nearing the end of the day here. We'll head back up to the commentary box with you.
Thanks, Anthony. Good to hear from Kirill Kutskov, having made his way to second position at the end of that one. And now there are just 4 races remaining in the day. The OK Junior qualifying heat for groups A versus F, the fastest versus the slowest groups from qualifying, but there are no slow drivers in this field, which is the great thing we can talk about. Nicholas Schaufler versus Lewis Werrell. That'll be interesting. The ultimate pole position sitter from Thursday qualifying, and the man who currently leads the points rankings at this stage of the weekend, Lewis Werrell of Great Britain. So great to see the two of them sharing the front row of the starting grid together. Mies Huben and Noah Montero, third row affair. So as the drivers gear themselves up ready for the start, it's obviously been a very close and mixed emotions battle in OK Junior leading up to this point. Bondarev and Kostoya now both have 200 points apiece. Van Langendonk has 194, though hasn't done his last race yet. Ramekes has 190, Soleil has 188. Stepan Antonov has 187, Nicholas Schaufler has 185. So Nicholas Schaufler has a genuine opportunity here to move himself into pole position for one of the 2 superheats. All he has to do essentially is do what he's done 4 times over. And in the 3rd time of asking, he can get it all sorted, and shipshape in Bristol fashion will be the way he finishes up. There is Nicholas Schaufler, the Austrian driver for the DPK racing team on the FA kart, which is part of the Kart Republic group. He was so enamored with Nikola Tsolov's Bulgarian lion tattoo that he had done a few years ago. He's obviously been part of the DPK racing team for quite a long time now. Nikola Tsolov, who races in the FIA Formula 3 Championship on the Formula 1 bill. They were chatting about it, and he said, I would love to have something like that. So the team grabbed him, got a black marker pen, and they drew a mouse on his arm and said, there you go, you can be the Austrian mouse. And unfortunately, the nickname is rather stuck. There is Lewis Werrell, the man who currently leads the points rankings at this stage of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. He's had a very solid season. He's been one of the quickest drivers in OK Junior across the entire world, and certainly a driver that is going to be pushing right to the death in the hope that he can come up with a very solid race performance. So let's see how he can finish things off here as he gets himself into a nice frame of mind. He obviously has a bit more work to do, but the qualifying heat continues here for the juniors with A versus F. This is the penultimate qualifying heat in the junior category. There are 3 races to go after this one. Nicholas Schaufler and Lewis Werrell, then Noah Montero alongside Mies Huben, Ludovico Busso and Filippo Sala from Sebastian Lettimaki and Kit Belowski, Salim Hanna and Marianito from Alfons Miettinen and Alfie Slater. Just outside the top 10, we obviously have another intriguing battle, as behind them, Zach Drummond and Lev Kutilov, Thomas Gender and Jensen Burnett, Kirill Ditiev and Marla Marchand, Kian Fardin and Gerasim Skudanov from Dan Kelleher and Jacob Mikalev, Mark Kirstenkom and Travis Teo from Santana Bonetta and Alpo Timonen, Klara Kowalczyk and Gritesh Diriupa, Roman Kamiab and Victor Rad from Kossayogma and Vanessa Shirkuniaita. So all the drivers getting together and obviously warming up the tyres and brakes to the optimum core temperature. This is the race where Nicholas Schaufler can essentially book himself pole position for one of the 2 superheats. We don't know if it's going to be the ultimate one, because that very much depends on what happens to Alexander Bondarev in his final race of the week, before we go into the weekend, of course. But now it all depends on what happens from here on out. It's definitely going to be intriguing, and it's definitely going to be tough to predict how it's all going to play out. However, if you are Nicholas Schaufler in pole position, only one result is going to be satisfying and good enough from your point of view. And that is obviously going to be a victory in this qualifying heat, which will put him on a grand total of 235 points, just 15 away from the maximum. So here they come out of the final turn and down the home straight. Are we going to have lights out straight away? We are. Good start from the front. Lewis Werrell's actually got the better start. He tries to squeeze Nicholas Schaeffler to turn one, but Schaeffler has the inside line. So Werrell fastest initially, but Schaeffler holds the lead as they come through, up through to the next couple of hairpins. And it's all neat and tidy as everybody tries to stay on until the middle. There was a conflagration. The Gamoto goes around. That is the 105, not for the first time. Santino Panetta pirouettes around. He got spat out of the queue. Several drivers having to take avoiding action, and only one of them not moving. That is Santino Panetta, the Argentine, who is trying to get going again.
Yeah, he's going to struggle to get that going in this heat as well. It will be very hot in that helmet, trying to push that kart along. I think he may have got it done, not too sure. He has, yeah, he's got that restarted, and he makes his way round the track with the rest of the field. Back up at the front, though, Werrell did not manage to hold on to the race lead on that one. He slots back into second place, and Nicholas Schaeffler leads the way from Werrell, Huben, then it's Sala, Montero, then it's Bussa, Letamaki, then it's Hanna, then it's Drummond, the top 9. Alfie Slater rounding out the top 10. The biggest mover in the early stages of that race. Got to give it to Clara Kowalczyk and Kosai Oguma, both 7 positions gained.
The Santino Panetta has rejoined, as Anthony picked up on earlier, but he's about half a minute behind everybody else at this stage of the race. So Nicholas Schaeffler leads the way from Werrell. Third place for Huben, then Salah, Montero, Busso, Letimaki, Hanna, Drummond, Slater, Mietinen, and Kirill Ditiev. Here is the battle between Filippo Sala and Noah Montero. That's for 4th position behind the leading trio. Mies Huben looking threatening in behind Lewis Werrell, who holds the middle of the road to thwart the onslaught from the Dutchman. But Nicholas Schaeffler has a decent advantage already up front, as he's got himself 2 or 3 kart lengths over the Forza Racing expert of Lewis Werrell. Huben in 3rd position, then Sala, Montero, Busso, Letimaki, Hanna, Drummond and Slater. Watch for Alphonse Mietinen trying to break his way into the top 10 as they get into the braking zone for turns 3 and 4, then into 5. Nobody able to make that ultimate lunge, but this is where you really start to need to get yourself a bit of a rhythm, and it's not easy for drivers to hold the kart on the slide. You can see that the tyre wear is really starting to make an impact.
Yeah, it really is, and they were saying that it's difficult to get an overtake on here, even in the dry conditions, only because of the rubber that the drivers will have on the natural racing line. As soon as you go off the racing line, it is not like driving on ice, but it's certainly a lot slippier than being off the racing line. And Filippo Sala there down the inside with a brilliant lunge to gain another position. He demotes Mies Huben down 1 more position, and now Filippo Sala is on the charge here towards Lewis Werrell, who's in 2nd place. A little bit of time left in this race, though, but lots to happen still as the temperature soars.
Definitely getting hotter all the time. The drivers in the mix here have been the top 10, trying to make a move or 2 here or there in the hope that it's going to improve their stock and improve their form. At a critical point of the weekend, they only get 1 more shot to put themselves into the top 72 ranked drivers of the weekend. This is the replay of the start. Now look at Werrell, he's actually ahead of Schaeffler. He tries to sneak across to stop him from coming through, but there was absolutely nothing Werrell could do without risking contact. And he is not a dirty driver, Lewis Werrell. Here's the moment where Santino Panetta spins around, drivers take avoiding action to not go into him. There it is, he goes up in the air, manages to land it.
You know, some drivers there taking a racing line that has only been seen at the Red Bull ring, so completely cutting the corners, but hey-ho, it's to their own. But it's a good run here still at the front, and look how quickly Filippo Sala has caught up to the back of Lewis Werrell. A solid drive there, and Werrell has been quick this weekend, but there's just been something missing, I think. I don't know quite what it is just yet, but something has just been plaguing on him. It might be the heat, but something has been up. Cian Farden, though, fastest up the race, 49.899.
It certainly opens up the Champions of the Future Euro Series points rankings if Werrell isn't quite going to be on the pace that we've expected him to be over the course of the week. And certainly at the moment, he is currently looking at being outside the top 10, having had difficulties through the course of the week. But it's still all to play for, as the drivers are continuing to give us a little bit more of a taster of what we can expect to see over the course of the next few days. But certainly 2 weeks from now, they'll obviously return here for a crack at the European Championship, because that will be the final weekend of the season. A big dive at the inside from one of the Tony karts. I think that was Maria Nito trying to cut her way through past Cian Farden, and she made it up into 10th position. A big lunge forward, as that was Alfie Slater making a similar bid on Cian Farden, I think, to make the overtaking move further back. As we're now looking at Lewis Werrell Holding on in front of Salah, backs Salah up, and Salah's not going to wait around any longer. Lewis Werrell's going to drift wide, Mies Hubert's going to get through, and so too is the 81 of Noah Montero. And you're right, Anthony, for some reason, the long-range pace of that one-lap effort from the Forza Racing expert just doesn't seem to be there at the moment.
He's certainly doing his best, though. He's right there, still in P5. He's got Drummond right behind him, well, Drummond beside him now, and now Drummond in front of him, and now instantly the other Paralins, Sebastian Lettmarque, is also going to try and get that move done, and as well as the Koski. Alphonse Mittinen also gets past as well. So Werrell now, the floodgates have just opened, and he is tumbling down the order. Ward Racing's Ludovico Busso now wants to go for the move as well, and I think he's managed to get that done also in towards turn number 8. So Werrell really struggling here. No, he stayed behind, so Werrell hasn't lost that position just yet, but he certainly is struggling out there. Nicolas Schaufler, though, leading the way by 2.7 seconds from Filippo Sala. Sala now just dancing around this circuit, trying to close that gap. He has got the time to do it, but the best lap time differences, there's about 0.2 different in terms of their best laps out on circuit. It is a very, very tricky lap.
So with Schaufler stretching his legs out in front over Filippo Sala to 2.7 seconds, it's looking pretty neat and tidy for the Austrian. Sala has got a decent gap now over Montero and Huben, who we are watching on the screen. Zach Drummond is there in 5th position. Oh, and there's a run wide. One of the Ward Racing carts drifting off the road. I think that's Ludo Busso. So Ludo Busso, I think, has actually drifted off the road and lost several positions. He's actually tumbling down the order further and further and further. Has somehow kept it going, but has now rejoined behind his teammate. I think that's Jacob Mikilev that he joined behind in 24th position. Up the inside, there's Mies Huben finally getting his man on Noah Montero. Montero drifts wide. Drummond gets through. Lettmarque gets through. So Noah Montero has only got 2 laps to get it back.
Here we go then, once more downing towards turn number 1. And again, just the momentum of holding that inside line just sweeps the kart through the corner. Such a fast part of the circuit here as back down the inside there. Nice change. Mittinen with the move on Lettmarque. Lettmarque now just trying to hold on to that spot as he now dips back down a couple of positions. Werrell, though, is there in 8th place. He's trying his best to close that gap back up right now, but he's fallen right to the back of this train.
This is not going to be easy to sustain over the last lap and a half, is it? Nicolas Schaufler has got this very much his own way, 3 seconds clear of everybody. But Filippo Sala, now that he's in 2nd position in the Sodi kart, is just keeping himself nice and neatly to himself. Huben, Drummond, Lettmarque and Miettinen. This is a great run from Alphonse Miettinen. He really has driven beautifully so far. Up in P6, can he take on Sebastian Lettmarque?
Well, let's see. I mean, it could happen. There is only a couple of corners to go, but let's see. It's so close here as everyone's just trying to find any sort of places to overtake. But for this man here, he doesn't need to worry about overtaking. He just needs to drive this kart to the end.
So Schaufler looking comfortable, 3.3 clear of Filippo Sala. There's a big tank snapper down at the braking zone for the hairpin, and 2 karts have gone off the road there. One of them is a Paralin. That looked to me like it might have been Sebastian Lettmarque dueling away, and unfortunately he and Alphonse Miettinen have dropped back. So Miettinen and Lettmarque have both dropped out of the race there. Or certainly out of contention, but here is the checkered flag. It's for Nicolas Schaufler. He books his position at the top spot for the time being. 235 out of 250. Only 15 points off the top spot for Nicolas Schaufler. Filippo Sala in 2nd place from Mies Huben and Zach Drummond. Then Noah Montero, Lewis Werrell, Kian Fardin, Marianito, German Skulinov, and Lev Krytilov in position. So what an incredible run it was. Unfortunately, Alphonse Miettinen dropping out of the race on the very last lap of the race. I noticed that Santino Panetta brought it home. Alphonse Miettinen brought it into the pits, I think, after the initial problems that he had. No, here he is. He has now recovered, and he brings the kart home across the line in last position. Unfortunately, Sebastian Lettmarque able to bring the Paralin home in 28th. So 2 drivers really losing out at the closing stages there. But certainly for the man up front, Nicolas Schaufler has got himself into the perfect position. That's exactly what he wanted. The DPK team will be very happy with him, I'm sure. So now we're in a really strong position to see what happens next. But the Austrian in a very fine position. He's happy with that. Filippo Sala in 2nd place in front of Mies Huben, Zach Drummond, Noah Montero and Lewis Werrell. Then Kian Fardin and Maria Jamananito from Jerosim Skulinov, Lev Krytilov, Kirill Ditiev in front of Salim Hanna and Alfie Slater, Kidbilowski and Maya Lemarchand for the Matec competition squad. In 16th place, it is Kosai Oguma in front of his teammate Jensen Burnett. Then Clara Kowalczyk and Mark Kirstencom from Jakob Mikelev and Ludovico Busso. Travis Teo in 22nd in front of Vanessa Schilkenyates, and then Thomas Gender in front of Roman Kamyab. Then Apo Timonen, Daniel Kelleher, Sebastian Letimaki, Gritash Jiriupa and Victor Rad for the Bosch Racing team. The final 2 drivers to come home are Santino Panetta and Alfons Miettinen. And incredibly, all 32 drivers that started did come home to the finish. There were a couple of interesting incidents to get us to that point, but certainly a very solid starting point, and no reason why we can't be circumspect about what is likely to continue over the course of the next couple of days of action on the course. We're running out of time here, but obviously tomorrow when we have Superheat and the final, things are going to get very interesting from that point on. Here we go. This is the replay of the start, and watch Victor Smith in the middle. Oh no, sorry, that was the previous heat, wasn't it? Watch them into the first corner as Lewis Werrell tried his best to hold the line on the inside line and wasn't able to get the lead, but he certainly had the run on Nicolas Schaufler initially. And then, of course, we had drivers trying to avert the crisis and dodge the chaos in the opening couple of corners of the race. And Santino Panetta was the one that ended up dropping back. Incredibly, he managed to get going again, despite the fact that he was a good 30 seconds behind the tail end of the field at that point. So he did manage to bring it home. And even more impressively, Santino Panetta was not last home. That was the final end result for Alfons Miettinen in the Koski Motorsport machine. But some great duels. Filippo Sala in particular really rising to the occasion in the final qualifying heat of the day for his particular race battle. And certainly putting on some excellent displays as the drivers continue to make good work of things out there on the course. So, a good run from the competitors out there. Alfons Miettinen going well initially, and then it all came apart in the final couple of laps. Mies Huben driving well, keeping Noah Montero on his toes. But out in front, Nicolas Schaufler, just crushing display of superiority. He really made mincemeat of the opposition, and he finishes just 15 points away from the maximum he could have scored. Not bad. So with Nicolas Schaufler looking very good to be in pole position for one of the 2 super heats, he pretty much guarantees it. But it's all waiting for the final confirmation. That's when you can make your declarations in the sand. But certainly a good starting position to be in. So we now head down to Anthony Jordan, who has more reaction.
Thank you very much. I do have a driver who will have a very good reaction. We've actually been having a good conversation about points because Nicolas Schaufler, you win that race. Nice chunk of points. You lead the intermediate classification, but there's one more junior race to go, and we were talking about that one, weren't we? Now, what would it mean for you if you could start on pole for the Superheats tomorrow?
So I could start on pole, for example, if I don't hope so, but that both crash or something. I don't know how to tell, but I think if they finish both below 6th or 7th, that I'm gonna be on pole. But let's see how it will be. And
lots will happen, though, in that race. Hopefully not. The fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But yes, certainly it's very close out there. Even if you do, let's say, start 3rd or finish 3rd overall in the points classifications, it means that you would start on the front row. You would be 2nd on the front row. So you'd still be on the front row.
yeah, still be on the front row in Super Heat A.
Yes.
But depends on the last heat, how everything will be. And tomorrow I'm gonna give my best to start in the final in the front, and then it depends just on me.
We'll see how it goes on. Well done for today. That was kind of active, both thinking about how the point system works. They're very interesting. Well, thank you very much, Nicolas Schaufler. Congratulations with racing today. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. One more junior race to go, 2 more senior races to go. Jake, we'll head it back up to you.
And this is the race where we determine whether Luigi Coluccio is going to start from pole position in the Super Heat tomorrow. We already know that Enzo Tarvanichkil has guaranteed he'll start from pole position for one of them. But which one? Will it be the overall or will it be the second one? It's up to Luigi Coluccio. The only way to guarantee he'll start from pole position now is to finish 2nd or 1st. And that's no pressure for Luigi Coluccio, but he has won the first 4 races of the weekend thus far. So there's still plenty to do. We'll just have to see how that all unravels. It's going to be a very tight end to the race for Luigi Coluccio in this last qualifying heat for him. He's going to be on the grid alongside Thomas Strauven on that front row of the starting grid. And Thomas has not been a slouch this weekend, that's for sure. So the Belgian will definitely want to put himself into position to battle with Luigi Coluccio. Here is the Italian in the Tony Kart Racing squad. He's the only driver in the entire field who never, ever misses an opportunity to wave to his fans back home. He is always right there on the verge of greatness and ready to continue his path to glory. Should be very interesting to see what he can do up against Thomas Strauven, who has come into the senior category this year full of beans and full of determination. He is right there in second position, ready to push on, and he's definitely going to be the kind of driver that could be a thorn in Luigi Coluccio's side, because he has nothing to lose and everything to gain, and he's going to be surging to try and work himself into a race-winning position, not for the first time over the course of this weekend. Leo Nielsen is going to be there in third position on the starting grid as the 1 minute board goes up. The Ward Racing driver from Sweden, who's had a very solid race weekend so far. Good to see him there, continuing to fight his way further forward, with the Ward Racing team driver in third position on the starting grid for this one, on the inside of the second row. But alongside him on the starting grid, he's going to have some great race-to-race battles with Alex Powell for the Prema Racing team. And Alex Powell, of course, came into this week as the championship leader in the Champions of the Future Euro Series in the OK Senior category. So let's see if he can maintain that lead coming out of here. But certainly tomorrow in the finals, it looks as though both points leaders coming into this one are very much on the back foot this time. They're not going to have it all their own way. So I think we're going to be very interested to see what will happen over the closing stages of this weekend. So all the drivers are there in position. Coluccio alongside Strauven, as the mechanics will push them out onto the course. There we go. Qualifying heat A versus F about to get underway then. And certainly a very intriguing situation for our drivers, as they want to be in a good position out there on the course. So let's see how it all unravels. Luigi Coluccio and Thomas Strauven from Leo Nielsen and Alex Powell, Dmitry Matveev and Alexander Bogunovic. Then it is Mark Dubnitsky and Teresa Babachkova, Jakub Kamenik and David Walter, Petro Babachkova and Gustav Wisniewski from Simone Bianco and Enea Frey, Gazi Motlakar and Matilda Pads, then Thomas Tolchamanis and Martti Rittinen from Andrea Dube and Michael Lidea, Peter Agiv, Adrian Ferrer, Wang Ximing, Ryan Vincent and Max Popov. 25 drivers. It's their last qualifying heat of the week. So obviously they're going to have a really tough time of it as they continue to run around on the course. And now it is time to see how things really fold up as far as Luigi Coluccio is concerned. He would love to make this 5 wins out of 5, and he's never been in a better position to do it. There is one driver missing by the look of it, and that is the Frenchman Andrea Dube, or Super Dube, as they call him in the Kart Republic ordering. So unfortunately, it looks as though he's not going to go any further in this race, and potentially in this weekend as well. I'm not entirely sure whether he was one of the drivers caught up in the previous incident that he had dealings with, but certainly he is not out for the 5th race, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he unfortunately had not quite made the grade to get through as one of the final 72. The drivers come out of the final turn. They're going to be in the 2 tram lines, and we're going to go racing straight away. It's all down to Coluccio, and it's not worked out. So interestingly, not for the first time this week, Coluccio from pole position has forced a false start, or at least has not got it all sorted, and therefore we are on a false start procedure. Now that is interesting, because Luigi Coluccio, he's clearly got that determination and eagerness to pull clear. He's won 4 out of 4, but not for the first time. Luigi Coluccio trying to get the grid formed up, and it's actually ended up being a false start. So you get the feeling that Coluccio is rather eager to get himself into the distance and get himself into a race-winning position. He's certainly had a very tough race of it so far. But there is the replay of the start that didn't work. So once again, Luigi Coluccio with his back to the wall a little bit. Tarmanichko has 244 points, Pavan has 229, and Coluccio has 200. You've got a decent finish in front of you, then you're going to be in pole position for the later superheats tomorrow morning. However, it's not all clear-cut that it's going to work out that way, so it could be very tricky as all of the drivers battle away in position. We're going to be ready for an incredible start. Qualifying heat A versus F, lights go. Now we're up to the first corner, and it's a great start for Coluccio as he runs in first position. Second place for Leo Nilsson as they drag through the first couple of corners. It's going to be a tight one. Is everyone going to keep it together? Just about through the first few corners, and it looks a-okay for the time being as everybody keeps it together. There's a big braking zone for turn 5, but again, all of the senior drivers seem to have kept out of trouble as they work their way through to the back straight.
Nice little start there from the field, but like you say, they've just got to get this first lap under their belts. Like you say, it's a very tense moment for a lot of the drivers because they're so close in formation that any overtake will cause issues in the pack, and already we're starting to see that in the midsection there. One of the CRGs, I think Mark Dubnitsky, getting squeezed out there and getting pushed down 1 or 2 positions, but back onto the start-finish straight they go. It's a solid start then from Coluccio. Nilsson's moved up into second place from McVeigh, who has had a brilliant start as well. 2 positions gained. Strauven's dropped down 2, but Thomas Stolchamanis, 10 positions gained on the first lap alone.
Fantastic from the Latvian, but it looks as though Strauven's been sneaked aside by Mark Dubnitsky in turn 4. So Dubnitsky has worked his way further forward as well to gain a position. And as they come down the back straight now, Coluccio in front of Nilsson, Matveev, Dubnitsky, Alex Powell in front of Thomas Strauven again, and Stolchamanis in 7th position. He certainly seems to have his dander up as he tries to work his way back into the top 5, and the Latvian has a great chance to make that happen. Still some good conflagrations in the mid-pack as up the inside, Strauven goes for Powell. Don't even think about it. Alex Powell is not going to give you any space. Round the outside, Stolchamanis will now try and get the slingshot maneuver out of the final turn to then go for P6. In through turn 1, not close enough. Wait for it through turn 2. He's going to dive in on the inside, and is the energy course through? Yes, he is.
Yeah, nice little dive down there, and again the CRG just dipping it down the inside there. You've got to be so careful here, but Simona Bianco certainly making it look relatively easy, and I think gets that move completed now, or still sits behind there. He's just in front of the Gamoto kart there of Jakub Kamenek. And Kamenek, who's had some pretty decent race results this weekend, as there's a kart not going any further. It's one of the Forzas, and that is Gustav Winewski, the 212 that is off the side of the circuit. That is out of the the first of the hairpins, really, of turn 2, and his race is over.
Bit of disappointment for Gustav Wisniewski. He's really had a tough weekend of it. Across the line, Coluccio, Nilsson, Matveev, Dubnitsky, Powell, Stolchamanis, Strauven, Bianco, Kamenik, and Petra Babachkova. Great racing so far in the top 10. Teresa Babachkova's had a bit of a tricky one as she falls behind Bogdanovic and Motlakar. David Walter not having the easiest time of it either. He's all the way down in 14th position at this point. So still a little bit more to do. If you're Leo Nilsson, get the hurry up. If you can put the feather in the cap and get ahead of Luigi Coluccio when he's won 4 out of 4 so far. And if you're the one to beat him, well, that definitely gives you a psychological edge heading into the superheats tomorrow. But even Coluccio is struggling to stretch away out front. This is not over yet. It is still very much up for grabs. And up the inside, there goes the move from Dubnitsky to get through on Dmitry Matveev. So that's the CRG moving forward. And Alex Powell sees the gap, goes for it, takes it. Thomas Stolchamanis goes with him. Beautifully timed and beautifully read. Stolchamanis almost goes for Powell in the same breath. And Thomas Strauven picks up the pieces on Matveev.
Yeah, that would have been too much for Stolchamanis to try and go for that move so early on as well. He just wasn't fully set up for the overtake to really be committed for it through turn 1. But again, he could fight for that position later on in the race. This is certainly heating up here. Luigi Coluccio is being caught up by Leon Nilsson here. Nilsson is all over the rear bumper. Now it falls down to really who has looked after their tyres the most over the course of this weekend. You would think that Luigi Coluccio, with his dominating performance being at the front, not having to push too hard all the way throughout this weekend, will be okay with them. But right now, Lil Nilsson is just closing that gap. And I will say, on my cycle down back and forth to Parc Ferme, I've been seeing karts wrapping on some brand new slick tyres.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if a couple of them have gone for their spares. Of course, they only have 6 tyres at their disposal for the entirety of the start of qualifying through to the end of the superheat. There goes Stolchamanis on the inside of Alex Powell. Gets his move up to 4th position for the Latvian as Gazi Motlakar goes fastest of all in the end of the 5th lap. So a very nice run there from the Car Republic driver from Mozambique. A bit of an attempt there from Strauven on Alex Powell. Are you sure you want to go for that against someone like Alex Powell? He's not going to be kind.
No, he would not be kind, and right now he has just stayed behind. He's not really going to go for the move just yet, But keep an eye on this one, though. It's certainly starting to heap up. We're not even at full or half race distance yet, and Powell is closing in, Stoltemanis is closing in as well, but that is a lot of real estate between Dubnitsky and Stoltemanis, who are just trying to get on with their race here. But right now, Stoltemanis on your screens right there is making absolute mega progress. 13 positions gained, and has just been continuously outperforming many of the other drivers in this race. Here is a look at what happened with Powell and Stoltemanis earlier on, and that was both of them getting that overtake done on Thomas Strauven, and Strauven, I think, just trying to find his way through. Stoltemanis again with the move there on Powell through the second of the two hairpins, and again, nicely done from Stoltemanis. The Latvian certainly showing what he's got here.
So we're going to have an interesting run to the flag if Leo Nielsen can look after the tyres just a little bit more productively than Luigi Coluccio in the final couple of laps. Coluccio just putting slightly off the racing line there, just trying to cool the tyres down a little bit perhaps, as he continues to hold the lead from Leo Nielsen, but it's not by much. 0.3 of a second is nothing in motorsport. So you've got to keep controlled. You've got to make sure you don't let your opponent get a whiff of an opportunity. Just got to continue to control the pace. Thomas Stoltemanis, 48.3, new fastest lap for him. 6 to go. Dubnitsky, third position in front of Stoltemanis. Then Powell, Strauben, Matveev, Bianco, Kiminik, and then it is Petra Babachkova in front of Gazi Motlakar, David Walter, Teresa Babachkova, and Alex Bogdanovic, with Max Popov all the way up to 15th from the back of the grid. So plenty of reasons for him to be cheerful by the end of this one if he can continue that kind of climb. So still for the moment, Leo Nielsen putting Coluccio under some pressure. Not really going to get the opportunity just yet, but Mark Dubnitsky is on the horizon, and that CRG is rapid down the straight.
It really is now. Look at him closing in. That gap now 0.7 of a second between himself and the two in front, but that is looking a lot smaller now as they get ever so close to each other through this infield section. The lefts, the rights, the fast sweepers, as they try and just nail these karts around this lap. Remember, the drivers all talking about the track is so grippy. There is so much rubber down there. It is certainly meaning that the G-forces that these drivers will be going through are immense. They will have to be careful. They will have to work super hard on their core body strength to get through these weekends. And again, it gives them a good indication of what's going to be happening in 2 weeks' time when we come back here for the Europeans. But right now, Luigi Coluccio is doing everything he needs to do back onto the start-finish straight. That gap is not increasing. Well, actually, it is increasing. It's now over 0.4 of a second from Nielsen.
So all Coluccio has to do is continue the even nature of the smooth running of this Tony kart, and he's going to be in a very prime position by the time the checkered flag falls in a little over 3 laps' time. So Stoltemanis, a new fastest lap, 48.283 for the Energy Course driver from Latvia. Finds himself currently in 4th position. Yeah, we have 2 karts colliding with each other. That's a DPK and
Matilda
one of the
Pats.
Birilarts. It is Matilda Pats, and she has connected there with Petra Giv.
Yeah, that has not gone well for both of them. It looks like Matilda Pat's in a bit of discomfort there as well.
Yeah, a slight knock to the right heel by the look of it, but she can certainly move away from the scene and walk away, even with a little bit of discomfort, but certainly out in front. No major changes, 3 laps to go. Coluccio, Nielsen, Dubnitsky, then Stoltemanis, Powell, and Matveev as Matilda Pats walks away from the scene, and she will now have to watch the rest of this race from Marshall Post 2, as we can also see Gustav Wisniewski's kart there in position as well, having already retired from the race. He's actually watching from Marshall Post 4. So on the back straight, Stoltemanis another fastest lap, 48.226 for him. And look, it's all tightening up. Stoltemanis edging Dubnitsky closer towards Nielsen, who is going closer towards Coluccio. This isn't over yet.
It's not over, no. There's still a couple of laps left in this, so plenty of time to make those gaps go even smaller. And right now, I've got to say, Stoltemanis on the back of Dubnitsky is the closest of those gaps. There they are, 3rd and 4th place. Back over the start-finish line they go. And still just nothing this time around. Everyone just eking those gaps ever closer as the sun starts to get lower in the sky, or be more in their eyes as they go in towards turn number 1. It will be more of a challenge then going down there. And right now, these drivers just doing exactly what they need to be doing, and that's bringing these karts home. But that is such hard work with this heat.
Can you imagine the pressure that Luigi Coluccio is putting under himself at the moment when he's only 0.3 of a second ahead of Leo Nilsson and a lap and a half away from the qualifying heat and qualifying clean sweep? I can do this. I can hold on to this. I don't care who's behind me. I know I've got Nilsson, Dubnitsky and Stolchemanis right up my trumpet. I am going to keep this going all the way to the finish line. I can make this work. If he can just hold on for one more lap, it's 5 from 5. Massive.
Yeah, it really could be. Final lap time is out then, and Luigi Coluccio still leads the way by 0.3 of a second from Nilsson, Dubnitsky and Stolchemanis. The gap's closing, but Stolchemanis is all over the back of Dubnitsky now.
So can Coluccio hold on right to the death? It's going to be pretty tricky. Leo Nilsson second, Dubnitsky third from Stolchemanis, then Powell. It'll be tight all the way to the death. Matt Vief trying to hold on in P6 from David Walter and Simone Bianco. What about Gazi Motlakar and the Babichkova sisters? Teresa in front of Petra now, in front of Michael Lidier, Bogunovic, Popov and Kamenik. But Luigi Coluccio has held on in front of all of them. It was tough in qualifying to get pole position. It was tough to get a win, and then a second, and then a third, and then a fourth. But would you believe it? It's going to be high 5 for Luigi Coluccio. He's made it 5 wins out of 5. The perfect score, 250 points for Luigi Coluccio. He backs up his pole position in qualifying with 5, count them, 5 qualifying heat wins for the Tony Kart Factory team. That is magnificent from Luigi Coluccio as he returns the boys and girls in green, white and red up to the top spot at the end of a qualifying heat. It's been a long time coming for the Tony Kart team to revive in the front end of the field in the RGMMC paddock. They've had a bit of a bad run, not anymore. Luigi Coluccio has stormed them back, and I'm sure that Signor Rabazzi and the entirety of the Tony Kart Factory team can look back over their hard work and see just how strong they are again. Pole position in time qualifying, 5 qualifying heat wins. Luigi Coluccio has not even been overtaken, I don't think, at any point over the course of this week. What a start for Luigi Coluccio. He goes into tomorrow as the ipso facto #1 here in Cremona. What a perfect start to the week for Luigi Coluccio. Flawless. So it's win number 5 for Luigi Coluccio in front of Leo Nilsson and Mark Dubnitsky. Thomas Stolchemanis and Alex Powell gave chase from Dmitry Matveev in P6, 7th for David Walter, 8th for Simone Bianco, 9th for Gazi Motlakar, and then 10th and 11th for the Teresa and Petra Babichkova freight train. Michael Lidier in 12th from Alex Bogunovic, Max Popov and Jakub Kamenik. And in 16th, it was Ryan Vincent of the United States, ahead of Martti Rittunen, and then 18th position going the way of Wang Ximing in front of Ene Afrey and Adrian Ferrer. Retirements, well, Thomas Strauven dropped out right towards the tail end. What a shame for the Belgian. A great opportunity missed. Petr Agiv, Matilda Pats and Gustav Wisniewski all out of the race as well. Bit of disappointment in particular for Thomas Strauven, who could have taken a win there. But I tell you what, the Tony Kart boys are back. It's like they've never been away, and they are faster and stronger than ever. Great work for Luigi Coluccio. Great performance from the whole team, and they absolutely deserve it. What a great run. So pole position in time qualifying is converted into 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5 qualifying heat wins for Luigi Coluccio, and he made them all look pretty serene and perfect. Certainly made them look easy. I bet it wasn't. But you can see there a couple of moments from the race as drivers came a cropper left, right and centre. Very disappointing to see Thomas Strauven drop out of the race, considering how many times he has fought for the victory over the course of this week. There is Gustav Wisniewski getting out of the kart. He was bitterly disappointed, tried his best to get the kart going again, but unfortunately, once the marshal comes up to you, that's it, Gustav. You're going to have to just watch for the rest of this race. So Alex Powell and Thomas Stolchemanis picking up their move on Dmitry Matveev earlier on. But one of the big names in this week, Thomas Strauven, was unfortunately the one that fell by the wayside and into retirement. And there is the battle earlier on that we saw Petr Agiv and Matilda Pats get caught up in. They had to watch from the sidelines. We kind of saw no sign of Thomas Strauven in the final closing stages, but certainly for Luigi Coluccio, he's happy with his lot, and he's made it look oh so sweet. 5 wins from 5 starts. And that's after his pole position in time qualifying yesterday as well. What a way to end it for today for Luigi Coluccio. He'll go into Saturday morning as the king of the OK category in Cremona. So I wonder if we found the king of Cremona down in pit lane. Let's head over to Anthony Jordan to find out.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, I did find the King of Cremona in this one. Well, Mr. Colicchio, what a weekend you have had. I mean, let's talk about that. 5 out of 5 in the heat wins. Solid performance.
Yeah, it's amazing. I was not expecting, as I said in quali, to make pole and to win 5 heats out of 5, and with also many fastest lap. So I'm very happy about how this weekend is going, and I feel very good with the chassis and the engine, and I'm ready for tomorrow.
Tomorrow is another story, though. You know, you could have a perfect day in the qualifying heats, but the super heats and finals are a different story. Tyres are the main thing. How have your tyres been faring? Obviously, you've been at the front. You've not had to do much battling. Does that mean they've been well looked after, or have you already used the new ones?
I used the new ones today, as everyone, in the last heat. But my tyres are good, so it's good for the super heat. And in the final, we're going to go with 4 new tyres. We'll see what the final brings us.
Well, certainly it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, tomorrow? Hopefully the weather is a little bit cooler than what it is today, because like we were saying, you asked the question, do I have to put my suit on? No, it's too hot, and it is too hot, mate. Well, congratulations, well done, 5 for 5. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Enjoy a nice rest and cool yourself down. Well done.
Hope to see you tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, let's hope so, let's hope so. Thank you very much to Luigi Colicchio there. Perfect weekend so far for him, 5 out of 5. 2 more races to go. This is the last of the juniors. Who's going to put it on the top spot for them? Let's find out. Back to you, Jake.
That's a good point. Luigi Colicchio does hope to see Anthony Jordan tomorrow, because if he does, that means he's going to be starting the final from pole position. Be pretty nice, wouldn't it? Especially after the hard work he's done so far over the last 3 days of practice, then qualifying heats. Right, there are 2 races to go today, and it's going to be qualifying heat B versus C in first junior and then senior. And that's going to put Dries van Langendonk on the front row of the starting grid alongside Alexander Bondarev, the man who has done exactly what Luigi Colicchio has done. Fastest in his group in qualifying and has had 4 wins out of 4 starts. He can convert it into 5, but he's got to beat Dries van Langendonk in a straight fight to do it. And look at the drivers behind them who are going to try and take the win away from them. Martinez, Eilif, Lindblom, Monza, Chartier, Kinmark. There are so many talents that are going to try and ruin the party in this final race of the day. It's going to be a really exciting battle for all of the contenders. So we're going to see some really exciting maneuvers and some really exciting battles to come, I'm sure, in this last race of the day. For the juniors, there will be one more to come after that. But what a sensational display the drivers have given us so far. The qualifying heat will get underway then for groups B versus C. And so we continue this battle. Is it going to be a pole position for Alexander Bondarev, or is it going to be a pole position for Nicholas Schaufler? Well, it's guaranteed to be a pole position of some kind for Bondarev, no matter where he finishes in this one, because he's outscored everybody else. So he can get the job done. Other than Dries van Langendonk, actually. Van Langendonk can take it away from him, so let's see how it all plays out. Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Bondarev from Jacopo Martinez and Jack Eilif, then Scott Lindblom and Tiziano Monza, Alex Chartier and Oliver Kinmark from Luca Horton and Ethan Lennon, then Davide Battario and Marius Barry-Berg, Arthur Braun and Zhao Yu Sun, Kara Fihand and Bennett Gaspar, then Marcus Chalcunias and Hugo Marti, Elliot Kaczynski and Matthias Orjuela, then Vivek Kanthan and Vasilius Apostolidis, Zhang Hojai and Lisa Biard, Henry Domain and Gabriel Koenikan, Javier Herrera, Sebastian Mins, Ty Fisher, Marie Barryberg, Louis Castellini, Natizo Mabunda and Joel Pocchiola at the back of the grid. Now, interestingly, I note that there are 2 absences on the starting grid for this one, namely Marius Barryberg, the privateer, and Elliot Kaczynski for the Ward Racing team. Hopefully both drivers are okay, but certainly for the time being, they are out of this one, which means that that could really compromise their chances of starting tomorrow. That'll be very unfortunate if that is the case. Well, I see a Ward Racing kart at the back of the grid, but that is Joel Pocchiola. That is not Elliot Kaczynski, one of the stars of the OK Junior Brigade in 2023, but he's not had a great weekend so far this time. So, 1 race to go then in the juniors. They come off the final turn, and it's going to be Van Langendonk versus Bondarev to the first corner. This is going to be worth a watch as they come out of the tram lines. They will charge to the first corner. Ready, wait for it. Let's race. Good start from Van Langendonk. Perfect run to the first corner. No problems at all for Martinez. He gets into second position as well. A good run from the Italian into the first couple of corners. Bondarev third. 4th position is Lindblom. 5th place, that looks like Jack Eilif to me. And there's a problem there for Ethan Lennon. The South African has been spat out to the scenery. So Lennon is out of the race at turn 2. as the rest of the drivers squabble their way through these corners, trying to make the best of it. But Ethan Lennon is the first retirement up the inside. Martinez and Bondarev both get through on Dries van Langendonk. So Martinez is your race leader. Bondarev in second. Then Dries van Langendonk in the Forza Racing X-Sprint. Up the inside of Bondarev. He gets back in his second position. So now we've got a real race on our hands here, as Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Bondarev are going wheel to wheel, battling for the victory. This is fantastic. Bondarev has 4 wins out of 4. Van Langendonk has 3 wins in a second. If he can beat Bondarev in a straight fight, that really takes things into a very exciting mode tomorrow. Van Langendonk, second position behind Martinez, battling on the inside. There goes Bondarev, and Lindblom takes on Van Langendonk. It's really cost the Belgian big time. Dries van Langendonk has lost about 6 places. That could not have gone worse for the Forza driver, as Bondarev makes his bid. Eilif gets through as well into third. Up to fourth comes Tiziano Monza. Game on!
Certainly is game on then for these drivers, but here we go then. It's all starting to kick off, and they've only really completed 1.5 laps. Certainly a very interesting start to this race, but the rest of the field now dance their way round the final corner. Bit of smoke going up, and there's a spin in that midfield. Who is it? It's the 74. It is the 74 that's gone round. That is Luca Horton, the Forza Racing driver, who has been spat out the order, and he is not happy whatsoever. And he will have to watch this one from the sidelines, and he is absolutely devastated as he makes his way into Marshall Pote 8 out on circuit. His race is over, but Martinez leads the way in this race. Bondarev wanting to chase those maximum points right now. In this position, Bondarev would be leading the points by 9 points in total from Nicholas Schaufler. And remember, Nicholas was hoping that, well, not hoping at all, but hoping that he could get that pole position. And right now he's making it very difficult for him, because Bondarev dives down the inside of Martinez and he retakes this lead. And so far, that would mean he would get the maximum points if he can finish the race in this order. But so far, it is not going his way just yet, as Scott Lindblom dives it down the inside of the number 82 of Tiziano Monza. And Monza loses out on not 1, not 2, but 3. Yes, 3 positions there, as he gets absolutely pinned there. I think that was Arthur Braun that went down the inside there. Johan Poccola sets the fastest lap of the race, 49.595. But certainly very close racing.
It was Sun Xiao Yu that got the opportunity there on Tiziano Monza, actually, and then Bataro managing to come through to challenge Monza for 8th position. And then we have Karar Firhand, the Indonesian, battling away with Alex Chartier for the 10th position. So big battles already in this one. Drivers definitely racing with their elbows a lot more than they have over the course of the day, knowing that maybe they'll get a chance to go onto a pair of fresh tyres in the morning when they go into the when they go into the superheat. They might get an opportunity, but certainly Bondarev leading. Apparently Vivek Kanthan is leading the way. He isn't quite yet. Kanthan is currently running in what position? Vivek Kanthan, the Paralin. He's there or thereabouts. He's certainly 15th. On the. He's knocking on the door of the top 10, but he's not quite in the lead of the race just yet. The transponder's having a bit of a hiccup there. But Bondarev is the fastest man on track at 49.5. Who's that up the inside for 5th? Is that Van Langendonk? It is. He gets through on Scott Lindblom. So he manages to get the move there on the Swede. Up into 7th position has come Xin Zhao Yu. And then we have Monza, Bataro, Chartier, Firhand, Marti, Braun, Ortuela, and Vivek Kanthan.
Solid drive then from the entirety of the field. They seem to have sorted themselves out now as we go on to half race distance now. 5 laps completed. We go on to lap 6. No changes within the top section. The only change was Dries van Langendonk getting past Scott Lindblom for P5. It's the only change in the top section. Eyes on this too here. Mark on Jack Eilif. As Bondarev sets the fastest lap of the race, he is extending his lead now to around 0.6 of a second.
Van Langendonk really needs to make up more places than this. 5th position will do, but he's currently 5 points back from Nicholas Schaufler. He could really do with making his way through the next couple of karts to book himself a place on the front of the grid of the second superheat. It looks as though Bondarev has got it done with 5 out of 5, the same way Luigi Coluccio did, but it's not game over for Dries van Langendonk by a long stretch. If he can get past the 2 karts in front of him, first Oliver Kinmark, then Jack Eilif, it can be Dries van Langendonk who gets pole position for the second superheat tomorrow. He needs to do the homework though. Scott Lindblom having lost out to Xin Zhao Yu. And then Tiziano Monza in 8th position working his craft. Davide Bataro is 9th from Chartier, Firhand, Marti, Kanthan up to 13th now from Braun and Mins. Have we got yellow flags? We've had an off. at turn 2. Somebody's gone clean off there. It's one of the, I think it's one of the Car Republics. I think it might be Karar Firhand.
I think he is. He's tumbling down the order.
So yeah, the Indonesian Karar Firhand, he's gone in there. That's very unfortunate for Firhand. So I'm afraid he is out of the race then, having pitched it off at turn 2. So Karar Firhand, the Indonesian, very unhappy indeed with that one. So that's pretty much game over. At least he's able to walk away, though. That's the one thing you can say positive. Dries van Langendonk, by the way, has managed to get past Oliver Kinmark. Next target, Jack Eilif. Go get him.
Let's see what he can do. Here they're going through turn number 1, and Eilif still leading this trio. Van Langendonk in the middle of it. If he's going to go for the move, it'll be very, very soon. Sun Jiao Yu actually receiving a warning flag there. The number 40, who is somewhat further down the order. At P10 for him. He will not be happy with that one. No moves in towards the turn 8 air hairpin. He just stays behind Van Langendonk, thinking at this point right now, it's, do I get this one more position? What will the difference be with this one more position? He's only 3 points behind. Will that be enough? I don't think it will. He will need another one if he tries to get this one. And right now, he is nowhere near close enough to get that one completed. So I've just got a feeling here that Van Langendonk might just settle here for P4, but when have you ever heard a racing driver not going for a move? I've never heard of that, so I suspect we are going to see a move. Just when will it be?
It'll be pretty tricky, that's for sure, and it's all going to be about timing. Bondarev, another fastest lap, 49.3 out in front of Martinez, but this trio is intoxicating to watch. Eilif, Van Langendonk, Kinmark, they all want a piece of this at the closing stages. Lindblom, Monza and Chartier are not far away either. But there is going to be a bit of a duel here as Dries van Langendonk has got through past Jack Eilif into 3rd position. Now we're going to see what difference that has made to the point scores, but that's definitely good on the cards for Dries van Langendonk.
Yeah, very good there. And, well, what will that mean for the intermediate classifications? Because here comes your race leaders across the line on the last lap. Bondarev and Martinez. And the points update,
all square.
Squared away, and that would keep Van Langendonk in 3rd because he was out-qualified by Nicolas Schaufler.
And there's another warning flag going to Hugo Marti. Unfortunately, that comes with a 5-second penalty in Champions of the Future. So the warning flag and the 5-second penalty going the Spaniards' way. Very unfortunate. But it doesn't matter that Dries van Langendonk has worked his way to 3rd position. He's done the best he can, but he'll have to settle for the front row of the grid rather than the pole position for the Superheats tomorrow, because he's going to tie with points with Nicolas Schaufler. Because Schaufler was outright pole position, he will take the pole position in the 2nd Superheat. The man who gets it done in the first one, however, tomorrow is going to be the man who has gone from top of his group in qualifying to 5 qualifying heat wins. The Phoenix continues his rise from the flames, and Alexander Bondarev doing a great job again here in Cremona. This time, he has put it together in Champions of the Future. This was the campaign that's always been his Achilles heel in 2023. Not this time. In Cremona, he has made it from 1st in the group to 5 qualifying heat wins, the same as Luigi Coluccio in the OK category. What a masterclass drive. Martinez in a brilliant 2nd place, though, really hustling him all the way to the line. And in 3rd position, Dries van Langendonk fighting fit and getting himself back into 3rd position. He'll just miss out on pole position for the 2nd Superheat. So unfortunate, because he ties for points with Nicolas Schaufler. And on count back, the pole position for the 2nd Superheat will go the way of the Austrian mouse, Nicolas Schaufler. But there is Alexander Bondarev, confirmation, 5 wins, pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. What an opportunity for the young man from Ukraine. His mates call him Sasha. His fans around the world call him the Phoenix. But Alexander Bondarev has got himself into a great position. What a chance. What an opportunity. 5 from 5 for the young man from Ukraine. Jacopo Martinez 2nd from Dries van Langendonk. Jack Eilif and Oliver Kinmark in the top 5. Then Scott Lindblom, Tiziano Monza, Alex Chartier, Vivek Kanthan doing a great job to get into the top 10 in front of Davide Battalo. 11th place for Sun Jiao Yu, then Arthur Braun and Marcus Shelcunias. Javier Herrera is in front of Luis Castellini, and then behind them it is Hugo Marti, Gabriel Koenikan and Matthias Orjuela in front of Sebastian Mins and Joel Pohjola. Then Vasilis Apostolidis in front of Henry Domain, Zhang Huzhai, Bennett Gaspar, Marie Berryberg, Lisa Biard, Natizo Mabunda and Ty Fisher. The retirements, there weren't many of them, but Karar Firhand was one of them, Luca Horton another, and then Ethan Lennon on the very first lap. Sadly, we didn't see a start for either Marius Berryberg or Elliot Kaczynski. We hope both of them are okay. Well, there you go. 5 qualifying heats for Alexander Bondarev, and he has won all 5 of them. It certainly didn't look like it was going to go that way at the start, did it? Dries van Langendonk holding the lead right from the start. Bondarev dropping to 3rd, just keeping it nice and tidy on the first lap. This is where he's really good at sort of reading the situation. Sadly, Ethan Lennon was straight off to the scenery. And that's game over for the South African. What a shame. Hopefully he'll make it through to the Superheats, but it is going to be tough. Then a big lunge forward as first Martinez and then Van Langendonk get the move on Bondarev. Bondarev then skates through. This is where there was a little bit of banging of wheels between Lindblom and Van Langendonk, and that really cost the Belgian dear. He dropped back about 6 places, so he spent the rest of the race having to work his way forward. Then Bondarev getting his move on Martinez. That was pretty much the race sewn up from there. But Lindblom battling his way side by side with Tiziano Monza through the first corner. That was brave from Lindblom. Monza quite determined to make sure he wasn't going to let too many people get through. But he had to back down when Dries van Langendonk found his way through on the inside line. Good cover and defense from Monza, though, but once again, the opportunity knocking for another driver to just nudge the way through on the inside line. I think it was Davide Bataro, and then the 61 of Kara Firhand, the Indonesian, pitching it off at turn 2. Big dive up the inside from Van Langendonk as he first got his move on Kinmark, and then decided to take up behind the American Jack Iliff, and then managed to get himself into 3rd position. But out front, invincible. The Phoenix is absolutely in dominant form here at Cremona. Bondarev makes it 5 out of 5. What a performance. There's more to come from him tomorrow for sure, as we are just getting started with the Champions of the Future Euro Series Round 4, but he certainly takes big points in the Euro Series. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan for the words of wisdom.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yes, down here. Well, we just spoke to you earlier on, Alexander, but we're speaking to you again because another 5 for 5 solid weekend, perfect points. I mean, how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, it feels good after the start. I go back to P3, but I managed to get into the lead and, yeah, pull away. So, yeah, I'm very happy with the speed we have this weekend. And, yeah, I'll try to carry it on to tomorrow.
Again, like we said, tomorrow is another day, plenty to happen. Let's talk a little bit about what your plan is for tomorrow, because obviously starting on pole in the Super A, obviously your plan is to lead that race, come first, and end the final and top as well. But how do you feel? Is that going to be the case? How are you feeling? Is it everything still working well?
Yeah, I feel like we have the confidence. We had the speed the whole weekend, so I think we won't have a problem with speed tomorrow. The only thing would be to manage the race and get a good pace throughout. But yeah, I think we have good confidence for tomorrow.
It will be good, won't it? Well, we'll let you rest up and get yourself ready for tomorrow. There you go. Look, breathe the sweat away. That's real athlete sweat, that is. That athlete sweat. Mate, congratulations. Well done. 5 for 5. Solid effort.
Thank you.
Excellent to Alexander Bondarev there. Brilliant race weekend for him. Only one more race to go. We know who's going to be starting on pole. Who's going to be starting on pole in the B final? Let's find out. One more race to go. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Anthony. And this is the race where we get to figure that out. Martin Molnar will line up on the front row of the grid alongside René Lammers, 2 drivers that have really had their backs to the wall on more than one occasion over the course of this week. They've really had to work hard to stay up at the front end of the field. Coluccio has swept all before him in the OK senior category, but now it's up to Martin Molnar and René Lammers to determine who is going to get the best of the rest award after what has been a very tough battle out there on the course between them. As it stands at this moment, after the previous qualifying heat, A versus F, we have a big prospect for a very tough battle coming in. Coluccio has the 250 points. Tarvanichkil has the 244. So those two will be in pole position for the 2 finals. They cannot be caught now. Sebastiano Pavan has 229. Straven has 195. So has Leo Nilsson. And then get this, Alex Powell, David Walter, and Kia Nakamura Berta all have 185. So it's going to be interesting to see if anybody else can break their way into the top 6 at the end of this crucial qualifying heat for the competitors in B versus C. If we don't get another opportunity, we're going to say grazie mille tutti to all of the marshals and the officials around the course. They have been absolutely amazing this week, and in very hot weather and very tough conditions out there. They have kept us safe and sound. They have been light on their feet and very rapid to get these things sorted. So we are very grateful indeed. Grazie mille tutti. So there is Martin Molnar, going from pole position in this one, having done a fantastic job in the qualifying session on Thursday. And there is your race director, Martin Bean, gearing himself up ready for another brilliant run. he always hears his name at the appropriate moment. So he's there or thereabouts. Yes, you were on camera, just for a brief moment, Martin. René Lammers gets a little bit more airtime as he runs in second position on the starting grid on the front row for the Paralympic Motorsport team. He really could do with a bit of his superstar prowess out there on the course this time, having lost what could have been a very clear victory from his point of view earlier on in the day to a malfunction is the only way to really put it, with his rear bumper losing one of the bolts, and unfortunately that caused him a technical flag. He wasn't able to be particularly competitive as he wanted to be in the fourth heat, so he ended up about 6th or 7th place, I think. So now we could do with the superstar drive from René Lammers that we have come to be familiar with over the last 3 to 4 months. He really does know how to produce it when the chips are down. He's going to be in a position to fight, and fight he will. He doesn't give up, does René Lammers. He always surges and tries to find that little bit of extra pace. So it'll be very interesting to see what he can do with the final session of the day, the final qualifying heat. There have been 29 of them, and now comes the 30th and last one. There's the Australian, Xavier Avramidis, for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. There or thereabouts in qualifying, certainly in recent weeks, his qualifying prowess on one lap pace has been undeniable. He has been very fast everywhere he's gone of late. When you try and put that into the qualifying heats and the finals, though, that's when things get tougher. It's always good to be fast on qualifying day, but in race trim, you've got to try and keep it all together, and that all comes, of course, with experience and discipline. Tough to get that done right down pat. But this man has been ultra impressive this week for me. Luis Iglesias making his swan song appearance in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. He has only focused on racing back home in France, but here in the CRG, in the OK category, he has been on the second row of the grid for every heat, and he has pretty much stayed in the top 5 throughout. That is monstrous when you consider the waft of talent that he has had to go up against. Absolutely amazing from Luis Iglesias. I'm sure that Jeremy is absolutely proud as punch. He has been an amazing competitor here, Luis Iglesias, and has really dug deep and found something magical to go up against the elite of the OK world's best drivers. And on his debut, here is Luis Iglesias holding his own, elbows out, not taking any prisoners, and giving it gung-ho everywhere. It is amazing what he has done on his debut. Whether he finishes on the top 6 overall in the final tomorrow or not, he can be very proud. He can hold his head high and show the world what he has been able to do. So, one more time of asking then, in the OK qualifying heats, B versus C. Martin Molnar and René Lammers go to battle on the front row. Xavier Avramidis and Luis Iglesias. Then Dante Vinci and Emanuele Olivieri from Finn McLaughlin and Liverway Sam Budler. Anatoly Kavalkin and Nathan Tai from Mark Kasteric and Mattia Kolnagi. Alex Soya and Nacho Tunion from Gabriel Gomez and Len Nige. Guillaume Bouzard and Dimitro Muravchik. Matthias Morgato and William Go from Zori Floescu, Preston Lambert, Ronnie Stefani and Keenan Sinai. This is going to be very tough to predict. Martin Molnar versus René Lammers. Both are very evenly matched. Both are very quick. Both have had hardships over the course of this week. Neither is going to back down from the fight.
No, neither of them will, and it's certainly going to be a very interesting one. We know who's going to be starting on pole for that A final. Luigi Coluccio with that dominant performance, 5 wins. We are about to find out who could be starting second or even further back in the order or on pole for the B final. Let's find that out. There's a shot at the mechanics, watching from the mechanics grandstand. That is right in Parc Ferme. As soon as they release them from the dummy grid, they put themselves on that area, and they've got a prime view of the final corner. So here we go then. We get ourselves lined up for the final race of the day. Martin Molnar and René Lammers. Disaster for Lammers earlier on. He does not want to repeat of that one. Let's see what happens.
Check out the star talent we've got just watching along on the main straight by the ladders. On the other side of that building, you've also got the likes of Riccardo Longhi, former European champion, as we go for a false start. And also along there, I noticed that Jeremy Iglesias is watching on very closely to see how Luis gets on the second row. And you've got everybody down there. You know, that's one of the beautiful things I love about this paddock. You look down the straight and you look at who the people are on the ladders and on the gantries, watching along, and it really is a who's who of the greatest racing drivers of the last 30 years in the karting world. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, it's understandable that you would get some great people at the side of the circuit. You know, karting is the forefront of a racing driver's career. It's, you know, when you get a racing driver who makes it into the top tier of motorsport and you ask them what were your favorite points of your career, every single one of them says it's karting. It is completely understandable that you would get such talent at the sidelines watching the talent that is being born in front of our eyes.
Absolutely. I mean, they asked Ayrton Senna back in the early 90s, who was your favorite racing driver that you went up against? He didn't say Nigel Mansell. He didn't say Alain Prost. He didn't say Nelson Piquet. He said Terry Fullerton, the man who he went battling with wheel to wheel in the latter stages in the 1970s in European and world karting. That tells you everything you need to know. Right, lights are on. They go out. Let's race for the last time today at Cremona. As we get ready for the Superheats tomorrow morning, it's a perfect start for Martin Molnar and René Lammers. They come through in first and second. No major issues there. Lammers is going to squeeze down to third position, just letting Xavier Evramides hold it for the time being as they work their way through. Coming out of the S's, Avramides is really hunting down Martin Molnar. They stretch their legs up down the back straight. Avramides is going to go for the lead up on the inside. Go on, commit. And he's done it. No problem at all for Xavier Avramides. René Lammers goes with him up into second position. So Avramides, the Australian, leads the way. Second place is René Lammers. Lammers will not wait around. Takes the lead on lap one. Perfect.
Yeah, that is exactly what René Lammers needed. Two cuts off in the background, though, and that's not gone well whatsoever. That is, I believe, one of the Falcons. That could be Alex Sawyer that has gone off the road as well. So there's another cut there, and it was Alex Sawyer, and I believe Zoe Florescu maybe that has gone off the track, so that would be an absolute disaster for them. But René Lammers leads the way and is doing exactly what he needs to do.
Florescu has recovered. She's at the back of the field in 23rd, but she now has a lot of ground to make up. Here's McLaughlin versus Ty, the Irishman versus the Englishman. Up to the breaking point, you've got Lammers in front of Luis Iglesias, who has worked his way to second place past Avramides. Good battles in the lower end of the top 10, as now we have Molnar in fourth from McLaughlin, Ty, Kavalkin, Kastelich, Olivieri, Leverway, Sam Budler, who has now managed to keep himself in front of Gomez and Bouzard. Apparently, Mark Kastelich is under investigation. We're not entirely sure what for, but look at Luis Iglesias all over the back of René Lammers, as up the inside of Finn McLaughlin. He's going to lose ground there to first Nathan Ty in the Sodi, then to Kastelich, and now Kavalkin has got through as well. So the Irishman really on the back foot, but check out Luis Iglesias. He is absolutely on the charge here, and he wants all of René Lammers' intimidation. He wants him to crack under the pressure.
And we'll remember here that Iglesias has not had a race win this weekend so far. I suspect he would very much like one to end his day. And added 50 points on top of his name would certainly help him out nicely into this weekend. But right now, he is doing everything he can. He is right on that rear bumper of René Lammers. And I suspect it's not a case of if, it's a case of when he is going to go for the move. But Lammers is not going to make it easy for him.
No, indeed. If it stays like this and Lammers takes the win, then he will be fifth in the rankings, which will be good enough for third on the starting grid for the first semi-final, for the first superheat, I should say. That's what we refer to it as. Then, of course, you're going to have Luis Iglesias, who is actually now in front of him, even if he doesn't overtake him. So if he stays in second place, Iglesias will actually be on the front row of the grid beside Enzo Tarvanichkul for the superheat. So this is a big opportunity for Luis Iglesias. He knows it. He obviously wants to take his time about it. He's not going to rush into this and do anything silly. So it's going to be a really intriguing battle as they continue to challenge away. Up on the far side, is Luis Iglesias going to get his opportunity to battle away here with René Lammers? Will he have the opportunity? We already know the identity of the drivers on the front positions of the grid for both superheats. We know it's going to be Coluccio. We know it's going to be Tarvanichkul. But who's going to be fourth? Is it going to be Iglesias or is it going to be René Lammers? And where will Martin Molnar factor in? They can't quite keep up with Sebastiano Pavan, but certainly this is the battle for the front row of the starting grid of the second superheat. It could be Lammers, it could be Iglesias, but at the moment, even if Iglesias doesn't overtake Lammers, he should just have enough to be there on the front row of the grid for the second superheat.
Yeah, that would be certainly very nice, wouldn't it? I mean, that is going to be a pretty decent weekend, and we've seen that both lines work away from the start-finish line. Remember, we have seen the outside line work, we have seen the inside line work. It could go either way, and remember, the pole sitter does have the choice of switching sides, and right now, if it was Iglesias there, he would be starting alongside Tarvanitschkel, and I don't know which side of the grid Tarvanitschkel would prefer, if it's the inside or the outside. He might switch over.
I mean, if you start talking about driver of the day, I mean, obviously you could pick the drivers who have won all 5 qualifying heats in each category. But if we're going to avoid that in the juniors, I would probably pick Dries van Langendonk, because he's had so much hardship and yet somehow managed to finish just 15 points off the top, which is quite incredible. If you look at it from a senior point of view, who else would you pick but Luis Iglesias under the circumstances?
Well, Luis Iglesias is a very good choice driver of the day. I do not take that away from him whatsoever. But mine would actually go to Thomas Stoltemanis, because he's had an absolutely fabulous weekend of getting through the field.
Very good point, considering where he started his races and where he's finishing them on a circuit that all the drivers agree is impossible to overtake on. That's actually a very good shout.
Wow. And that takes nothing away from Luis Iglesias at all, because he has been on fine form all the way through this weekend.
With that same argument, you kind of have to throw Kian Nakamura-Berta's name into the mix as well.
Into the mix as well, yeah, 100%. As it's starting to kick off a little further back in the field now. Who is that that's just made the move? It was a Parolin, I think it was Kavalkin, and on Sam Budler. Gomez has dropped down, and so has Finn McLaughlin. He's dropped down as well. Nathan Ty with the fastest lap of the race. The Sodi driver doing what he needs to do out there at the moment. He currently sits in P4.
This is all a little too late for Gabriel Gomez, isn't it? I mean, he's really struggled yesterday in qualifying, and then we thought, well, Gomez is the kind of driver that will charge his way through. 2023 has been his year, but he seems to have been conspicuous by his absence for most of the weekend.
And you can't take that away from the fact that he was very dominant at the Czech Republic, you know, in Třinec. But this weekend, it's the same sort of track layout that they have. You know, it's fast, it's twisty, it's technical. But this time around, he's just not been on that top spot.
Very true. Nathan Ty now 4th position, trying to get even closer to the top 3. The Sodi Kart driver, who is basically the captain of the squad in Sodi Kart, having done all those years of hard work in the junior category, now stepping up to the seniors, loving life. They absolutely adore him back at the factory. Here's the replay of Kavalkin getting his moves on Sam Budler and McLaughlin in the same breath. So it was very nicely handled. And William Goh picks up the warning flag, which unfortunately in Champions of the Future comes with a 5-second penalty that can neither be contested nor appealed.
And that would drop him right to the back of the field behind Zoe Florescu. He currently sits in P16. So definitely not what he will want in this one. Nathan Ty, though, once again, another fastest lap of the race. He's 1.2 seconds behind the race leader. He sits there in P4. He is closing in on Martin Molnar, I have to say, but he is slowly running out of time here. Iglesias still not attacking Lammers here. And this is one of those things that we're seeing here from Iglesias. Very, very good at judging when to go for the overtakes, but when it's in these sort of situations, I think he just sits there and he doesn't really get the full attack on. But again, you can't put that all on him. You can put that on the circuit. The track's very grippy. There is a single racing line at the moment because of the traction that is down on the circuit. There is so much rubber down there. You can even see that from this shot. Look at the dark line there through the corners. It is so, so quick. And there is so much grip out there. It's hard to get an overtake done in these sort of conditions.
I'll tell you another driver who's really impressed me from this particular qualifying group, and that is Martin Molnar. He came into yesterday not really expecting to be at the front of the grid. He was fastest in his qualifying group, did a fantastic job to be there, and you often get drivers that are out of position in qualifying and then it all fades away on the day after in the qualifying heats. It really hasn't for Martin Molnar. He's had his moments. Obviously, it's not been perfect, but all the way through yesterday evening and all the way through today, Martin Molnar in the energy course has genuinely looked hungry for the fight, genuinely had the pace to make it work, and he's actually maximised tyre degradation all the way through. Nathan Ty should have this fairly straightforward to get past Martin Molnar based on their previous form, and he's really struggling to keep up with him. Martin Molnar is now, we've always talked about energy courses being Thomas Stoltemanis' team. You know, this has been, it's almost a one-man freight train. It's really rewarding now for the energy course team, I'm sure, to see that it's not just Thomas Stoltemanis on the pace, but Martin Molnar is as well, and keeping with it. It's great to see.
It is absolutely fantastic to see, and they'll be happy with it, but down the inside, Nathan Ty will take the position nevertheless, and that was to be expected with the fastest laps kept coming in from Nathan Ty. just had the momentum and now pushes up into third place. But yeah, nothing taken away there from Martin Mondar. Absolutely solid weekend and performance he has had. He has just been one of those drivers you see at the front, constantly being talked about. You know, he is certainly done a fabulous job today. Can he maintain that momentum, though, tomorrow? Because right now, I've not checked the weather conditions for tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to get rain in the morning again, or are we going to get sunshine all the way throughout? That's going to be the ultimate question here.
So as they continue on in the closing stages, it looks like it's going to be, a retirement for the Car Republic of Len Nige. So very unfortunate for Len Nige, the Belgian, as he joins many of his compatriots on the sidelines after the end of qualifying heats earlier on in the day. But the checkered flag is only one lap away as they go into the Ultima Volta. And it's now the last lap. But René Lammers, when he needed to, has dug deep and he has found the pace. He's not been able to maximise it. He had that gutting, absolutely distraught-wrenching retirement when he had to pull off the road after leading comfortably in the first half of his qualifying heat, when the bolt on the right rear bumper came loose and it ended up dragging on the floor, and he had to bring it into the pits to retire, forced to do so by the technical flag. And other than that blip in race 4 when he ended up coming in just outside the top 5, René Lammers has been pretty flawless all the way through the weekend. 5th position is going to be his reward, and René Lammers will come through and take the checkered flag. 3 wins out of 5 and 5th position in the rankings. The man behind him, Luis Iglesias, in his debut in OK Senior in Champions of the Future Euro Series, will be 4th in the rankings and will therefore start the second superheat from the front row of the grid alongside Enzo Tarvinichgul on debut. That is astonishing.
That's certainly a story to tell, isn't it, when you go home? That's certainly going to be an interesting one. That will be tomorrow, of course. Oh dear, on that last lap there, that's not gone well at all for Dmitro Moravcik.
That's post-flag, you know.
That is. Where has that come to a stop?
That's at turn 1, and he's facing the wrong way.
Well, that's not gone well for the Ukrainian driver.
Yeah,
hopefully he can get that one back. Yeah, hopefully he can get that one back. Well, they're coming into Parc Fermé. René Lammers, what a result that is for him. He takes another heat win, and, well, he puts himself 5th in the intermediate classifications, meaning he would be starting on the second row of the grid. But certainly it would be a good race for him tomorrow. There's a look at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Jake, you look like you're thinking about something. What are you thinking about?
Well, it's interesting to note that René Lammers will be 5th position in the interim rankings. He'll start 3rd for the second superheat, right behind who? Luigi Coluccio.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a great fight tomorrow, isn't it? Lammers, Iglesias, Tai, Molnar and Kastelich, then Avramidis in front of Kavalkin, Sambudla and Kalnagi. Olivieri ahead of Gabriel Gomez, who really has been conspicuous by his absence most of the week. Morgato ahead of Vinci, McLaughlin and Tugnon, then William Go and Preston Lambert from Ronnie Stefani, Guillaume Bouzard, Zoe Florescu and Dmitro Moravcik in front of Kinan Sinai. 2 retirements, Len Nige, and on the very first lap we lost the Vietnamese driver for Falcon, Alex Sawyer. But yeah, considering that René Lammers is going to start tomorrow's superheat from 3rd position right behind Coluccio, if he gets a good start, he'll follow him into the first corner and move up to 2nd, and then all bets are off.
All bets will be off. That will certainly be a very interesting race, but that is all tomorrow, so stay tuned for that one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. Relatively decent start then from Molnar. He just dives to the front and holds on to it for a brief moment, but down the inside that would very quickly change as Avramidis would take the lead of the race, but then Lammers would then fight through and he would get to the lead very early on. That was the moment Alex Sawyer went off the track. I believe that was with a coming together with another driver, Zoe Florescu, the Tony Kart driver, also getting involved in that one. The rest of the race would continue on, though. Big moments here, though. The 2 for 1. Nice little drive there from the Paralympic driver, Anatoly Kavalkin, getting the 2 moves there completed. And again, all the way throughout, we saw moves like this. But it just shows that the tyres are starting to, I think, get a little overheated now by some of the drivers. They've got plenty of time to rest going into tomorrow, though. But it's certainly been an interesting day for these drivers, isn't it?
It certainly is. We are very excited to see how this is going to continue into tomorrow. Len Nige will be hoping for a much better day at the office. René Lammers will too, but having booked himself into the victory in that last qualifying heat, he will now start 3rd for the first Super Heat. My goodness, we're in for an interesting show tomorrow. The dominant forces in OK Junior and OK Senior, 5 wins each for Alexander Bondarev and Luigi Galluccio. They are the men to beat. Tomorrow, we will find out if they can be beaten. Grazie ragazzi tutti to all of the marshals and the officials around the course here at the circuit Angelo Bergamonte in Cremona. It has been absolutely sensational. Here's your schedule for tomorrow. We kick off at 9:45 local time as we get ready for the first of the Super Heats, then straight into the OK Super Heat. The second of those will take place shortly after that. Then a pause, and then we will have the junior final, which will kick off at 12:30 local time. And then we will go straight from there to the podium ceremony and straight on to the OK final. And then we will be one step closer to finding out which 2 drivers will take the title in the Champions of the Future Euro Series across Junior and OK Senior. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on motorsport.tv or on the Champions of the Future Euro Series live stream on YouTube. We hope you've enjoyed it. From myself, Jake Sanson, and from my colleague Anthony Jordan, and all of us here at RGMMC and at the circuit Angelo Bergamonte, we hope you've got a good plan for tomorrow to sit back, enjoy, crack open a nice cold one, and excite all of the great racing that will come on your screen. It's going to be a brilliant day at the office here at Cremona. A domani.